Cool. Thank you. Can't.
Morning. Good morning. Right, exactly.
Good morning, everybody. It is 9:06 a.m. here on Tuesday, June 9th, 2026, and we're here to meet for the meeting, the Doña County Board of County Commissioners meeting. We'll start with our invocation and moment of silence. Before we do, I did want to make a mention that back in May, we did lose a team member from our animal control team, Sherry Sewell Dudan, who passed away. And I'd like to, while we take this moment of silence, reflect on her service to the residents of Doña County and express that our thoughts and prayers are with her coworkers and with her family. Thank you. And if you're able to, I ask that you join and rise in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Brandy, if you'll do a roll call to determine quorum.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Present.
Commissioner Kimball.
Present.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Present.
Vice Chair Gameros. Chair Sanchez.
Present. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Scott, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. No changes to the agenda today.
Very good. All right, then we'll move on to consent agenda. This is items 1 through 6. If there are any items that need to be pulled for separate consideration, commissioners? Not hearing or seeing any. If I can get a motion and a second to approve?
So moved.
All right, I'll have a motion by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kimball. And if there are no comments or questions,
Mr. Chair, I just
Yes.
have a comment
yes.
on item number 6, which is the accept the grant for the National Fitness Campaign, if I may. I just want to say that I'm really excited. Justin, I saw you. I'm really excited to see this on the agenda again. For everyone here today, if you've never been to one of our kind of outdoor fitness parks, there's one in Vado. The most recent one is in La Mesa, and there's also a Zumba pavilion attached to that one. And then the one that's coming up will be for the Dolores Wright Community Center in Chaparral. And I think it's just great. It's literally free for us, right? We just have to have it installed, and it's just great to see. And I hope that we can keep seeing these come through every year until we get them at all the community centers, because they're just great to have in the community. I know that every time I go down to La Mesa, there's always people walking the path and using it. So I'm just really proud to see that again, and I'm excited, and I hope we can see it year after year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, any other comments? All right, Brandy, if you do a roll call on agenda items 1 through 6.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes?
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Item number 6 has a resolution. That number is 2026-78.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, we're on to the employee recognition portion of our agenda. And with that, we'll turn it over to you, Lucia.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Today we have 5 employees to recognize for their years of service to the county. First, we have Sergeant Jordan Hill from the Sheriff's Office with 15 years of service. Christopher Valenzuela from the Assessor's Office with 15 years of service. Miguel Estrada from Fleet Department with 20 years of service, Brian Baker from the Detention Center with 25 years of service, and Captain Patrick Howie with the Detention Center with 40 years of service. And so we want to congratulate them and thank you for their years of service to Doña County.
Thank you, Lucio. All right, next is our employee special recognition. And with that, I'll turn it over to our HR team for this portion.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and Commissioners. My name is Brandon Masters. I'm the Senior HR Administrator with Talent and Culture. And we are pleased to announce today an Employee of the Month recognition for the month of May. And thanks again to everyone that submitted nominations through the DACnet homepage. So first, for the month of May, we have Employee of the Month for Internal Customer Service Award. This award is to recognize employees who do an exceptional job assisting other county staff. This month's winner is Joel Forbes. He's our Facilities Maintenance Lead. Joel was nominated and selected in recognition for exceptional dedication and professionalism in supporting departments and staff across the county. His commitment to internal customer service and collaboration has had a significant positive impact on county operations. His willingness to help others, communicate effectively, and provide dependable support reflects outstanding internal customer service. He approaches every request with professionalism, patience, and a solutions-oriented attitude, making him a trusted resource for staff across multiple offices and departments. His initiative, teamwork, and dedication to serving internal customers makes him highly deserving of this recognition. So congratulations to Joel for his exceptional performance and contributions to the county. We did have one other recipient for this month, but due to availability, we're going to present that at the next VOCC. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Next order of business is item number 7, which is to proclaim June 19th as Juneteenth in Doña County. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Commissioner Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Juneteenth is a historical day we celebrate with a holiday and proudly recognize. On June 19th, we commemorate the emancipation of enslaved African Americans. Today, we invite everyone to rejoice in the celebration of this impactful moment in our shared history and join us in the recognition that we still have work ahead of us. Juneteenth celebrations throughout Doña County will be hosted by the NAACP, businesses, and municipalities alike. We all aim to foster unity, promote cultural understanding, and encourage dialogue among businesses, government, academia, and individuals like you and me. We encourage everyone to reflect on this day and join the discussions and celebrations. To receive the proclamation, we welcome Dr. Bobby Green, who is president of the NAACP in Doña County. Welcome, Dr. Green.
Thank you. Each year I come up here and I sound like a broken record because I say the same things, but I'm going to say it again this year anyway. So Chair Sanchez, former Chair Shaljo Henderson, or Hernandez, sorry, former Chair Chaparro, and Managers Andrews, County Clerk Dr. Amanda Lopez Askin, and Commissioner Kimball. I want to say thank you for your continued support and partnership with Doña County for many years. It's always been a partnership, and it's a labor of love for you. It's greatly appreciated by the members of the Doña County NAACP. This year's theme for Juneteenth is We the People, and I think it's a perfect theme. It goes on to say, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union. I think we can all agree that the union is far from perfect right now, and we have some work to do. But if you keep in mind that the U.S. Constitution from which that clause comes was established in 1787, and back then, only a fraction of the people were even accepted as citizens. People of color were not accepted as citizens, nor were women accepted as citizens. But we fought. They fought to get those rights, and we have those rights today. We have to fight to keep those rights, and we will do that. So I stand here in solidarity, and I'm grateful for everything that the county has done in support of Juneteenth, and I am so proud of all of you, and I'm great. Thank you for the proclamation.
Thank you, Dr. Green. I appreciate your words as always, and you cut right exactly to it, and especially explaining the state of our union. So I really appreciate that. Commissioner Kimball, you have the proclamation.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Proclamation from Doña County, State of New Mexico. Whereas Juneteenth is a celebration of the promise of freedom as decreed by President Abraham Lincoln with the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863. And whereas more than 2 years later, on June 19, 1865, news of emancipation was shared with the oppressed people who most needed to hear it by General Gordon Granger and well-meaning Union soldiers. And whereas Juneteenth stands as both a celebration of freedom and a solemn reminder of the delayed promise of equality, underscoring the enduring strength to realize the full meaning of "we the people," as declared in the Constitution of the United States, and whereas the phrase "we the people" calls upon all of us to reflect on who has historically been included, who has been excluded, and how we can collectively build a more just, equitable, and inclusive society. And whereas Juneteenth invites us to honor the resilience, contributions, and cultural legacy of African Americans whose perseverance has strengthened the fabric of our nation. And whereas Juneteenth encourages communities to come together in remembrance, education, and action, fostering dialogue and understanding across generations and backgrounds. And whereas the observance of Juneteenth affirms our shared responsibility to advance freedom, uphold dignity, and ensure that the ideals of democracy extend to every person. Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim June 19th as a day to and urge all people in Doña County to recognize, reflect, and celebrate with renewed commitment to the principle that we, the people, truly means all people. Proudly proclaimed on this 9th day of June 2026 by the Board of County Commissioners, Doña County.
Thank you.
And before we take a picture, I don't know, Commissioners, if you wanted to add anything or any comments. Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Green.
Good morning.
It's always a pleasure to have you here. And if I may read the proclamation, to me today, when this proclamation was read, and Juneteenth is celebrating we, the people, to be inclusive and not exclude anyone.
That's right.
To be inclusive. We, the people. The people speak. People are the power. And so I'm so proud for you and your organization to celebrate Juneteenth. It's a very, I think, for this proclamation to go forward today is, como decimos en español, es una cosa muy conveniente para lo que está pasando aquí hoy día. It's something that is very important for something that's happening today in these chambers. So thank you, Dr. Green. Thank you to your organization. And I look forward to seeing you at your breakfast. Thank you.
It's a banquet this year at 6 p.m. Thank you for the press. 6 p.m. at the Convention Center on Saturday, June the 20th.
Awesome.
I'd love to see you all there. Oh. Anything else?
Awesome. All right, thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Are there any other comments? All right. Well, Dr. Green, I'd like to, if you don't mind, we'll go ahead and come up and take a picture. Okay, on next order of business is public input. If there's members on the public, I want to make a announcement though. If you are here to speak on the presentation for Project Jupiter and the Community Open House and Career Fair, generally presentations, we do not allow public input. So if you're going to provide input, I recommend that you do it at this time. I did want to see how many people were going to be providing public input this morning. If you might be able to raise your hands. Okay, then we'll go ahead and go on with 3 minutes and moving forward with public input. So, all right, with that, if you can, when you come up, please state your name for the record. After you're done, if you can fill out the book on your left, I do appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning, Mark Veith, District 1. Glad to see my commissioner here this time. It's the end of the world. We'll get back to that. True story, an apologist and an atheist who holds a doctorate are arguing over God. And finally, the apologist says, okay, let's see if we can come to some kind of understanding. So he says, of all human knowledge, how much do you believe you know? 2%, 3%? Let's say we'll give you 5%. So is it not possible in the 95% that you don't know, God exists? So I thought about that standing in front of my encyclopedias, and I'm like, I don't even know 1% of that. And then you go to a library, you might say that you've read 1% of all those books if you're a real serious reader, like Commissioner Chaparro does lots of reading and loves the library. But has she remembered all of that? Not likely. So I think it's a bit arrogant for man who doesn't even know 1% to think that he's going to change the climate. We've spent $13 trillion over 2 decades and got little or no results. So it's the end of the world. Chemtrails and AI, the same old story. It's the end of the world. It's the end of the world. Chemtrails. So I was an aviator for 38 years, over 11,000 hours of flight time. A helicopter can make contrails. So if you look up in the sky and every aircraft has got trails behind it, it's very, very naive to think that there's chemical equipment on every aircraft flying and that they turn off and turn on in the same spots and then there's a gap. It just doesn't work that way. But that aircraft that's up there twice as high, leaving a trail, that guy is doing chem. Jupiter. They keep saying, you're using all our water, using all our water. I've had 2 reliable sources tell me 1 million gallons contained. Closed system, just like we got on our vehicles. A closed system, one time. Maybe in 10 years you got to change the water or whatever, but it's not going to be every day. And that's what we keep hearing. AI is 1 million gallons every day. The other thing is that it's going to tax the grid. It's going to use up all our electricity. There's going to be pollution, but they're using fuel cells. It's the end of the world.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioner Sanchez. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Juan Garcia. I've gone through most of the audit results, and the message could not be clearer. The letter states, and I quote, "This letter is issued as an open expression of grave concern regarding the documented and systemic failures in governance, operational effectiveness, internal controls, and fiduciary responsibility within Doña Ana as detailed in the attached special audit report." This is July 1st, 2021 through April 15, 2025. And some of you were here during this time. And I continue, this letter is not procedural, ceremonial, nor informational in nature. It is issued to state clearly, directly, and without equivocation that the conditions identified in this audit reflected in 42 significant findings represent serious and systemic failures by county leadership. To maintain effective internal controls, uphold obligations, and ensure a functioning and accountable system. The executive summary underscores that the county is not experiencing isolated operational challenges, but rather a systemic failure characterized by weak internal controls, inconsistent policy implementation, lack of clear authority, and a deterioration organizational culture. These deficiencies have resulted in increased legal exposure, operational inefficiencies, financial risk, and finally, and I think this is most important, an erosion of public and employee trust. An erosion of public and employee trust. What does that mean? We're not referring to complex issues, basics. And I quote, breakdown in IPRA compliance, fragmented authority. The county has an environment in which internal mechanisms for resolution are ineffective, leading to increased reliance, or an external process that consume public resources, i.e. tax money. From a citizen's perspective, this is an outright failure. The elected officials sitting before me have let the public down, plain and simple. The trust placed in you was betrayed. So the question is, who will be held accountable? Or will this audit be, quote, corrected, and in a matter of time, the findings are repeated again? My question once again is, who is going to be held accountable? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Lynn Moorer. The community open house and career fair that Project Jupiter has announced should not be regarded as a substitute for a genuine public forum for serious education and discussion about the huge project plan for Doña County. If the commission does regard it as such, it would be another false step by the
Ms. Moore,
county.
can you hold on a second? Please allow the speaker to speak. I understand people want to support this, but this is their time to speak and be respectful. If they're not, then we will start either cutting public input or removing people from the chambers. Thank you. Sorry, please continue.
I'll begin again the sentence. If the commission does regard it as such, it would be another false step by the county. This benefits Jupiter, not the citizens. Rather than helping to calm things down, this simply exacerbates citizens' distrust of Jupiter. It also tends to deepen distrust of those of you who appear to think this plan is a good idea. The format Jupiter has announced demonstrates a classic divide and conquer strategy. Get concerned citizens split up and spread out. The fair and food are great distractions and impediments to serious conversations. All stakeholders need to be able to hear what each Jupiter representative says. This is essential for true understanding of what they're doing and planning and then holding them accountable. A job fair can go ahead, but not as a substitute for a town hall type meeting where everyone can hear everything that the Jupiter representatives say and where everyone gets an opportunity to pose questions for all to learn from. And it's not one and done with a public meeting. This should be the first of several town halls. At each, more questions can be asked and answered. It's unrealistic to say that everyone will get all their questions answered at a job fair. It's important the commission recognize that every time Jupiter representatives have changed their public statements, they have created dozens, if not hundreds, of new questions in citizens' minds. Every equivocation has brought a host of new questions and concerns. There is now a need for several town hall type meetings where substantive questions can be asked and then answered fully and truthfully without spin or evasion. Moreover, they need to be held accountable regarding every one of their statements. Jupiter representatives are fully aware that it's almost impossible to hold anyone accountable for anything said in a conversation with one person unless that person is wearing a wire. I'm familiar with how this works. The developer representative says, "I didn't say that. You misunderstood me." Every interested party needs to be able to hear and weigh all the Jupiter representative statements. Also important, town hall type meetings need to include independent experts who set out and explain relevant information that may contrast, expand upon, or provide a different perspective or fuller context to the statements of Jupiter representatives. The commissioners certainly need this kind of information in addition to all other interested members of the public. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. And thank you for your service.
Thank you. Please come on up. Good morning.
My name is Indira Kastner. Hello, commissioners. I especially like to honor Commissioner Chaparro for always standing with us. So, Commissioner Hernandez, I am one of your constituents, and I'm going to go broader since I understand this is not the time to speak on certain issues. So I'm a transplant from out of state. I moved here 5 years ago. I consciously researched where I should live. I declined Arizona and Texas because this state is absolutely affordable, but it's also beautiful. And the area where we particularly live, it's amazing. You have a little bit of Texas if you want to. You can go down to Mexico. It's a great location. However, I do want to say I am what the future looks like. I'm an NMSU student. I'm a social work major. I want to stay in this area and support the community in a profession that is desperately needed in this area. However, there are certain realities in regards to pollution and or financial. And that is something that it doesn't matter what project it is, whether it's an alternative way to use more resources here. We're pretty restricted with our resources. We have our beautiful pecan agriculture. We have our gas, oil business. That all requires water, and it requires other aspects of our environment. And that is what we always need to keep in mind. I don't care what project it is in the future. This is something that my generation and younger, we don't want certain projects in our state. And if there's any chance of a political future for certain commissioners or any individuals, it would be wise to support the future generations' desires to have clean air, clean water, have plenty of resources, not worry about there being limitation on basic necessities. And I know this is an opportunity for certain individuals financially that will benefit from certain projects, but the majority of the people will not. And when something is totally going against what the general population wants, that's kind of the whole point of our representatives, to represent our interests and to represent what we would like for our future. So I support our agricultural future. I think it's beautiful. I think it can be modified, but either way, it's something that I truly enjoy as a transplant. And so I just hope that in the future, people keep that in mind. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Deanne Romero. I'm a constituent of District 4, and I'm here today to talk about the audit, the state audit. First of all, the resolution regarding special audit findings should not be passed until the commissioners discuss issues and give direction to staff. It is that important right now for the commissioners and Doña County to be absolutely open with everybody. The special audit is an absolute example of a dysfunctional county administration. Page 49 of the report, Human Resource Department requesting 8 cadets not be hired due to their psych eval is absolutely illegal. The Sheriff's Department, any police department does psych evaluations before they ever send a cadet to the academy, okay? Overstep of human resource. Page 39, Human Resource with the sheriff department hiring is a prime example of misuse. For instance, the sexual offender registration officer resigned the end of June 2024. That position is still not available. And that's all because of the misdeeds of human resource, not communicating with the sheriff or the sheriff. You know, it's back and forth. This is not drama. It's not a soap opera. This is a county business. You represent the public. Interaction with the county manager, commissioners, and assessor was less responsive and less accessible, and that was page 42 of the report. I don't know why. Recently, last year, the county manager, who just left, filed a lawsuit against the sheriff on February 14th, 2025. But it didn't seem like there was any notification or closed session for the county commissioners to know that there was a lawsuit being filed, although there was a meeting on February 11th. These are some of the examples of misuse. I ask that the county commissioners bring in community members like myself, 13 and a half years of service to my city as a council member and a mayor 4 times. Bring us in. Let us help you, okay? Bring some ethics to what we have right now because it's suffering and the public suffers with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioner members. My name is Adam Valdez. I'm proud to be here today to represent the men and women of organized labor. I do want to say I do appreciate all these people being here today. They're speaking out for something they believe in, and that's what this country's about. But as you all may know by now, I'm here to stand in clear support of Project Jupiter. This project is extremely important to my members who live and raise their families in the southern New Mexico area. Many of these hardworking individuals are currently employed hundreds, even thousands of miles away from their families, their children, their spouses, their elderly parents, their community. Currently, this is something they must do in order to earn a respectable living and attain proper benefits in order to support their loved ones. I support the project. I support the idea of this open house because it creates a platform for real and genuine conversations. It gives residents the opportunity to connect directly with project representatives, ask questions, and learn from people who are closest to the work. Oftentimes, public discussions can be dominated by a handful of voices, while many others who are seeking information and understanding may not have the same opportunity to engage. I have 100 members who would be happy to be here today speaking in favor of this project if they were not currently working out of state previously for my aforementioned reasons. My members want to stay in this area and work close to home and their loved ones. The upcoming open house format has the potential to create a more meaningful and collaborative learning experience where people can have thoughtful conversations, explore information that matters to most of them, and gain a deeper understanding of this project and the uses of the resources involved. For working families, this matters. The people we represent are on the job sites every day, rain, extreme heat, snow, feeding and supporting their families and helping build our communities. When they have questions about a project that could shape the future of this region, they deserve an opportunity to engage in the way that is accessible and meaningful. Project Jupiter has the potential to be a transformational project for our region. One of the biggest questions we hear is about workforce opportunities. I'm here to answer those questions. I'm sure many of my cohorts are as well. People want to know whether these are going to be real and sustainable projects and jobs for local workers and what pathways will exist for the next generation. That's why organized labor is excited about the workforce conversation surrounding this project. Our unions are continually adapting and expanding training programs, apprenticeship, and career pathways to bring more people into skilled trades and prepare the next generation of workers. We see tremendous opportunity to connect local representatives with careers that provide sustainability, purpose, and family-sustaining wages. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair, County Commissioners. My name is Uriel Apodaca. And I am a union representative with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. I am here for the working families who want to build a better future in New Mexico. I understand the concerns about our state's water. I live here. I am concerned too. But let's be clear about the reality we are facing. Data centers have been built for a long time. I know it's because my own career started over a decade ago as a drywall finisher on a large data center project. Back then, we were building the backbone of the internet, and there was nowhere near this level of opposition. But the industry has changed. Today, we are looking at the multi-trillion-dollar artificial intelligence industry. AI is now the global focal point of investment. It is the infrastructure of the future. New Mexico's water crisis is decades old. Project Jupiter did not create it, and stopping it will not solve it. Talking about the crisis does not create one drop of new water. If we want the resources for new reservoirs, critical pipeline repairs, and modern conservation, we need a strong economy to fund them. A healthy, growing economy is the only way we get the capital to solve our water challenges. Critics are still talking about the data centers of 10 years ago. That is not what is being proposed today. Developers have pivoted to prioritize sustainability, drastically reducing greenhouse gas emissions and redesigning their cooling. While older systems were water intensive, Project Jupiter uses a closed loop approach. The initial water fill is 960,000 gallons. That is roughly the amount a single golf course here in Doña County uses in just one night. Once operational, the water usage of this facility will be comparable to that of a standard office building. Now ask yourselves, if we stop Project Jupiter here, does the global demand for AI disappear? No, it doesn't. It simply moves to another state or across the border to Mexico. If it moves to Mexico, we lose all the influence. We lose the investment, we lose the jobs, and most importantly, we lose the oversight. When we push this development away, we lose our ability to assure these facilities are built to our rigorous environmental standards. Environmental responsibility isn't achieved by pushing progress away. It is achieved by holding it to high standards right here at home, where we have the regulatory oversight and the public accountability to make sure it's done right.
That's enough.
The choice isn't whether AI shapes our future. It already is. The choice is whether New Mexico will have the resources to lead that future, or we will simply watch someone else take the investment and do it instead. I respectfully ask for your continued support to Project Jupiter. Thank you.
Thank you. If I continue to hear these outbursts and I hear these, this is not a comedy show, this is a public meeting, I will cease public input. This is not a show for you all. Please, I want to respect public input both for, against, whatever it may be. But these continued sound effects and outbursts is not respecting the speaker. Thank you. Sorry, good morning.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Esperanza. I live in the Mezquita neighborhood in District 1. I'm here on behalf of Youth United for Climate Crisis, YUCCA, and Fight Chihuahuan Desert Extraction, FCDX. YUCCA is a movement of young people from across the state who are dedicated to a livable future beyond extractive economies. FCDX is a group of grassroots local organizers opposing Project Jupiter. For months, your constituents have called for a public meeting to discuss you and the company's accountability and lack of transparency to the people. Your board has a lot of audacity to reschedule this public meeting so last minute to allow these companies to reframe it as a job fair and to completely disregard the community's concerns yet again. Especially now with the latest proposed change to how the companies intend to power the facility, the community's questions and distrust keep mounting. When I and others reached out to Bloom Technologies via email, their response included an offer to send over a non-disclosure agreement, which speaks to the ways that this company does shady business. Scott Andrews, which unfortunately he's not here, and the rest of you that continue to do business with these companies behind non-disclosure agreements, what are you hiding? You may think you are hiding, but we see you for what you show yourselves to be, anti-democratic technocrats who are hungry for unchecked power. It's also important to continue talking about how greenhouse gas emissions from this proposed project continue talking about the emissions from this proposed project. We know NMED has no legal requirements for regulating Project Jupiter's greenhouse gas emissions, which is why they reapplied with very little change to this pollutant. Fuel cell technology proposals are not a sustainable climate solution. They present dangerous heat complications and would still pollute more greenhouse gas emissions than the cities of Albuquerque, Santa Fe, and Las Cruces combined. They also generate dangerous amounts of hazardous waste, which the company has been sued for in the past and have not been tested at this scale. This is not a sustainable proposal for this desert's long-term economic and social well-being. It's an experiment. If you're an audience member listening to this, please urge NMED to reject these air quality permits from Yucca Growth Infrastructure, LLC, and call for a public hearing. FCDX recently hosted a public forum with over 120 concerned people in attendance and wanted to learn more about the risks that this project entails. Instead of letting these companies run another propaganda session next week, you should have actually invested county time and energy towards hosting a robust job fair with more than just these companies, and I urge you to consider that opportunity. If you signed an NDA, I believe you should resign from your position because you don't represent what it means to be a public servant in a democracy. Finally, the data center, along with its pipelines needed to power it. I'm rounding out of time, but I hope that you, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead. Good morning.
Commissioners, hello, I'm Roy G. Dilf. You've seen me before, and you'll definitely see me again. I am a local drag artist here in Doña County. I fear that the words spoken by many individuals at these meetings since September of last year are falling on deaf ears. What we're going to have to do to make it abundantly clear, it does not show or reflect in the community that we do not want this project. We do not want this project. We gave you a meeting with experts and no one showed up. We file in every other week and talk to you for 3 weeks, like 3 minutes each. It's every other week. I see blank stares. I see how your eyes glaze over. I see how this community has not been given the consent to say no to a project of this size. And you already decided our fate. It's yours as well, and I feel like I have no choice in my future. It seems that now you want to blindside the members of the community further by the integrity of what was supposed to be a meeting. The agenda will happen soon, and I do beg of those who have the ability to stay to hear what else they want to peddle to the community and really decide for yourselves. I'm ashamed of those who are in favor of this project, including my county commissioner for District 1. I'm doing my due diligence. I am voting. I'm using my voice. And with that voice, I am doing a digital drag show on the 19th. We are showing support for Juneteenth and showing support for our local community, including those who are being impacted by the ICE raids, those who are needing to get supported for FCDX. This is really important so that we can show our community up and out, because this is pride. I want to be proud of my community. So I'm going to take the last couple seconds and I'm just going to stare at you and take it as a form of rejection. "25 seconds, y'all. Two, one.
Thank you. morning.
Good morning. My name is Annie Erzinghaus. I first want to say thank you, Commissioner Kimball and Chaparro, for being willing to have conversations with us and be transparent. The rest of you, that's been lacking. I'll start with the state audit. It finds serious weaknesses in crucial systems affecting virtually every aspect of county government. The people of Doña deserve a government that operates with integrity and confidence, and the state audit did not find this. Scott Andrews, who was here and is not here now for some reason, is escaping public comment, but I'm reading this from an article. Scott has consistently worked to build a vibrant community, establish a strong sense of place, and most importantly, restore trust through transparency and ethical governance. His leadership style blends strategic thinking with empathy, ensuring that policies and initiatives are not only effective, but are also people-centered. Do you think it was people-centered to cancel the meeting we had been waiting for 3 months that was already delayed? Was that people-centered? Was that transparent? Was that ethical governance? So, Chris, you sit there and you miss public meeting. I've seen you come here after public meeting has started.
Not addressing
and I'll talk to you, Manny. So Chris comes and is late to meeting, and public meeting shows up right after public comment starts. Right, you're gone, Gloria's not here. Gloria had a meeting with us and she explained that when she voted for this project, September 19th, she felt like she was drinking from a water hose and was already overwhelmed with all of the other jobs she had as a commissioner. Why did she say yes to this project? She was clearly not in the place to make a decision, and neither were you. So we watch you. I watch you guys when I'm sitting over here. I watch you fail to even pay attention to your employees of Doña County. You're on your phone, you're looking at your computer, you're receiving your little messages from Scott Andrew on Teams, right? You can't even pay attention to your own employees. We watch you. You are individual. You are singular. We, as you see here behind me and today, we are the community. We are together, we are Doña, and you do not represent us, and you have not represented us with this decision. We don't want a data center. We don't. And we want you to do what you can to stop it. And that is what the community wants. That's what your representatives want. You will never get reelected if you ever want to. I know you don't want to run again. It's because this is what it feels like to be responsible for your actions. This is what it feels like to be responsible for your actions. The impacts of your decisions are so great that you cannot even begin to understand where they reach. That's it.
Thank you. Good morning.
Commission Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mary Martinez-White, and I'm short. Microphone doesn't want to go that short. A recent Gallup survey across the United States shows that 70% of Americans oppose building AI data centers in their local area. So you are facing a tsunami of public outrage about these data centers, but you're not the only leadership across the country that's going through this. I don't necessarily think that AI data centers are a bad thing. However, I do not agree with placing them in southern Doña County in New Mexico, because we are already a water-starved region, and parts of our region are in non-attainment zones, meaning that our air is already badly polluted. As we make decisions, safety first should be our guiding principle, especially safety first for our children. I'd like to provide you with some information that may or may not be new information. If it is new information, just like with the scientific process, you state a hypothesis. Once new information is provided, the hypothesis may change, okay? So I hope that this may be new information for you to put into your calculus of decision making. So safety first, and especially for our children. Regarding air, we know that safe air is air that you can't smell or see, but in our valley, we see the air blocking out the Organ Mountains. We see the plume that hangs low in our valley. That's the air that is low enough for us to breathe, for you to breathe, for our children to breathe. And that's the worst part, because our children breathing that bad air, their little lungs are still developing, and so they breathe in many more times than we do per second. So it impacts them far greater than it impacts you and I. Asthma is one of the most common chronic diseases in New Mexico, according to the New Mexico Department of Health. Between the years 2000 and 2017, the number of adult New Mexicans suffering from asthma jumped 40%. 40%, and that's back in 2017. It's worse now, and that's before an AI data center. We're already in an attainment zone. Air, fresh water, and pollutants enters the lungs. It goes into the bloodstream. Experts link air pollution like ours to adverse health effects, including asthma, birth deformities, cardiovascular disease, and even childhood cancer. So please calculate that in. Thank you kindly.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Charlotte Lipson. I'm here to remind you that your responsibility is to your constituents and not to out-of-state billionaires or to a soon-to-be-gone governor. A reliable source has told me that each of you in office last year were beguiled and flattered by a call from the governor urging you to accept the Jupiter IRB, which you did bypassing your constituents. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'll introduce myself in a moment. I want to begin by addressing what seems to be your top priority, with my assurance that I'll save all my big, scary criticisms of Project Jupiter for later in the day when there's less people here to hear it, because I know how important that is to you all. With the time that I have now, I'll tell you a little more about myself and why I am here today. So my name is Dylan Ray, and I have lived here for the last 12 years now. What you might hear when I say that is that I am not from here. However, that 12 years is the longest I have lived anywhere on this earth, so make no mistake, this is my home. When I show up here, as I plan to do again, given the behavior of this board, it is to protect my home. And it will continue to be that brings me here. So when you see me, know that you are failing to protect my home. When people ask me what keeps me rooted in this place of all places, my answer is always the same. It is this community. I have seen people come together here in Doña Ana County to care for one another in ways that I could not have imagined before living here. It is a care that promises to build a better world, not only for the people who are here right now acting selfishly, but for the people who will inherit this place when we are all gone, because that is how humanity endures in a good way. As I mentioned, that care that I am talking about, I see in this building today, and I also see the board's resistance to it, which is a huge disappointment to say the least. And as I mentioned before, I'll be saying more later, but for now, suffice it to say that once again, I am here to remind you that you all should carry the shame for the way that you have failed this community, and any of you still dodging the accountability for that shame and that failure should bring a letter of resignation to your next shift at work. Thank you.
I'm sorry, you need, ma'am. Dylan, I just for clarity, there's not going to be public input during the discussion on presentation. So if you had to say anything, it was going to be here during public input.
Okay, I'll be back when you submit. We don't get to make, you told people not to make comments about Project Jupiter now because there will be time later. Is that not accurate?
No, it was the opposite. There's not going to be public input under a discussion item because it's not up for action. So that's why I was encouraging people, if they had to speak about Project Jupiter, to do it during public input.
Okay, I think I had about 50 seconds left, so I'll say that I think that.
And if you don't mind, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem, sorry.
Sorry, thank you.
I'll take my 50 remaining seconds to say that, as the rest of the community has let you know, the proposed event on the 17th is nothing that we've been asking for. The meeting that we have asked for would make clear one of two things: that you all made this decision without any accurate or insufficient information, or that 8 months later, after all of us showing up, lots of people more so than I have, to make sure that your job is done more than you care to do it, you still don't have the information you need to see the massive risk that this poses to our community. So it makes no difference to me. It makes perfect sense why you wouldn't want that meeting to occur, because regardless of which of those two is true, you have failed this community, as I mentioned, and you should be ashamed of that.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you for your patience. I appreciate you.
No problem. Good morning, Commissioners. I would like to remind each and every one of you that you are elected to serve the best interests of Doña Ana County residents. As a resident, I'm concerned about any project in Doña Ana County that affects our water use. Doña Ana is an agricultural county, and at the present time, we don't have enough water to support the agriculture in Doña Ana County. And yet, you are supporting a project that will demand a tremendous amount of additional water. This is disgraceful. In doing this, you are not serving the best interests of the residents of Doña Ana County, and you are making it more difficult for farmers to run their businesses. You are putting slick presentations by huge corporations and empty promises ahead of the needs of the residents you were elected to serve. In addition to the stresses you are putting on our water resources, we're also facing additional increases in our electricity rates due to the project's huge demand for electricity. I was told, Commissioner Sanchez, by you that our electricity costs would not increase, but I have received a proposal from El Paso Electric in which they are asking for rate increases that ultimately will be more than double our current rates. This is beyond the resources of many of our residents, and again, is not in the best interests of the people of Doña Ana County. Project Jupiter should be shut down immediately. You need to find the backbone to stand up to corporate propaganda and say no. My husband has been communicating with you for several weeks and has asked Commissioner Sanchez repeatedly for the research that you say that you have done, and has so far received absolutely nothing. He has responded with all sorts of research that he has done, and you have not taken that into account. The people of Doña Ana County have asked over and over for a meeting at which we can voice our concerns about this project, and every meeting has been canceled. Now you want to turn the promised meeting into a job fair, again, to avoid hearing from your constituents. Again, this is disgraceful. If you're not willing to work for the best interests of the residents of Doña Ana County, and instead are willing to be swayed by money and slick presentations, then you have no business being commissioners, and you should resign immediately.
And your name, please. Your name. You didn't state your name for the record.
Oh, I'm Colleen Brokey.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Abby Keffer. I'm greatly concerned about our water supply because of the data center. During the People's Forums, in regards to Project Jupiter, a state water resource officer reminded us that the Rio Grande River is bankrupt. It's not a water crisis because the state of the Rio Grande is far worse. Bankruptcy, meaning it will never go back to how it was, ever. So we have to be so careful on how we use it and conserve as to what is left. But here we are, allowing Project Jupiter to drain and exacerbate the issue. Project Jupiter announced that they are planning to only use about 20,000 gallons a day. However, According to Project Jupiter's legal documents, they are technically allowed to pump 2 million gallons of water a day. Yup, legally, that's what they can do. And if they were truly set on fulfilling their promise for 20,000 gallons per day limit, then their legal document should reflect that, not the 2 million. We cannot let the industry regulate itself because they will always care more about profits than our well-being. It is up to our commissioners to regulate Project Jupiter, so please do your jobs. In the end, the community had questions. Someone asked, "I'm only 18, I'm scared, is there hope?" I think majority of people can relate to this sentiment. We do have hope. Daisy Maldonado, who is a county commissioner candidate for District 1 and is fiercely against the data center, just won her primary. Commissioners, that should show you how much the community opposes Project Jupiter. It's up to your political will to end the contracts. The amount of litigation does not matter when our precious water is on the line. We have to shut down Project Jupiter and revoke the IRB contract. For the individuals who support Project Jupiter because of the job opportunities, let me say this. You want good paying local jobs that will let you stay in this area and support your families. But what will you and your families do when the air is polluted, the water is gone, and the electrical bill goes up? Would it have been all worth it? There are other job opportunities, and it starts with the commissioners. Union workers, you should be demanding for responsible local infrastructure development. Project Jupiter sees you and all of us as mice, and they're asking you to build a giant mousetrap. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Sanchez and rest of the commission. My name is Alberto del Campo. I am an organizer with the New Mexico Dream Team. I am a student at NMSU. I love the state of New Mexico. I live here. I plan on growing up here, and I plan for my family to grow up here. I want to raise my children here. This is your job. You're being paid to be here. Actually, let me word this better because it seems like some of you think that you're just paid for just being here. Your job that you signed up for is to represent us, your constituents, by regulating them, the industries. I have heard many informed, passionate members of this community show up here and speak truth to you. And you simply sit there and stare. Some of you even have the audacity to feel disrespected when confronted by the emotions shown here by your community. If you're part of the overwhelming majority that is the working class in this country, you know that we're living through an era of scarcity. We feel this every day as we see the cost of groceries, gas, and other goods rise with no regulation. Majority of us are renters who live paycheck to paycheck as cost of living spikes. Sam Altman has been quoted to state that he intends to see AI as a utility. This is something that is informed by our artists, our researchers, our people, our voices, and is trying to be packaged and sold back to us. This sense of scarcity is not actually real. It is a manufactured illusion enforced upon us by the billionaire class, the very same people you all continue to remain loyal to as they hoard our resources. It is embarrassing, it is insulting, and most importantly, it is disrespectful. We are not paid for the time we waste here speaking at you. We are not tricked by billionaires of the likes of Sam Altman and Larry Ellison. We know that they're not the solution to any of our problems regarding water, air quality, or employment. They are not here to provide us with any opportunities. Our land, our water, our air, our expertise, and our labor is the opportunity that they are seeking to exploit and profit off. To the union workers, I hear your concerns. Workers should have the freedom to dignified labor, to be paid enough to look after their families without having to distance themselves from them. These jobs are temporary. To speak about Project Jupiter as the only opportunity to better the material conditions of our workers is simply wrong. Our fight against these billionaires is a fight for workers. They are here to exploit us, not uplift us. Workers, we need your labor, not to sacrifice our morals and our environment, but to have better infrastructure, affordable housing, water treatment facilities, Initiatives led by us and for us. With your continued loyalty to Project Jupiter and lack of transparency, you have proven yourself unfit for office. The consequences of your inaction will echo for generations. Either revoke the IRB or resign and leave space for other leaders with an actual moral backbone to step in. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, County Commissioner Chair Sanchez, Commissioners Kimball, Chaparro, and Salcho Hernandez. My name is Terry Miller. My husband and I moved to Doña County in June 1972. And for the past 54 years, we have raised our sons here, had our careers here, and are now enjoying our retirement here. We are truly invested in this county that has been our home for most of our lives, and that's why I'm here today. It is human nature to seek answers when we have questions about something we do not understand. And that's what we are all looking for when we ask you questions about Project Jupiter. And your answers are what we, your constituents, deserve. After the public meeting at Brannigan Library in late May, we were told we would have an opportunity to ask our county commissioners and Project Jupiter representatives questions about the data center installation. This meeting was scheduled for Thursday, June 18th, here at the county building. Then just recently, we learned the question and answer meeting had been changed to an event in Sunland Park on the 17th. I do agree it is important to hold an event where Project Jupiter is based to give residents who actually live near the installation an opportunity to learn more about it. But I think we can all agree that is not even close to a satisfactory way for the rest of us residents of Doña County to get our questions answered. So my request is to the county commissioners for you to please honor your commitment to serve your constituents by giving us the opportunity to submit our questions to you in writing by the end of this week, and then post our questions on the county website. Then reinstate the original public meeting at the county building to give us the answers to the questions we submitted, and then post your answers on the website for every one of us in the county to see. I realize this will not resolve all of our issues and concerns, but it is a way to begin the open dialogue we are looking for. We are all in this together, and when we work together, we get things done. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Anastasia Walhoft. I lived in District 5. I am coming here today, and I've been wondering if county commissioners, if you would have voted the same way you did back in September 19th to approve those IRBs, knowing what you know now, having experienced everything that you've experienced since then. Do you think you could have saved yourself some stress and grief if you had made the process more open, taken the time to invite in the public, maybe hear about from health experts, from union workers, from the general public, from electrical engineers who could have used this as an opportunity for renewables, or maybe just members of the public who had a lot of concerns? Would that have changed how you would have voted on September 19th? Rather than hiding behind non-disclosure agreements and closed sessions, maybe you would have voted how your constituents wanted you to vote. Shannon Reynolds just came in third in his primary after a very challenging campaign. I'm sure that was very difficult for him to have to constantly apologize for his vote on September 19th on the campaign trail. I am sure that future will await you all if you all decide to continue to run. The only way to attempt to repair the relationship that you all have with your constituents is to acknowledge this wrongdoing and to work to prevent any other future county commissioner from making the same mistake. The tools using non-disclosure agreements, closed sessions, hiding, and lack of transparency, these are tools to isolate yourselves from your constituents. I call on the county commission to ban the use of non-disclosure agreements for county business. NDAs are a shield that separate elected officials from voters. I also call on you to fire Scott Andrews, this county manager, for signing the NDA about Project Jupiter, and also for his bad judgment, which has ultimately caused so much unrest and distrust in our community. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dave Mooney, represented by Chair Sanchez. There are other parts of the country that are much better suited for data centers. But there is a reason why Project Jupiter is here, and it's because they think they can take advantage of us. And unfortunately, so far it seems like they've been right. We desperately need a county manager that will represent the needs of the community, not out-of-state corporations. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Haber. I was here a couple weeks ago and had a meltdown, and I couldn't keep my hands straight, so I have cards now. What I've been doing this weekend, I spent a lot of time on YouTube researching AI, and I learned a lot from a lot of different speakers on there. One in particular, I listened to her be interviewed by 3 different people. From that, I learned that there's something called an AGI, is what they want to use these mega centers for. And they are to create artificial general intelligence, which is going to work on replacing white-collar jobs, lower-level white-collar jobs, not assisting them. So this is something I think we need to look into more. But I want to take a minute and mention her book. And the author's name is Karen Ho, H-A-O. The name of the book, Empire at AI. Subtitle, Dreams and Nightmares. There was a statement she made in here I really liked. The empire of AI is engaged in the same overt violence and brutality that marked our history. But they seize and extract precious resources to feed their vision of artificial intelligence. The work of artists, writers, the data of countless individuals posting about their experiences and their observances online, and energy and water required to house and run massive data centers and supercomputers. She also made a statement that we feel the loss of agency to determine our own futures. AI is threatening our democracy.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Lenny Dupas Maldonado. I'm 19 years old, and I've been living in Las Cruces my entire life. I'll be starting my first year of college in 2 months at NMSU. So I'll be here for at least 4 more years, but I plan to continue living here after graduation. I really wish that more of my peers could be here today, but unfortunately, there's a lot of young people who do not participate in democracy because they can confidently say their voices have no power in politics, in our local politics. And I really can't argue with them, because you proved as much when you approved the IRB, and you're proving it now again, giving the companies a bigger voice than the people. I might be the youngest member, the youngest activist in FCDX, but I'm far from the youngest person watching you guys, watching what's happening. We're watching exactly our democracy fall apart before us and our voices be taken away. And so, I guess just to end it off, the youth is the future, which is true. Well, the future is looking down on you, except you, Commissioner Chaparro. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Christine Dobbin, and I'm from an unincorporated area in Anthony near La Union. For my entire childhood, our tap water had dangerous amounts of arsenic, so my sisters and I drank plastic water bottles my family had to buy from the store every week. Eventually, it was the federal government, with some help from the state, none from you, who treated our water so other kids could have a better future than me. We had houses burned down waiting, but fire crews never came. They weren't dispatched at all or in time to save lives. We get an F every year. Our air is so polluted. This year, we're 14th in the nation for dirtiest air. There was no way for me to know there was a county government all the way up here that was supposed to be protecting us. Naturally, I wanted to leave as fast as I could, so I did. I got far out of here. I studied ecology. I even went to medical school before I realized I had to come back, because running away from your problems doesn't make them disappear. While finishing my master's at public health at NMSU, I came to you and helped you pass a civic health proclamation in August 2025. Manny, you said our communities flourish when every individual has a voice in the decisions that impact their lives. And we believe in this so much that the very center of our vital conditions is belonging and civic muscle. Whether they speak English or Spanish, live in Las Cruces or any part of the county, it's important they get involved. But within the next month, you not only suppressed, but ignored the strongest show of community civic muscle I've ever seen in my lifetime. Data centers used to be the size of tiny closets. Now they're destroying acres of ranch land, taking our water to cool down machines, while every single summer, someone in our county dies because they can't afford air conditioning. Do you think we weren't smart enough to realize that this is a generational disaster? Do you think 20% of New Mexico workers is good enough? It should be 100%, but actually not, because Jupiter is acting like using arsenic-contaminated water for dust control around those workers from Montana and Texas is safe, even though they're not using any personal protective equipment. Do you just not care that they're gonna get cancer once these corporations leave town? Is that arsenic dust blowing into your backyard? Because it's blowing into mine, a few miles away. Thank you, Chaparro. Who knew listening to your constituents would be so unpopular these days? The county owns this project. It is up to you and you alone to cancel this IRB. The rest of you should have resigned after you made that vote on September 19th, when you turned your back on the people who put you here. We need leaders who don't shrink and become puppets under pressure. Step down immediately. Until you do, you'll have nothing, and I mean nothing to be proud of.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Lon, and frankly, I'm just about done with this. I'm done with this fake dialogue. I'll remind our community that residents held an education forum with non-party professionals at the Brannigan Library 2 Sundays ago. This effort exemplifies actual representation and government by the people. By the way, you can still access the recorded stream of this presentation of peer-reviewed expertise at the YouTube channel of Annie Ersinghaus, where you can also view footage of ongoing progress at the construction site under the series titled Jupiter Watch. We trust community for information on AI and its harm, its ties to surveillance, and by extension, mass incarceration. Do we think we can trust the industry players, OpenAI, Oracle, Stack, and Bloom, who would directly financially benefit from increasing border militarization, increased utility rates, and water scarcity? What does the leadership of these companies care that our air will be slowly poisoned, heat islands expanded, and untold environmental degradation? They don't live here. This is a deadly escalation of the climate crisis affecting our region and a depraved spiral into fascism plaguing our border region. So thank you very much for that. To be sure, we do want jobs. Jobs should create infrastructure, though, space and relationships, support for the community, because community is the economy. Our environment is our economy, not surveillance, not over-policing, not incarceration. It's traditional ecological knowledge. It's public services. It's in public health. Taxpayers invest in these things because we know that it'll benefit us. Human jobs being done by humans. Stop playing into the corporate infinite downsizing and independent contractifying of our meaningful jobs in every industry. Fucking stop. You guys are fucking fools. I'm done. Yeah! We demand your resignation. Manny Sanchez, Chris Shaljo, Gloria Gameros, how absolutely goddamn dare you occupy those seats still? Yes, sir! The commissioners who replace you should explore the legal way to withdraw from the IRB contract with Stack and Borderplex. The people of this county are done with this shit. You're done. You no longer have the respect of the people who work and survive here, okay? And furthermore, the job fair that you let the company host in Santa Teresa is a farce. We want you guys owe us that fucking meeting still.
You need to watch your language.
I'm gonna keep talking. I'm gonna take 30 more seconds.
Please. Thank you.
You owe us that meeting, excuse me. And you are no longer deserving of our respect. Thank you. Thank you, Chris Shaljo, for not having fallen asleep yet. Manny, you're a real Olympian up there. Scott Andrews, you're a real devil.
I'm sorry, sir, you're done, please.
Thank you very much. My mic is still on, isn't it? Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hello, Liz Bennett, Public Health Social Worker, resident of District 5. I want to start by thanking Commissioner Chaparro for being a real one, for being a person of conscience and integrity, refusing to back down in the interests of serving the people. I also want to express my deep disappointment and absolute disillusionment and dismay with each of you on this commission who continue to support Project Jupiter. Shame on any of you who have not done your research since that rushed, secretive, and ignorant vote last year. Today, the conversation on the harmful impact of the hundreds of existing data centers across the country is almost unavoidable. There's growing concern, evidence, and documentation of how emissions contribute to respiratory and heart disease and climate change, how the noise is enough to rob residents of their sanity, how data centers are blowing past regulations to guzzle down water, and how the cost and consumption of electricity goes up and up and up and up. Miles and miles of natural habitat destroyed by sprawling and soon-to-be obsolete infrastructure. And you're telling us that an undetermined and unguaranteed number of temporary jobs is worth the immediate and long-term irreconcilable harm to our health and our habitat. It's like being handed a glass of water by the person responsible for burning your house down. When you consider the facts and listen to the lived experience of the people grappling with the data centers popping up across the country, it is obvious that the risks far outweigh the mirage of benefit. So I would really like to know why you support this. The only conclusion that I can come to is that you are either too cowardly to face the reality of the consequences of your decisions, or that you are so callous that you are willing to further sacrifice those already living on the margins for a bag of inflated promises, both of which make you unfit for office. Our county is currently playing into the hands of monopolistic techno-billionaires riding high off the AI bubble, buying off poor rural communities with fantasy tax math hidden behind disclosure agreements. But it's not too late. It's not too late to open your eyes to the writing on the wall, to let the truth of the moment settle into your hearts and minds and bones. Please govern as if you care about the people and place you represent. Please recognize that we don't have to willingly walk into our own demise. We are in a closing window of opportunity to protect the sanctity of our home and all who live here. So please act accordingly or resign.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Chad Getz. I'm representing the Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce, as well as a business owner in Las Cruces and Doña County. As a chamber, we do have lots of members that are for and against this project. So we're not here to tell you you're doing a bad job. We're not here to tell you you're doing a good job. What we are here to ask is for you to please come forward with an open mind and listen. And not listen to react, but listen to educate yourselves on what's going on, for or against, whichever you decide. I don't envy you in any way. I would never say that all of you are doing a horrible job. I would never say that you're doing a perfect job. We know that that doesn't happen. What I am saying is we've got to do the best that we can do for our community. Whether you feel that's for or against, that's what you were elected for. Please take your time and listen to both sides. Throughout this entire process, I've heard wide ranges of facts and what is right and what isn't right, and you know, the water usage and salinated water and all these different things. And I think that an open forum is a good thing. I think, you know, to be able to go and have this job forum and this open house is great. Personally, I feel that you learn a whole lot more about a person whenever they're not in the spotlight and they're not putting on a show. You can find the true character of somebody whenever they don't think anyone's watching. That's huge. So figure that out. But I also agree that you do need to have a forum where you can bring everybody together to ask questions. It's tough because those can be canned answers. Those can be canned questions that can be rebutted. And that's where I need you to listen in order to learn, not listen to rebut. Because we have a big problem in our community, in our world now, where we always think that we're right, no matter what. And if you listen to learn instead of listen to react, that makes a huge difference. So that's my request of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Commissioner. My name is Jessica Lynn Robles. I'm with Movida, but today I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Beth Williams, the bridge of Southern New Mexico. And if there's time, I'll say my piece. Chairwoman, commissioners, and county staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Beth Williams, President and CEO of the Bridge of Southern New Mexico. I would like to express our support for Project Jupiter and the jobs and economic opportunities this project will bring to Doña County in Southern New Mexico. At the bridge, our mission is to connect education, workforce development, industry, so that local residents, especially young people, and those who have become disengaged from traditional educational career pathways, can access meaningful opportunities for employment and advancement. Project Jupiter will create exactly this type of opportunity for our community needs. Beyond the direct impact, Project Jupiter represents an investment in people. It creates pathways for the workforce development, skills, training, career advancement, and long-term economic mobility for residents. Throughout our region, these opportunities help ensure our student and workforce can build successful careers without having to leave Southern New Mexico. As we work with the local schools, employers, workforce agencies, and training providers, we consistently hear that the need for quality jobs that allow these individuals to apply their skills and continue their education. Project Jupiter helps strengthen that ecosystem and sends positive message to Doña County as committed to investing in its future workforce. We also recognize and appreciate the County Commission's leadership in supporting responsible economic development initiatives to create these jobs, attract investments, and expand opportunities for residents. Your continued commitment to fostering growth and workforce development is critical to the long-term success of our region. On behalf of the Bridge of Southern New Mexico, I respectfully encourage your support in Project Jupiter, and thank you for your service to our community. Thank you for your time and consideration. My name is Jessica Lynn Robles. I live here in Las Cruces. In my role, I'm with Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance, and I work with the existing businesses here. And as you can imagine, the existing businesses here, major concern is workforce development. Within the programs that we've created, I was able to attend yesterday a camp that we put on for STEM, and it was filled with students, recent graduates and high school students, who are excited about these jobs, and they're pursuing the certifications and skill sets needed to do them, and a majority of them would like to stay here. Thank you for your support of the project, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Hold on a second. I don't know if at this point I need to just empty this side of the room where I hear the noise coming from, because this is getting a little ridiculous of why, I've tried to be respectful, trying to allow speakers, whether for or against, but you all continue to disrupt. Let's see, I don't know, security, can we clear this side and we'll take a 5-minute recess. And then we'll continue after where we're at. It is 10:37. We'll get back to 47. Like I said since the beginning of this, is that I understand this is your opportunity to speak. And I want to allow and give deference to that and give the respect for people taking the time to come speak, especially those, I get, there's those that are opposed. And I absolutely appreciate you participating. what I want to make sure is that the voices either for or against both are respected in this space. Because, you know, whether we agree or not, I want to make sure that people have their chance to speak. And so with that, I just want, like I said, that's where my ask is from. I get that people are passionate about this. And so please just understand that is where I'm coming from. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for your patience.
Good morning. My name is Sarai Guerrero. I am a lifelong resident of Las Cruces, New Mexico. And I'm going to tell you about the last time that I was in this building, which was in, I believe, March 22nd? No, I think about a week before that, in 2022. And where I was disappointed for the first time by the county, the second time being when the IRB was approved. And that was when I came here as a survivor of sexual assault. I was doing my services through La Piñon, and I went through 6 different prosecutors before my trial happened. And when that happened, all of the officials that were supposed to be there for me did not listen to me. And what ended up happening is my abuser fled the country. And that sucked. That sucked for various different ways. And I say that because I think when I hear all of this talk about consent being removed, when I hear people saying that they are not being seen or heard, that touches me. It touches me in a way that is scary. It's not fun. And, you know, yesterday I went tubing with some of my friends down the Rio Grande, and that was one of the most beautiful experiences of my life. I think about how we laughed and, you know, floated down the river, and we saw the beautiful, you know, trees and the ducks, and sure, like the mosquitoes and the flies, but like it was still beautiful. And I think about how wonderful it was to be in community and how it's been to be in community with these people that I am in this work with. And I think about the implications of Project Jupiter, because I don't plan on leaving this city. I don't plan on leaving this county. If I could die here, I would. And so when I see, you know, people who have way more money than I probably ever will in my lifetime make these decisions for me and, you know, my friends and my family and my mother who quite literally doesn't want to leave, it makes me really sad, because she should have the freedom and I should have the freedom to stay in this county and not be pushed out by corporations that think that, you know, these aquifers are, you know, like that's their whole jam. And I don't know. I really hope. I think you can figure that one out. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Thank you for your discussion.
Thank you. I think I'm still Peter Goodman. I can't claim to be 17 like one of the speakers, but I probably will die here. Hope so, eventually. Thank you for your patience with us. And I respect you. I do, frankly, have questions about whether you deserve that respect based on what's happened with this project. I'm not saying you don't, but I'm saying it's a fair question for everybody to ask. But I want to address primarily, and I thought Lynn Moorer did a great job on this. I think it's fine for you know, Jupiter to have a job fair and a dog and pony show, whatever they want to do. But we've asked our county commissioners for a meaningful town hall type meeting where when they say things, they can be pressed on those things and we can hear from experts who know more than I certainly do, or you do probably, about these things. Why is that so important? Let's use a little logic here. It's important because when they speak publicly, they say stupid things. That sounds extreme, perhaps, but Charlotte sent an ad around that they had in the Journal that said, if you believe in protecting the air, you believe in Jupiter. And I understand that reasonable people, including the guy behind me, whom I hope everybody will applaud when he finishes, believe that the air pollution and the contribution to greenhouse gases that's equivalent to Las Cruces plus Albuquerque is worth it, that the good things that this project's going to give them make it okay. But nobody seriously could say that doing that adding Cruces and Albuquerque to what Cruces and Albuquerque already do to our environment would be protecting our environment. And they had a column in the Bulletin the other day where they said, this is non-potable water. That's stupid too to anybody who thinks about it, anybody who lives around here for any length of time. That's like saying 16-year-olds aren't interested to me as a politician because they can't vote. Non-potable water is talking about a moment in that water's existence, and it depends on what happens next. And the real question is, what's the connection with is it in the same hydrological system? And if it is, it's important whether it's potable or non-potable at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. It's still morning, right? Yeah, I'm the guy behind Peter Goodman, Jim Hurst. I'm a member of many political groups, and I'm speaking only for myself. Yes, I support Project Jupiter. I support Project Jupiter because of the economic development and because of its contribution to our tax base. $18 million a year is a lot of money. It'll be 5% of our overall tax base. $50 million contributed to the Southern County to fix the water problems there means that it's possible to fix the water problems there. Concerning water, we use 400 million gallons a day in Donna Ana County. If Jupiter uses 1 million gallons a day, it will be 0.25% of our water. That's worth it for 5% of our tax base. Agriculture contributes relatively little in terms of revenue to this county. It consumes enormous amounts of water. So consider the airline industry. The airline industry is essential to our economy. It pollutes a hell of a lot. It takes jobs. There'd be more jobs transporting people by train and other modes than by airline. The point is, we allow airlines to disturb our environment because we consider their contribution to our economy worth it. How come IT can't get the same access to resources, environmental resources, as every other industry? IT is about 15–20% of our economy right now. Its share will only grow. It's not using 15 or 20% of our environmental resources. Do we want technology or not? If we want technology, we will have to make sacrifices for it. It's just that simple. We live in a technical age. Our national security depends on it. No one can watch what's happening in Ukraine without valuing technology. Technology is keeping the Ukrainians free, or as free as they are. I'm a student of history. World War II was won because the United States had superior industrial development. That's why we won the war. The new war is technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner, Commission. It's been a while. Last time I spoke in Spanish, this time I'll do it in English. Maybe this time they'll understand. First of all, my name is Jose Ibarra. I am here as a resident. I'm no longer an employee of Borderplex Digital or any of the Jupiter entities. But I'm still here as a supporter. I'm a supporter of the economic development and jobs that come along with Project Jupiter. I support the upcoming meeting and the job fair. And let me tell the opposition, you don't like the format, you don't have to be there, because this meeting is for the people that are actually being impacted, not for Las Cruces. I look around and all I see community, I see them getting together, but I see hypocrisy. Hypocrisy because I didn't see this opposition fighting Meta when they took all those millions of gallons over to Texas. Where were they? They're so concerned about our resources, they're so concerned about water. I didn't see them over there. I didn't see them in Chaparral, not once fighting Meta. This looks more like a personal vendetta against Jupiter. Why? Who knows? Maybe it's because the economic development for the first time is going down south. It's not coming to Cruces. For the first time, we are being considered. What I see a bunch of white people pushing on a brown community. My community, that's what I see. I haven't heard anybody saying, I'm from Sunland Park or Santa Teresa. I grew up there. I grew up there with hunger. I grew up there with cold days. Why? Because of lack of economic. And when these people come and create this type of blockage, they're blocking a bunch of kids, including my 2 boys, who I have custody of. I am a single father. How many parents can say that here in New Mexico or anywhere else? And I have to provide for them. This is a lack of economic development by a blockage of white people from Las Cruces. I'm not gonna make you stare at me, or I'm not gonna stare at you, Commissioner Sanchez or Commission. I want them to stare at me. I want them to stare at me for the remaining of the time, to look at this brown guy that was once a brown little boy that went through hunger, that went through cold days, because there are kids like that right now going through that in one of the cities that is under the poverty line because of lack of economic development. So go ahead, judge me. Please, do it.
I'm right next to Santa Teresa, just so you know. I'm Hispanic. We've been here before New Mexico as a state. Please don't look at me and judge me. Our well
Thank you.
is
That's
dry, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Please look at me. Look at me.
You don't represent us.
That's enough.
You are not
Thank you, sir.
And to quote Commissioner Dr. Hernandez. Thank you.
Good morning.
Just go now.
Yeah, you can go ahead, start.
I haven't done this in a while. Okay, so my name is Dawn Franco. Shout out to the security guards. Thanks for representing the public. That was awesome. And then, so just a little bit about myself. I am a New Mexican. My family has been in New Mexico for generations. My great-grandma is Native American. My dad is a first-generation American. So just a little background about me, because there's kind of some stuff going on with that. Recently, I was terminated from my job because earlier this year, I pursued my own business through a real estate license because the economic development here is so unstable that I was like, I need to take initiative and create a future for myself. And then I found a really wonderful job and they disagreed with that. It's okay, we've parted ways. I understand there's like a job fair next week. And as a community member, I won't be going. I'd rather live in my car. I don't know how I'm gonna pay rent for July. But that is how opposed to Project Jupiter I am. There is no amount of desperation that will get me to consider working for that company. Additionally, if you don't know much about AI and the way they hire and create jobs, basically Meta had tens of thousands of layoffs last year and this year alone. These jobs are unstable, underpaid, and replaceable. So this economic development that they're promising you is gonna be very finicky and flaky. I wouldn't be like, oh, that's gonna solve the issue. That's really silly. 5% of taxpayer money is outlandish for something that will pollute and harm our waters. As a New Mexican resident, I'm here to protect the animals and the environment as well as my community. completely unacceptable that we would consider this project, sign NDAs, and approve it. I feel very like, sorry, I'm like really nervous, trying to calm down. I feel a little betrayed as a community member. You know, obviously you tried to just remove half the community for onomatopoeia, you know, silly things. Adults will move on, it's okay. But yeah, another thing about AI you probably don't know is AI is actually everywhere. There are businesses with security cameras that have AI that monitor the employees. You know, how fast they can make a latte, how many orders per hour they take, how many orders they make mistakes on. And what this does is this creates a surveillance state, obviously, which, you know, whatever happened to freedom. And secondly, is it creates inhuman conditions so that people are fired and replaced by AI. How many jobs we've lost to AI already? Like probably tens of thousands. But you are literally allowing a data center to come into here and take more jobs, and you're like under this impression it's gonna make jobs and economic development. And that is just like really silly. Please just like really reconsider this whole thing, please. So yeah, that's all, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Davin Lopez. I'm CEO and president of Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance. We are an organization with about 100+ private sector members, local companies that support our mission of growth, job creation, and opportunity. In my circles that I walk around every day, I hear a lot of positive comments about Jupiter, and I hear a lot of what you're not hearing every day is those that are supporting the project, supporting your decision, and want to move forward with economic development in a bold way. I'm here not to tell you why we're defending Project Jupiter, why we support it, but I've done this in the past. I do want to talk about some of the economic impacts that you might not be hearing about, however. And this is not all comprehensive. This is just the types of impacts that we see in terms of our line of work on a daily basis. But since the decision was made in September, and this is really since January, 5 new company locates have gone into the Santa Teresa area directly because of Project Jupiter, representing over 520,000 square feet of vacant space that has been absorbed up there. That's almost 10% of the entire industrial base. For that to happen in just a few months is huge. And this is happening without incentives. It's happening because demand is being created, because Doña County is finally being recognized as a place where business and growth can finally take place and happen. For those who don't know, many of us have been working on the Santa Teresa area for years, myself almost 20 years. There's people beyond me, 30, 40 years working on that. It's finally due that time of growth. Some other things that are happening is 3 companies that we know of, existing companies in Santa Teresa, are now part of the data center integrated supply chain on a national level. One of those companies has been a resident of Santa Teresa for almost 30 years, so it's an opportunity for local businesses to grow and thrive. On our side with business recruitment, since the decision was made in September, we have seen a 68% increase in interest by manufacturers over the last 8 months compared to the same 8 months the prior year. And that has directly to do with the fact that Jupiter has put you on the radar as a place we can do business. And then finally, we're on track, hopefully, you know, if things can happen, we're on track to close about 3 new businesses, both in Las Cruces and Santa Teresa, that are directly related to the manufacturing supply chain of what data centers bring. So there is economic opportunity, and it's happening in a fast way. So on behalf of Mavita, and you don't hear this often, but I want to thank you for your leadership in economic development. It is long overdue, it is needed, and that is the future of our opportunity, prosperity for our kids going forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, council. My name is Jay Hill. I'm an area real estate agent and lifelong farmer here in southern New Mexico. And there is a common thread, even though it's been loud in this room today, but everybody wants change. We're all passionate about seeing a future that is brighter for those that come behind us. And right now, I don't envy you in the amount of pressure and the burden that's put on your back, but at the same time, one thing that we need to think about is, what are we going to leave behind us? On one hand, we have an environmental impact regardless of what you want to say in opposition or in trying to support this project, there will be changes that will impact our environment. At the same time, there will be impacts that will help our communities. And in doing so, it is one of those things that as a farmer, I've always wondered about how much water do I use? Am I doing the right thing by growing a certain crop at a certain year? And what is the economic output of that? There was a gentleman before me that spoke about what agriculture brings back to Doña County. And while we have a long heritage of growing some amazing things here, it does not provide much for water systems in Sunland Park. It does not do much for community centers in Barino or Chambarino. So with that being said, my position behind Project Jupiter is that we must explore and we must support things like this that are going to bring enough funding back that we can make change happen. As everybody in this room wants something better, the best thing that we can do is be able to hold y'all accountable to make sure that the funds that come to this county are utilized in a positive way that impact everybody here for the better. For too long, we've sat up here and we've heard people say that we're getting left behind because of what's happening in Texas. And when you hit the state line and you see the industrialization of what's happening there, and you get here and we have a bunch of dairies that were run out of town. We have the opportunity to change that once and for all, and you're gonna have the funding to do so. So with the responsibility that's already placed on you, and I know you already feel it, and I see your names wanted posters in a coffee shop and things like that, I want you to understand that without your support and without being able to bring in funding for this county, then we will never make a change. We will stay where people do not have clean, safe drinking water, where people wake up cold in the mornings because this county cannot support them. Communities for far too long have relied on the state of New Mexico to support them, and the state has left us in southern New Mexico high and dry. You will have the funding that you need to make critical changes that are going to impact this community. So with that, I support 110% Project Jupiter and hope that you will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sierra Edmister, here again. It makes me so terrified and disgusted. Manny, I know you hear all the different sides of this, but I hope what you can see, even the people that are for Project Jupiter are using Project Jupiter's tactics that they are being used against them, which is leveraging the dire situation that we are in against them and painting themselves as the one who's gonna save us from that. We can't say in one breath, yes, all of this is bad and we need funding for it, while also, like, I know that that's a huge issue, and like it's an issue that a lot of people that are older than me tell me that I could never possibly comprehend, and that this is just like what needs to happen. But we need to look at what putting profit over people and like sustainability has done. Even these, it was called rigorous environmental standards, which we don't have rigorous environmental standards. But let's say we do. Where did those come from? Those come from industry being given the job to monitor themselves and failing, and then the community suffering, and then having to fight for regulations to be put in place. Also, the unions. I love unions. I am such a big supporter of unions because of all the work I do. I ask you and I ask other union members to question why unions exist in the first place. They didn't just pop up out of the ground. It's because their employers were mistreating them and using them as a means for production, not humans with kids. So to hear someone, it hurts my heart to hear Jose talk about how afraid he is for his kids. But again, leveraging his suffering against him and giving him a little carrot of saving him. Again, I want to say that I'm really upset that you guys didn't attend the open forum, and that you guys completely disregarded everything that we've been asking for this whole time. I have sent emails that have still been, haven't been responded to. It's just it's a slap in the face. I'm running out of time. I want to talk about, first of all, this is serious, and it's really unfortunate to see like Scott laughing when people bring up his resignation or being fired. Like, that's a very serious thing that your people are like pissed off about. Sam Altman said, I think AI will probably most likely lead to the end of the world. But in the meantime, that's the guy in charge of OpenAI, by the way. He said, I'm happy to say that I'm convinced that the job destruction in the next couple decades is going to be massive. Larry Ellison talks about surveillance constantly. He's the other guy. These are evil people.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Joshua Orozco from Santa Teresa, the Port Industrial Association. I want to build off of Davin's comments really quickly. He had mentioned, some of the growth that we are seeing in Santa Teresa and Sunland Park because of Project Jupiter. Not just Jupiter, but other industries looking at our region. I'd like to point out that probably for the past 6 months, we have not seen any cross-border industries looking at us. And the reason is USMCA is being renegotiated. The tariffs have thrown a lot of chaos into cross-border trade. And so we've seen a lack of, not interest, but a lot of companies putting expansion growth plans on hold right now. But you wouldn't know it because of everything that is happening with Project Jupiter. And that also represents a change in our region in what industries are looking at us. We're moving from just cross-border trade, maquila-related industries to advanced manufacturing, building components that, in the palm of my hand is worth more than something, the size of a car. Our industry is changing in the area. And Project Jupiter isn't the cause, it's a representation of that. We're in a unique area we have so much industries locally, and when I say locally, I mean Juarez, El Paso, and Doña County, that support servers and computers. And Project Jupiter came here because of that. But one of the reasons is because they're in an area where it will be easy and quick and cost-effective to replace components. So I just want to make you aware that our region, the industries that look at us are changing. The jobs are changing. We're going to have access to more higher paying jobs, not traditional factory, warehousing, manufacturing jobs. And that is a good thing for our community. Higher paying jobs are good for our community. Really quick, our organization fully supports the event in Sunland Park. We think it's important that the people that are right there next to the project have an opportunity to ask questions. It takes a lot of bravery and strength to stand up in front of a public forum to ask questions. This type of event makes it easier for people who don't have that type of courage or that ability to come to Las Cruces to ask those questions. We think that's a great opportunity for people to learn more about this project. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Commission. I want to kind of echo a couple of comments that I heard from Mr. Getz and from Mr. Hill that I don't envy you on this panel, but I will say that I am grateful for many of you for the past, for the many years that you've already served. I'm not going to call for anybody's resignation. I always want to be as respectful as possible, regardless of my take on the issues, and I really wish that the opposing side would do the same. I wasn't here to talk about this. I was here. I've had conversations with Chair Sanchez regarding our internship issues. But in hearing the comments today and hearing the narrative, I believe I can tie all this together. For the past 4 years, I believe, I've heavily participated in our internship program, bringing me very, very close to these kids that we've mentored. One in particular showed them how to dress for an event, showed him how to shake an elected official's hand and look him in the eye, showed him how to carry himself, at events and places where he could perform well in a job interview. And we coached him on what type of career to choose after he left us. This kid's developmental, this kid's business development, his personal development thrived, And I've been very, very proud to have been able to tell this story with the kids that we've mentored. So tying this together is when we get these kids ready, you know, it takes a village. We do have to provide a healthy economy and healthy and lots of opportunities for these young kids so they don't leave us. It's possible to take a narrative or a moderate approach to how I feel and how many people feel about Project Jupiter. We're very happy with the jobs and the economic development that this is going to bring. We're also very happy with what we've heard. Jupiter Stack Infrastructure has made modifications to their development plans that are going to be more environmentally friendly. They have made those commitments. And I do understand. And hearing the comments, it doesn't surprise me that a job fair offends these people. But we can do both. We can have a very interactive one-on-one discussion with Stack, with Oracle, with every stakeholder where they can ask their questions. And then we can also have a town hall type discussion. We know what they want. They want their moment. They want their moment behind the microphone. They want the dopamine rush. They really, really want to show what they can do. You know, we totally get it. But in taking this, I want to say thank you to all of you because you all have endured a lot. And I want to say thank you for respecting both sides. Commissioners, those of you who are able to actually communicate, I'd appreciate if you just show them a little respect. Show them how to be a little respectful.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Yat A Shay Chantal Yazi and Check, Ani the Nanshat, what it eat me Bashishchin, Loka the Net Dashiche, what Higlini Dashanale. So I'm Navajo. I live here in Doña in District 1. And so I just wanted to introduce myself because that's really important to the work that I do as just a person who tries to do my best in the world. But I'm 3 water clans. So the reason why I want to talk today is because of water. I am so tired of fighting big corporations against water. I've done it with Standing Rock. I've done it with Chaco Canyon. I've done it with Peabody Coal Mine. I've done it with the Keystone Pipeline in Alaska. And it's all about big money. And it's for corporations that don't even live in these communities. And this is the same that's happening with Project Jupiter. And so I really want you guys to hear my narrative about what's happening on my reservation. And I came here and I love being here. I don't know if I'll retire here, but the res is calling home. But the res is not the same one I grew up in because big corporations like Project Jupiter and people who are backing it are coming in and they're promising all of these great things. Jobs, economic boosts, all that stuff. All these companies are coming up. And I'll give you an example of Peabody Coal Mine, which is in Kayenta, Arizona. Have you guys been there? No, there's nothing. I love Kayenta. Actually, Kayenta's awesome. Good basketball team. But there's the economic boost that all these people were boasting is not there. A lot of our people on the reservation are still living in poverty, third world country systems and conditions. And when I go to Vado and Berino and Santa Teresa, it kind of like feels like home in the fact that it's rural, it's still beautiful, there's still grass, there's still all of that there, and all of it's being taken away by this ugly big building that's gonna come in. Not only that is the environmental impact. I was there when the Project Jupiter first came in and I asked for environmental impact statements and we got smirks, we got, they already had it in the bag. And those similar faces I'm seeing are what's happening on this board right now. It's kind of scary to see how these people are kind of using, like this person said, our leverage against us. And I want to remind you guys, all you guys have water bottles on your desk right now. Why? Because it's regulation. It's a reminder that you're still grounded. It's a reminder that you have life. And it's a reminder that you need water in your life to survive. And that is what's going to be taken away from us. And don't forget that water is going to humble you. There's a lot of nature, a lot of things come out. You guys may be getting paid or whatever is happening under the dark, but wind, water, air, sand is going to humble you whether you guys think it's going to happen or not. So I'd say reinstate those meetings. We need a forum with experts. We need the impact assessment. And don't be another modern day monster for this county.
Thank you. Sorry, can you just, repeat your name one more time?
Chantal Yazzie Martin.
Thank you.
And also World War II was won like a lot by Navajo Code Talkers. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Robert Aubert, and I stand before you today to voice my strong, unequivocal support for Project Jupiter and to thank you publicly. The forward-thinking commissioners who had the courage to approve it. We're standing at a historic crossroads. Project Jupiter is not just an investment in technology, it's a $165 billion investment in the families, workers, and the future of Doña County. Change can be daunting, and big projects bring big questions. But leadership requires vision, and I'd like to commend Chair Sanchez, Vice Chair Cameros, and Commissioners Reynolds and Shaljo Hernandez. You did not vote for a blank check. You voted for 750 permanent high-paying jobs for our children. You voted for over 2,500 construction jobs that keep our workers employed right here at home. Because of your vote, our young people won't have to continue to leave New Mexico to find world-class careers in the tech industry. They can build it right here in Santa Teresa. Let's look at the facts of what this project actually brings to our neighborhoods. We're talking about $360 million in legally binding community payments. This includes $50 million specifically clawed back from tax breaks to be injected directly into the water and wastewater infrastructures of Sunland Park and Santa Teresa. The project isn't draining our resources, it's providing the massive funding needed to fix and modernize the infrastructure our communities have been begging for decades. On top of that, millions are already flowing into local workforce education and public safety. To those who have valid questions about our environment and our water, our commissioners hear you. True support doesn't mean blind approval. Look at what happened this past April. When concerns arose about our water usage, this entire commission unanimously demanded absolute transparency and strict compliance from their developers. You have proven that you can balance economic progress with environmental protection. You're holding OpenAI, Oracle, and Stack Infrastructure's feet to the fire. You're ensuring that this data center operates safely, sustainably, and ethically. You're protecting our water while building an economy. Project Jupiter is a generational opportunity to lift Doña County into the future. We shouldn't let fear turn away the largest private investment in New Mexico's history. We should stand with the commissioners who chose progress over stagnation and have worked tirelessly to build a prosperous county for generations to come. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you guys for your time. Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Thank you for the rest of the county commissioner for being here. I'm District 1, Chris, you're my guy. But basically, I went to other Project Jupiter meetings, and I have the same feeling today that I did then. I feel like a wedge is being driven into our community, and it's being driven because for mostly the policies of the commission and how fast they have fast-tracked things. I'm pro-union. I was a teacher in Chaparral, in Anthony. I know Sunland Park. I was there for years and years, and I love those kids, love those families. And I'm pro-union. My union helped me so many times as an educator. And so I think most of us are pro-union. Most of us want strong union jobs. We want jobs here. Absolutely we do. And for some reason, the people that are protesting, it's making them seem like they're anti-union. I don't think they are from having spoken to them. I don't think they want their moment at the camera. I think they have a deep frustration, and I don't mean to speak for them, but as an older woman, and I think some people are misinterpreting them. It must be hard to hear their frustration. It must be hard to hear their boos, but their frustration, in my opinion, comes from the way Project Jupiter was handled by the county commission. It was fast-tracked. If I was at a used car salesman place and I wanted a car and they said, we love you, we want you to give you this car, but if you don't do it right now today, we're going to Texas and selling that car. We're going to Arizona and selling that car. I would have walked. There was not enough transparency with Project Jupiter. When I went to the first meeting, I said, I can't even make up my mind because I don't know. This is all a draft. This is all redacted. If they have nothing to hide, Why aren't they here being totally transparent as much as they possibly can? If they had transparency, then some of those beliefs might be different. And also, I don't think most of the union members want their children to be harmed environmentally. I think we have more in common together as residents of Doña Ana than we do with anyone from Oracle, than we do with any of the corporations and billionaires. And I hope moving forward we see that. When I say that I am not for Project Jupiter, that doesn't mean I don't want to hear from the union members who took time today to come and speak to us. I do want to hear their opinion. I do want to know their rationale. I may disagree with them, but I want to hear them. So with the little time I have remaining, my challenge to you, my elected official, for us, find a way forward for us. In my opinion, you move forward very fast with lack of transparency, and you helped cause this division in our county. And now it is your responsibility to find the path forward. How do we do economic growth? How do we help the water in Sunland Park and Santa Teresa, which is so desperately needed, but also care about the environment? It keeps sounding like it's an either or. Either we have the high-paying jobs or we have the environment. I don't believe that. It's your job as the county commission to bring us together and find a path forward protecting all of our interests. And that is my challenge to you, please.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cindy Brown, and I live in District 4. I was not going to get up and speak. I spoke privately a few minutes ago. But after that gentleman talking about being brave at a public hearing, here I am. I think we need to have an independent review of all the things that Project Jupiter is claiming, like how much water they're going to use, how much pollution there's going to be. We can't just rely on Project Jupiter people to tell us what it is. We also need to have a good way to hold them responsible if they don't meet those requirements. And I ask one thing of each of you. I would like for you all to contact some communities where data centers have already been built and talk to the community to see what kind of effects it's having on their people. I moved here from Memphis right before Elon Musk built his big project, Colossus or whatever it was called. Well, anyway, it was a majority Black, poor community. And those people now can't go out and do anything because the air is so bad. And they're a poor community and their voices are not being heard. Please talk to these people where these centers have been built and get some reaction from how things are going there. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Manny, there's nothing good about this morning. Stop making me have to come back here. My name is Giovanni. And also, to the gentleman earlier, the people aren't here because this meeting starts at 9 a.m., dude. Usually, people will be working. That's right. My name is Giovanni Sebastian Hernandez. I'm the campaigns manager for the New Mexico Dream Team, the state's largest youth-led immigrant advocacy organization in New Mexico. I live here in Las Cruces. As we speak, the U.S. House of Representatives is voting on the budget reconciliation bill to fund ICE and CBP. This budget reconciliation would give CBP and ICE a $70 billion blank check on top of $150 billion that they were already given. Congress is currently considering that $72 billion package to further turbocharge ICE and CBP with no guardrails. We know that CBP and ICE are plagued by sexual violence. On May 13th, 2026, the Southern Borders Community Coalition sent a letter to Congress highlighting widespread rape, sexual abuse, and abuse of children by CBP and ICE agents, including the rape of a child in a Border Patrol youth program, an ICE agent who raped six migrant women in the Alternatives Detention Program, and an agent who tried to rape a child, then claimed to be investigating human trafficking. The abuse starts with leadership, including the 3 top Border Patrol positions who all resigned following the exposure of abuse. Last month, this commission voted to pass a Safer Communities resolution, strengthening our stance that Doña Ana County, Las Cruces, and all the colonias in this county are ones where immigrants belong. It turns out a broken clock is right twice a day. This commission is capable of passing that resolution unanimously, and is also capable of selling out those exact same residents, saying that they'll be protected by ICE and CBP, and they won't be protected from lung cancer, asthma, and other health detriments that will be a result of this data center. Commissioners, and Scott. You guys are so embarrassing. I came a few weeks ago and I said, we think that Doña County, the Board of County Commission can negotiate with $1 billion company like OpenAI. Well, to those of us who have families or children and are thinking about working for OpenAI at this community, at this career fair, I want to let you know that Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, was accused of his sister by sexually abusing her more than 2 decades ago. The same abuse, and is now being sued by her. The same abuse that is rampant in ICE and CBP is rampant within OpenAI and rampant within these companies. And you are agreeing to having them in our community. Shame on you.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Good morning. Muy buenos días. Project Jupiter, a call for community investment, Dr. Adam Amador, transparency and shared prosperity in Doña County. Project Jupiter represents one of the most significant economic development opportunities in the history of southern New Mexico. The potential for substantial capital investment, high wage employment, technological innovation, expanded tax revenues, and the diversification of our regional economy cannot be understated. If implemented thoughtfully, Project Jupiter could position Doña County as a national leader in digital infrastructure, advanced technology, and workforce development while creating opportunities for generations of New Mexicans. Economic development, however, must be measured not only by the size of investment, but by the degree which it improves the lives of the people who have historically borne the burdens of underinvestment. The residents of the lower valley, the colonias of southern Doña County, and the working families who have contributed to the agricultural and cultural heritage of this region deserve to be active participants in the wealth created by this project. If millions of dollars can be spent laying high fiber optics and heavy power lines for servers, we possess the resources to lay basic water and sewer lines for human beings. Transparency, tax accountability, and public trust, tax incentives and revenue sharing, water consumption and long-term sustainability, energy demands and grid impacts, and environmental and infrastructure impacts mitigation plans from everything from e-waste to heavy construction on traffic on fragile rural roads. Investing in the colonias and the lower valley, wastewater and sewer infrastructure, protect public health and hygiene, preserve the groundwater quality of our shared aquifers, and support safe residential and commercial development. As a dedicated percentage of project-generated revenues or pilot payment in lieu of taxes, funds must be ring-fenced to expand and modernize wastewater systems throughout the lower valley. Flood control and stormwater management. Flooding is a recurring and devastating threat to southern Doña County. The project must fund regional flood control, improvements and arroyo stabilization, upgrades to drainage and infrastructure that currently leaves colonias residents vulnerable, and long-term resilience planning to local homes, farms, and schools. Education investment and workforce development. A permanent educational and digital equity trust fund should be established to support students and equip the entire technological economy. The trust has to support STEM and career technical education, targeted programs in cybersecurity data, HVAC management and network infrastructure, paid internships and internships connecting local youth directly to Project Jupiter's operations. Digital equity is huge here. It is unacceptable to build a global internet hub in a community where families still lack basic broadband. Project Jupiter must fund the expansion of high-speed internet. Water stewardship and environmental responsibility, cultural preservation and economic inclusion must also be considered in this planning. The good, hardworking, poor people of our region have long contributed to its strength through sacrifice, labor, and preservance. They deserve more than empty promises and trickle-down economics.
Thank you, Mr. Amador.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning to all the commissioners. My name is Randy Jones. I've lived here in Las Cruces for 5 years. I want to tell you a little story about my father. He was a construction worker for 50 years. He worked on the atomic plants in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. He worked on an atomic plant in Paducah, Kentucky. He worked on 2 huge generating plants that were nuclear plants. He worked on a huge plant in Memphis, Tennessee that burned huge amounts of coal and polluted the air. And one of the last things he worked on, which he was kind of proud of, was a gas plant in North Mississippi that produced electricity. That plant supplied electricity. It was a natural gas plant. That plant supplied electricity to 400 homes, 400,000 homes. But believe it or not, it produced less pollution than Project Jupiter did. Now, I've got 20 years experience in construction. I was a field surveyor for 20 years for a large engineering firm. When my dad died, that was when I changed careers. Before that, I was in the medical field, but I changed careers because of eyesight. One of the last things my dad told me was, son, be proud of the jobs that you did, because there was a lot of the jobs he did he regretted. He regretted the nuclear work. He regretted the work on pipelines. He worked in a coal mine for a while. He was a steam fitter. He had special abilities that very few steam fitters had. But what I'd like to say is to the workers that are working, when you go home at night, can you be proud of what you did? Can you be proud of the projects you worked on? Not just Jupiter, but others. I'm very proud of the jobs that I worked on. I only have one I regretted, and it was a steel mill. My biggest thing I was proud of is I shut down a huge work project in North Mississippi because the construction company was polluting the local streams and waters. As construction workers, you need to stand up because you're on the forefront of what's happening. You need to be proud of what you do, but when you see something that you don't like, you need to report it. And like I said, when you go home at night, can you sleep really well thinking about what you did? Did the work you do today really help mankind, or did it just help to make things worse? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
My name's Robert Brocade, and Mr. Sanchez, we've exchanged some emails. So it's nice to meet you in person. I gotta say, you don't look like an evil man, so that's a good thing. To me, one of the major things is I don't see this Jupiter project as being so time sensitive. I don't believe the people behind that project are in competition with every other database builder for a place here in Doña County. That you guys have the ability to pump the brakes and say, whoa, let's take a look at this. You started off with one program where you're gonna have turbines to produce the power, so they didn't put the load on the El Paso Electric. And then they went to a methane gas line. Then they went to fuel cells. And so they're like a moving target. No matter what you do, you can't focus on them. So the thing I would ask the commissioners to do here is to get guardrails in place so you have control of these guys. Corporations lie. Their bottom line is the dollar. And they don't care who they hurt or what they destroy as long as they make their buck. And this is what the data center is. There's been people up here talk about growth, that this data center will bring growth to this area. Well, we live in a very delicate environmental state here. And it's almost like they're tone deaf. People are saying we don't have the resources to support this data center, but they come up and say, well, we have the data center, we'll have growth. So that's like these people that are moving in or going for the growth aren't going to add more use more water, contribute more to the utilities, put stress on our infrastructure. It's all part of growth. And I'm not anti-growth, but let's control it.
Thank you, sir. You have to wrap it up. That's the end of the time. That's the end of your time, sir. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Glenn Landers, and I'm in District 1. I hadn't really planned to speak today, but, listening to all the pleas for respect on both sides, it makes me wonder, what kind of respect has the county commissions shown the people of Doña County? You absolutely rammed this thing down the throat of the people. You ignored the voices that said you need to slow down and think it through. And now you promised a meeting where people could actually confront the developer and ask substantive questions. You've turned it into a propaganda fest for Oracle. I don't think you've shown anybody any respect. And I think if you vote for this open house / career fest, that the question of respect, that ship has sailed. You are earning the contempt of the citizens of Doña County. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Daisy Maldonado. I am a resident here in Doña County. I'm a voter in District 1. My commissioner that represents me has exited the dais, not sure why. But thank you for not listening to my comment, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. I'm addressing the commission today, Chair Sanchez, and I like to read definitions because I think it provides clarity. So I'll just read Doña County's mission statement. It states, Doña County government enhances the health, safety, and quality of life for all residents as determined by law and community interests. Health. What part of Project Jupiter and all of the emissions and all of the water that's going to be used to cool machines is part of fulfilling your mission to serve the health of Doña County residents? Safety. What part of Project Jupiter is enhancing the safety for Doña County residents? Your constituents who voted you into office so that you could represent them here. How is the project enhancing their safety? And the last part, community interests. We've heard from a handful of folks who agree with this project. We've heard from a whole lot more folks who disagree because they know that this project will not enhance anyone's health, will not enhance anyone's safety. And the story of jobs, workforce development, and economic development is a false narrative. It's a false narrative that continues to get played out here and in the news. But guess what? 750 so-called jobs for our youth. How many students graduated just a few weeks ago? Way more than 750 students. They're going to leave. This project is not going to keep a single child here because they will not be able to live.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Christopher Casada. I am an employee of Doña County. I do work with IT, but I'm not speaking on behalf of Doña County, my employment. This is all just my personal opinion. If anything, I've been goaded a few times saying, when are you going to speak? And I have no great message, no nothing. I just simply have my own personal opinion. Though I have worked for many years prior to here with any sort of computer science, computer-related technologies, it's never been my passion. I've never really wanted to work with computers, to work on computers. I've always just been the quick-witted one, quick to learn. As soon as I learned how to program a television or a VCR, my family just put me in that role. So I've accepted being in this role, being in this job, simply because it is a job. But I know I have a son. I know there are younger generations who are more interested in how can I pursue this field? How can I achieve connection with other people across the world, other people within my community? And I can see, I want to say I can see both sides. I can see there's the hope, there's the benefit, there's the wish that we can pursue a better sense of connection with these tools. And I can also see that there is definitely a fear and a risk of losing something. What are we paying to achieve that connection? For example, when I was in elementary school, I had stubbornly decided to use the card catalog instead of all the children who are going over to the computer saying, I can simply type in the title or the author and find the book I need. But I learned the Dewey Decimal System. I learned the card catalog. I learned how to just walk up and down the aisles. Now that I'm an older man, I'm still Google searching. I'm searching through something through a search engine because I can't recall it, because I don't know it. And it could be something as wondrous as, how can I balance a workbook or a checkbook, or who's the actor or the actress in this book? I'm starting to worry that I'm losing something. I'm giving up something for convenience. And I don't think that that's something that I want to carry on or teach to my children or my future descendants. But that's just my personal opinion. I know that when I graduated, all my peers, our goal was, let's get out of Las Cruces. Let's get out of southern New Mexico. Let's go see the world. Let's go find something bigger and greater. Some of us did have the virtue of, let's go learn something from somewhere else and bring it back. So I just hope whatever decisions we make, that we're able to endure it, we're not paying too much of ourselves, and that we're able to work with each other as a community. But I really don't like AI. That's the only thing. And if anything else, I just want to overcome a fear of talking out loud and giving my personal opinion. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That will conclude the public input portion of our section. I appreciate everybody who came and spoke. Move on to commission input. Commissioners, is there any input? Commissioner Spaulding?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like for you all to know that in spite or despite our differences that sometimes are glaring with this commission, we're able to work them out. And things got a little heated this morning, but I respect my fellow commissioners. I respect their opinions. We don't agree on everything. We don't need to. But I respect the position, and I respect the position of this chair. Just wanted to state that. And also, Mr. Chair, if we can move up number 10 before number 8, as I thought it was going to be on the agenda late Friday night when I spoke to Mr. Lopez, it somehow got moved down to 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Mr. Hernandez.
I just want to give a shout out. I know that there'll be time on Friday during the canvassing of the election, but since we have a full house, I'm going to say it out loud. We do have our county clerk and our county clerk staff that ran a great election on Tuesday. I just want to give you and your team a shout out. You guys do a fantastic job always. Answering questions, answering the phone. You know, I went and voted on election day, and you're greeted by a smile, and everyone's very excited. And it's just great. So I wanted to give you and your team a huge shout out. You, Madam Clerk, your Chief Deputy Caroline, that you know, it's just great. And it's one thing that Doña County does really well is put on a really great election. So I wanted to say thank you on that. And thank you to your staff since we have everyone here. And I'll say it again on Friday at the canvassing board. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chadwick Hernandez. Any other comments, input? County elected officials input? Whichever you'd like.
Chair Sanchez, Commission, I actually am going to just reiterate Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez's kudos to my team. One of the things that my goal was when I first started 8 years ago was to create an environment and a team in which if I won the lottery tomorrow and disappeared, the work would go on and we would continue to run great elections as well as serve our business community. So I want to thank my team. And again, part of Doña County's policy is that if you are on the ballot, you cannot have direct oversight during the actual election time. So I took that required time and exactly what should have happened is that they ran a great election. There will always be things in elections because it is a human process that we will have to fix, whether it's long lines, no printer, electioneering, we have to address any of those things. But I just want to say a deep and heartfelt thank you to my team who every day work for our community and do an amazing job. There are many, many long nights heading into election. They're still working on the election as we speak. That is all of the checks and balances in New Mexico elections as our post-election canvas, and that is what we're doing right now. We are accounting for every single piece of paper, making sure we have every single vote accounted for, and I appreciate their long hours, hard work, dedication more than I can actually accurately express. And so I will reiterate this again and again every day, hopefully this week, because I will see many of them, and also to our community members. So one of the things that we do in Doña County, well, we do statewide, is there should be a fair breakdown of party affiliation at each of our sites. And so somehow there's often an impression that if you have a certain letter after your name that we're not interested in the opposite side of the aisle participating. We actually need every single one of you to have create that accountability at our polling locations. So I appreciate all of our election officials and the long day that they put in on election day and our early voting folks every single day in, day out. I voted at East Picacho Elementary, my daughter's school, with my daughter. And so it was, of course, a great experience. And I actually heard a bell ring. And so when I got here several years ago, I thought new voters need to have a celebration and we need to make sure they feel embraced and welcomed. So when we have a first-time voter, we ring a bell. And we had quite a few of those this election. So thank you all for everything you did this election and beyond. I appreciate it more than you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and appreciate it. And I think I'll reiterate, Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez, and appreciate all the efforts that go into from early voting to the expanded early voting to the full operations and even the updates and this. I think what's become a custom for your office to show what's been submitted off your bingo board is a really great way to inform the voters. So really appreciate everything that you do and everything your team does through that day.
And I'm going to go ahead and give a specific shout out. I could go through all of my election team, but one of the things that I did a couple of years ago was I hired one of our interns. And so he supports elections. He does the day in, day out. But Cynthia is head of our comms team, and they do all of those on election day to keep everybody updated. I think it's really important to engage young people because they are where they know so much more than we do connected to technology often, and so they did a great job in running our comms, and I'm greatly appreciative of them. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Are there any other? Oh, sorry.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Commissioners Kimball, Chaparro, Sheldon Hernandez, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Assessor here at Doña County. Wanted to thank our taxpayers that actually came and filed their protests. The deadline was last week, Monday at 5 p.m. Our numbers did come down, and that has to do with our appraisers being able to talk to the public in reference to the questions that they might have had in reference to wanting to protest their property. So thanks to our office, everybody that worked to make that happen. It was very, very busy. Once again, thanks to our taxpayers who felt that their properties are not valued as they should be, and they took the opportunity of protesting their property. Our appraisers are now in the process of working through those. You should be hearing from your appraisers soon. It does take a little bit of time, and hopefully we can get those all settled. Otherwise, we will be going to formal protests. So thank you to our customers. If there's anybody that still has any questions about anything that our office does, please don't hesitate to reach out. We are here to serve. We are here to help and try to make this process, the whole office process, better. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other county elected officials' input? Staff input?
Hello, sir. Yes, we have a couple employees. In fact, Amanda, you want to go ahead and kick us off, and then we'll go Ashley, then Brian, and then Carrie, and then I'll take us home, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Undersheriff here
I
first.
apologize. I'm sorry. Undersheriff, please come on up. Sorry about that. Then we'll go on to the public input.
It's okay. Mr. Chair, Board of County Commissioners, my name is Robert Bada, the Undersheriff. And it is unfortunate that I have to come and stand before you here today. I feel compelled to do so in a form of a quorum. And I'm going to relate to the audit report. And my apologies in advance if I offend anyone. That is not my intention here. In all fairness to some of the commissioners, I really believe that had the commissioners in their defense had knowledge of any of these improprieties, I am confident that they would have addressed it and taken care of those improprieties. We probably wouldn't be here today. That's probably as a result of the lack of transparency from county management with the Board of County Commissioners, the complacency, and so forth. Now, I don't want to talk specifically about the audit because you have already heard about the accountability and holding elected officials or supervisors responsible. You heard about a writ that was illegally filed against the sheriff. You heard about the HR overruling a decision made by a licensed psychologist in regards to the hiring of 7 or 8 cadets, thereafter the sheriff being compelled to terminate such employees, which when I was the compliance officer, I opposed that because I knew that was illegal and that HR did not have the right to do so. I also opposed the writ because I also knew that was a malicious intent by the county attorney, county management to remove the sheriff. I'm all for removing a sheriff or an elected official if there's malfeasance or misfeasance. That is the only way that you can remove a sheriff, okay? Now I'm going somewhere with that because I really believe that you don't have this information, you don't have this transparency, and this is why you're in the dark. So I speak in your defense as well, okay? As the undersheriff, I have no regrets being the undersheriff because we have been able to work together and turn the sheriff's department around. In regards to the audit, there was about 43 violations. 10 of those were ours, and they were very minor. We have corrected those. I see that audit as us being vindicated, DASO, to include Sheriff Kim Stewart. And we are offering our assistance to continue to move forward and work together and rectify these matters. It's not going to be overnight. But I have a concern. I have filed complaints through the Code of Conduct, and they have rested on deaf ears. I have addressed through correspondences with my recommendations as to how to move forward and rectify these matters, and they have rested on deaf ears. I have made, and the sheriff has made, I'm going to speak for me, the sheriff has also made, though, attempts to work together to no avail. Okay. The Code of Conduct was of a severe violation. 3 paralegals were deprived their right to a fair hearing under the Code of Conduct during the time that I was the compliance officer. There was a Open Meetings Act, in my opinion, violation to include an abuse of power because their accused was actually, those allegations were sustained by an outside investigator, an attorney by the name of Deborah Moulton. But yet, there was a meeting without a quorum between a commissioner, our county manager, and a former county contract attorney, and prepared and served us with an emergency order to vacate. In my opinion, and according to the Open Meetings Act, you cannot do that without a quorum. And that was done illegally, depriving the 3 paralegals who had been discriminated, harassed, intimidated, and threatened. And that discrimination and intimidation tactics continues today, not just with the paralegals, not just with DASO, but with many other employees within the Sheriff's Department, within the county. It's an injustice, Board of Commissioners, and I really want to help in rectifying this. I also submitted another complaint, again, rested on deaf ears. We have an administrative captain who has been on administrative leave for approximately 9 months. 9 months. That investigation, Board of Commissioners, has been compromised by your county attorney. The role of an attorney, in this case, a county attorney, in regards to investigations which the auditors covered specifically on improprieties, is only to determine whether or not that investigation is legally sufficient. Does not give the authority to the county attorney to go on a fishing expedition and try to find other possible violations, alleged violations 3, 4, 5 years ago. You just cannot do that. The county attorney's job is not to direct Border Blue investigators to investigate outside the scope of that particular investigation and encourage Border Blue investigators to file a complaint with the Attorney General's office against the sheriff and myself for, guess what? Malfeasance and misfeasance. There's been malicious intent against the Sheriff's Department. Enough is enough, okay? We have the support of DASO, our employees, and we also have the support of the county employees. Now, I'm really disturbed about this one particular situation here, speaking of the paralegals. This is not a vengeance here. I really want to work together ever since I was the compliance officer in moving forward to more professional, business-oriented administration. To no avail, though. So the audit report or investigators surface. We had a paralegal who was working specifically with me covertly in obtaining information. And I'm not going to say any names here. I'm trying to respect the confidentiality as well. Paralegal also worked closely, covertly with state auditors, and they guaranteed that she would not be retaliated against because it was her duty, as all other county employees, to cooperate. And per policy, you cannot be retaliated against if you cooperate with an investigation, or in this case, the audit. This particular paralegal was interviewed by the auditors for 5.5 hours, okay? Goes on vacation and contacted me and the auditors, feared retaliation and feared losing her job. Upon return from vacation, she was placed on administrative leave, and I'm going somewhere with this. She was, and again, a lot of this information you probably don't know, otherwise you would have taken care of this, okay? She's placed on administrative leave despite being guaranteed by the state auditors, by me, that she could not be retaliated against. And there was a strategy behind that. She was on administrative leave for 2 months, prohibiting her to continue working with me and the state auditors. But we still had the information. It's nothing against the county. It's just the system is broken and we need to correct it. We need to work together. But the injustice continues over and over and over. And I'm not convinced, Board of Commissioners, Mr. Chair, that we will move forward and be victorious unless the cancer is addressed, okay? Subsequently, back to the paralegal, that investigation was unsustained, unfounded, and she was reinstated after the auditors completed their report or their investigation. The writing's on the wall. I could go on and on and on and on about this. So as a result of the audit report and talking to some of you, I was really excited about new beginnings. Let's acknowledge our faults and the system, whether you agree or don't agree, it's broken. And let's start working together. On May 29th, I filed a complaint against a staff member from the legal department. A serious complaint, serious allegations, egregious alleged misconduct in regards to investigations, in regards to going outside of the scope of investigations, maliciously coming after the sheriff over and over, and that complaint was filed with the county manager. I requested that it be considered that she be placed on administrative leave, as my captain has been placed on administrative leave, as the paralegal has been placed on administrative leave, as others have been placed on administrative leave. And I am appalled to learn that that employee was not placed on administrative leave, knowing that investigations are being compromised and manipulated, and depending on who the accused is, determines the outcome of an investigation and disciplinary action, which is illegal. So having said that, enough is enough, and I mean no disrespect, but again, you probably didn't have this info. You probably did not, because I'm convinced that you would have addressed it and taken care of this. I am not convinced that we can move forward if the cancer exists. And I ask this of you as the Board of County Commissioner. You owe it to your constituents, okay, that you consider. I see that on the agenda, we have a resolution to address the audit violations and stuff. I'm not convinced. That resolution should be specific, and we should focus on the core of the issues and not just look at the surface of things. Number two, I see that you have a closed session to discuss or review the evaluation of job performance of our county manager. I'm not convinced, and I mean no disrespect, but I'm going to call or ask that you consider these are potential risk factors here. And rest assured, we're going to get sued. We are. And in order to start moving forward, we have to remove the cancer. So I call for the termination of Scott Andrews and attorney Miss Neal, Carrie Neal, effective immediately on account of injustices, improprieties, and continued discrimination, favoritism, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Otherwise, we won't be able to move forward. I stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Move back on to staff input.
That's a tough act to follow. And I'll just start by saying we certainly aren't going to comment on active investigations.
There's no need to respond to comments from the gallery.
Thank you. Amanda, you want to go on, come on up. Amanda has a new employee we'd like to introduce today.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Commissioners. My name is Amanda Gomez, Division Manager. I was just here to introduce our new employee. Her name is Cecilia Bermudez. She comes from the court DWI, and now she'll be at the formerly known as Constituent Services, but now it's called Community Engagement. So she is the Community Engagement Specialist.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners.
It's an honor to be working with you guys, and hopefully I'm able to work with each of you individually to try to help and resolve some issues. So I'll be here if you guys need any help. I'll help you in any way I can.
Awesome. Thank you, and welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie, you want to go and come on up next?
Commissioners, I am very excited to introduce you today to our new Deputy County Attorney, Alonzo Maestas. He has been the Director of the Veteran and Military Resources Center at UNM and brings a wealth of knowledge and experience, and has already jumped in and been helping out with different matters. And so I'm very excited to have him with us. I'm also very excited to introduce you to Sasha Pena, who is one of the paralegal IPRA positions that you all approved very recently. She has been a victim services coordinator and project manager with the Pueblo of Nambe. I'd also like to take a moment to thank each of you for your service. I wish that the community could see the effort and the time that you all put in and the consideration that you all put into this position, despite taking on fire for the decisions that you make, whether the community agrees with those decisions or not. I want you to know how much we all as staff appreciate you.
Thank you. And welcome to both of you to the team.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be back home. Las Cruces is home. I was gone for too long. I'm glad to be serving my community again. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. Pardon me. I know that Ms. Neal is leaving us and is taking a job with a law firm. But I take this opportunity to state that we as commissioners need to really work on getting a more robust legal department. I work in the court system, and I think that we should have an attorney for utilities, an attorney for contracts, an attorney for public works, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a lot to ask to just have one or two positions. I'm going to encourage this commission to probably increase the pay for the attorneys we hire, because that's a must. Law firms all over the state are hurting for attorneys. And the city takes our attorneys, we take the city's attorneys, we take people from wherever we can get them, from the DA's office, public defender's office. And in order to protect the interests of this county, of Doña County and our people, we need to expand our legal department to include several attorneys. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good luck, Carrie. I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Got Ashley coming, and then Mr. Baker will follow after that.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Ashley Suniga, Assistant Director with Talent and Culture. I just wanted to provide you with an update. I know there is an agenda item to discuss the audit, the resolution on how to address the audit findings. But there was an audit finding that the deadline was on May 31st, and it was assigned to Talent and Culture. That is the standardize and clarify hiring procedures, define roles, establish service level expectations, enhance tracking, reduce inefficiency, and use analytics and reporting. And I just wanted to report that we have met that deadline. So Talent and Culture has worked on all of the actions needed under that finding.
Great.
All right, and as soon as we have direction on how to move forward, I'll give a more formal presentation with how we've addressed those findings.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. Mr. Baker.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. I'm here to just give you a quick update on the emergency procurement status.
After the meeting on the 2nd, where it was approved by the commission, we were able to get the vendor on board. The signatures were applied to the contract on the 4th. Since that time, we've gotten the timeline, and the timeline broke down to where the takeover will effectively begin on June 22nd at midnight. 21st midnight. Starting on the 22nd. So far, they've been keeping pace with the schedule that they have. They have it broken down into 4 phases. The contract's been executed. They've had some transition meetings with IT and stuff like that to make sure that the systems all transfer over. We've issued formal notification to the current provider with the transition of June 22nd, and they're working towards getting the resident census and active clinical case summary so they can begin building their database for it. This current phase is going to go on to the 15th. They'll be finalizing their staffing and confirm all officer of employment for the existing staff that's there. They'll begin the clinical credentialing, privileging, and county badging for their staff. They'll get the clinical systems all up and the pharmacy services in line, and then start transitioning records from Yes Care over to their system. And then they're gonna make sure that they continue the MAP MOUD medication services, and then we'll go on to successive phases from there.
Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez?
Just a quick question. So is it a new system or are they continuing the use of the old system? I thought it was one and the same.
They are basically the same system, but they basically got to take the information out of Yes Care's custody and transition it over to theirs. It's just licensing and stuff like that to make sure that there's no gaps and then no delays.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for coming in. I appreciate these updates, so thank you.
Thank you, Director Baker.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, I just wanted to make a few remarks regarding Project Jupiter. I know that's everyone's favorite subject, but just want to echo some things, just pure factual based. So this project was approved nearly a year ago to a 4-1 vote. On the staff side, we are here to execute at the will of the board. People calling for my resignation today, I appreciate your voices and things like that. Staff, we're here to execute, no matter what that looks like. So there's votes we may not love as staff, and there's others that we are all totally behind. Project Jupiter, yeah, I think the majority of the staff really stood with that one. And since the pivot to Bloom Energy, using less water, using less power, this looks even better today than it did before. But there's 30% that just are going to be against it no matter what, 30% that are probably for, and then there's a bunch in the middle. And that's the reality of anything AI now. There's a total stigma around it. At our house, it's you don't talk church politics or data centers. It's my attempted humor there. But 1.5 million hours has been put into this project to date. It's one of the top union employers in the state. Nearly 2,000 employees are out there right now, according to Stack Infrastructure. Thank you for your comments. You heard from Josh today, you heard from Dav, and you've heard from some of our economic development leaders in the region. We're running out of space in Santa Teresa. The brokers are filling up spaces. This has been an economic development boom. Even crossing the border, looking at Juarez and Chihuahua. Before it was just low-cost manufacturing. Now we're looking at intelligent manufacturing. Producing, guess what? Data center components. The project's definitely better today than it was when this was voted on back in last September. Now, it is our goal from a staff side to hold the developers accountable, and I've heard that over and over here today. We made a comment in a resolution a couple weeks ago, and we've had significantly improved communication, not just with Stack Infrastructure, but with Oracle, with OpenAI. I will ask in the future that they also come to these meetings to hear from everyone just as we do. So those calling for more engagement overall, and that topic will be discussed here shortly. We had 5, 6 town hall meetings prior to the one that we're also going to discuss here that's coming up on June 17th. And not everyone's going to like it no matter what. We listened to you guys for hours. Can you please just hang in there? Just a few more minutes, please. So those calling for more engagement, we've had hours and hours of public comment. The day of the vote in September, I think it was 8 hours we sat here. And it was half and half, for and against. We continue to hear from the same 50 people throughout the community that are really upset about this. But the ones that don't come are the ones that agree with it, and it passed. We have thanks again. We had roughly 230,000 residents here, and we continue to hear from the same core people. And I think that resonated in some of the comments here today. Most of other communities around are going through something similar. You guys that follow the news see what's happening in our neighbors across the borderline here in El Paso as well. I can honestly tell you that our agreement is in much better shape than a lot of other communities. The use of power, the use of water is looking better than a lot of other communities. And those calling for the IRB rollback and then also holding up signs for environmental causes, I don't know if people realize if that's stripped away, there's less protections in place. The going carbon neutral by 2045, that's just out. That's just not an option. The environmental impact would be worse without these restrictions because now we have something in place. But again, those against it will not want to hear it. Those for it already know it. So I'm just sharing facts today.
Don't lie.
We have another town hall on June 17th. It's not what everyone wanted.
Don't lie.
So that's enough from the crowd, please.
Again, we listened to you all for hours.
That's enough. That's enough from here in the community.
That's your motto.
Now, there's enough outbursts for a meeting that's happening. We continue to ask, and there's continue to be outbursts.
So according to Stack Infrastructure, the June 17th date was brought up and we previously were looking at the 18th. We've discussed that for some time. So they knew if they made the call to push it back, there'd be probably twice as many people here today upset. So they offered to move it forward. All along, there was a consensus from the most part of the board wanting to do something further south in the region that is impacted by OpenAI and Oracle. So that is why that area was chosen. We offered up some suggestions of sites. But again, I can't stress enough, this is their event. This is their event.
Our project.
That's
Stay
enough.
with me.
That's enough. There's no opportunity to participate at this point. Thank you. Thank you.
We all have jobs.
We are wasting. You are not. Thank you for your voices. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You want me to continue, Chair?
Yes, please.
So with this town hall meeting that's occurring on the 17th, we continue to get more of this expert versus expert thing, and I know even some of the commissioners will bring that up shortly, and some have in the past. The challenge we run is this right now, because no matter what we do, certain people are just not going to like it. They're not going to believe. They're not going to go for whatever it is. So can the county even run an RFP for expert solicitation and ultimately land in a place and people say, no, this person doesn't know what they're talking about because the county paid for them? We run into this chicken and egg game over and over again. So I know this topic's coming up, and this is my last chance to speak before the board conversation, so I guess we need direction as staff, what that looks like next. If you want another town hall, you know the type of environment we're going to get if it's a different type of setting. So we're trying to balance that with letting voices be heard. Hey, sir. And furthermore, if we continue down this path, even if we hire consultants, are they going to be believed? So that's the next part of that. When I was about two years ago now, I applied and interviewed here, stood right up there. And the article that ran before I started and even packed my stuff to move here said, economic development, top priority for the county. It stressed me out at the time because we had one staff member in economic development. Purely, as I said, executing at the majority of the board. We landed the largest project in the country. And even in the midst of that, the GO bonds both successfully passed, emphasizing quality of life, bringing amphitheaters, bringing High Mesa Road improvements, bringing brand new state-of-the-art community centers to the north and south part of the county to our residents. This was a challenge that was put on staff. We have executed across the board, Project Jupiter, GO bonds. We have built out an economic development department, a housing department, a quality of life, communications departments. I am so proud of this team. Guys, you hear them calling for my neck right now. So let me tell you, as I look at you, I am just so proud of you all and your contributions. I just wanted to make a few comments on Jupiter, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott. All right, next item is commission appointed board report backs. Is there any report backs? Then we'll move under presentations here. I know there was a request to move agenda item number 10 to be next before item 8. So we'll do that. So it was for Project Jupiter's proposed community open house and career fair. And if I may, just to start with the conversation, I know there's been a lot of discussion as to the date change. The date change, this is the first time we're having a community meeting with 5, or not community meeting, but a commission meeting with all 5 commissioners in a quorum to discuss. And so that date change happened from the last time we met in there. I know Scott kind of touched a little bit on it in terms of the availability, which drove that. The intent of the town hall versus open house style was driven by the requests from the community. What we heard is people want information. People want information. They want details in the project. And what we've seen is that in a town hall format, it's a mile wide, an inch deep. The questions can run the gamut from water usage to emissions, back to something else, and so on. And doing an open house style format allows people to go and talk to the subject matter experts. Yes, it is from the company, because they're the ones that have the details, the designs, and how they're executing. And so if you want to go 3, 4 questions deep, you can go down several levels on water. If they wanted to go about power generation, we'll have Bloom Energy will be there to talk about the fuel cell technology, as well as the power generation plan. There's going to be people from STACK that will talk about the data center design, talking about the closed loop cooling systems, if there's questions around that. And again, it was designed so that people could go into depth to get actual details, because that's what people have been saying has been lacking, other than the occasional press release or things like that. So that's where this came from, was to be able to allow those types of discussions. I know one of the things that I'll note, and hopefully, Stephen, you don't mind, I think for the commissioners, and we can probably continue this. I know one of the questions, what I know the staff have been working on as well, has been the concerns that have been brought up in meetings and by the public, and how we may be addressing them as a county. And so that's something that I know we're working on to try to, I think you sent it out to the commission as just a rough draft, but something that we can put out into our website and post in public, so that if people have the questions, how do we hold the developers responsible for water usage? We outline how that is. Around emissions, how do we hold them accountable for the jobs? How do we hold them accountable for all these things? So hopefully, like I said, I know there'll be probably further discussion on that, but wanted to at least put that out there, that I know this is something the staff have been working on to try to address those questions that the community has been asking. So Commissioner Chaparro, sorry, thank you for letting me start with that, at least frame it a little bit. But
Sure. Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Como dijo mi papá, mi mamá, mis abuelos, mi familia, hablando se entiende la gente. And this is how we should proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's afternoon now, and I'd like to thank you for taking time off from work, taking time away from your children, taking time away from your medical appointments and important everyday tasks. I really appreciate your presence today, whether you're for Project Jupiter or against. You took the time to engage. Hablando se entiende la gente. So let's just start talking about this proposed community open house and career fair that's scheduled for June 17th. A couple of BOCC meetings ago, I requested a robust meeting to be held with the commission, with Project Jupiter, their representatives, and you, our community. I also requested that the county bring in our own neutral subject matter experts to help all of us understand. Me as well, not just you, but me as well. I have a lot of questions, and I'm not quite capturing the essence of this AI data center. I asked the county manager to schedule the meeting and to move forward with the meeting to address our concerns, not just your concerns, but our concerns. Then I became aware of the change of not only the date of the meeting, but the format of the meeting, which had changed drastically from what I had requested and what you had been promised. The change went from a serious discussion, thoughtful, meaningful discussion, to una fiesta, una feria, a fair. So, and if we can please hold comment, I know it's a very passionate concern of many people. It's mine too. I'm the fly in the soup, ladies and gentlemen. I really am. So then I had my assistant send a message to Mr. Andrews with several questions, which included who created the flyer, who from Doña County spoke to the Project Jupiter folks and is responsible for the format and agenda of the event, who finalized the event, when was the event finalized, and I wasn't aware until at the last minute. The responses were, well, I'm not sure which company created it. All of the board members spoke with them and 3 or 4 staff. They finalized the event as it is their event, and we only provided suggestions. And I forwarded a text from one of the Project Jupiter representatives, Tessa Beta, to you and other board members 2 minutes after receiving the notification of the date change. I just assumed it was going to be driven by the county because you're requesting it. And it's our meeting. It belongs to our county. It's our responsibility as county commissioners to move this meeting forward, whether you're for or against. September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, 9 months. You've been asking for this meeting to address our concerns as a community. Commissioners, we represent a body. As a body, we represent over 230,000 people, whether you're for or against. We've been contacted by hundreds of them. Phone calls, texts, emails, in person. More than the 50 people that just show up to this meeting. I can go out and I get stopped by people, pro and con for Project Jupiter. Are we just hearing, or are we choosing not to listen and understand what our residents want? You've asked for a robust meeting. You've urged us for a meeting. You've demanded a meeting. You've even begged us for a meeting. And you've begged for this meeting to answer well-founded questions, and we're still not listening, in my opinion. This open house and career fair is a great thing for those that want to attend that, but it's a bit of a distraction in my mind. And we've had enough distractions over the last 9 months. My proposal as the county commissioner and as a representative of a fraction of those 230,000 people in this county is that we meet on a Saturday, carving out time, and it's gonna take hours, because we must listen to our residents. We must explain how we're moving forward. Listen to what you want, what you're demanding, what your needs are. Economic development, jobs, air, water, land use, address everything, not just a portion of it, y lo que es conveniente para nosotros contestar. And sit there and listen so that our community doesn't have to sacrifice their time coming to meetings like this and missing what I mentioned earlier. And let's have a meaningful, thoughtful, rich, frank discussion along with neutral subject matter experts and Project Jupiter representatives. It was mentioned a while ago that to get an RFP and bring subject matter experts in, people wouldn't believe them. It might be a waste of time. We can't stop trying. We need to connect with our community. We can't stop trying to connect with our community. Never, ever, never. We talk about transparency and openness. Well, now's the time to step up. As for Project Jupiter representatives, Stack Construction, Oracle, OpenAI, Bloom Energy, this is your opportunity to have a rich and thoughtful discussion with this community. I'm seeing commercials on TV, on newspaper, on Facebook, how community is so important. You've paid lobbyists. You have community engagement people you've paid. You're donating to candidates, elected officials. You pay for TV commercials, radio ads, social media ads, newspaper ads. Several public meetings, if it costs anything, whether it be time or money, are going to be a drop in the bucket for you. Your people, Project Jupiter people, have told us that they value our community and our residents. Show us. Show me. Show us. Show our community. We deserve this. So commissioners, I don't have all the answers. I'm open to suggestions. I prefer a meeting where we have the representatives, where we have our experts, and they may cost the county a little bit, but I think it's going to be less than what we're spending for the 250 year celebration for the United States. I was told that I invited this interaction today. Wow, the passion from both sides is wonderful. Thank you to both sides. Thank you, union workers. My daddy was a union worker. I appreciate it. And he didn't have a voice, but you have a voice here. And our community has a voice here. There's 5 of us. And we will direct county and county staff to follow through and hold Project Jupiter accountable, because that's why you elected us. We represent you. We are your voice. I want to hear from you. You deserve that. So commissioners, suggestions on how we move forward, because as I mentioned before, I don't have all the answers, but I am passionate about the voice of our people. All of us, including the business community, because I had good friends come up here. Josh Orozco is a very good friend of mine, Davin Lopez, and we are on opposite sides right now, but it's refreshing to hear your point of view. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Other commissioners have comments before I had a couple things to say, but Commissioner Chaparro, I appreciate your thoughts. Again, I think when you look at the town hall format and what we've seen by best practices by other local governments and how they've approached this, because what we've seen is that when there is a contentious subject, town hall meetings don't allow for true, meaningful conversation. What ends up happening, and we've seen it, I'll recall one of the town halls that one of the commissioners was physically threatened, where police were called in. And people can shrug their things, but but I'm just saying that that's exactly what's ended up happening. And so what ends up happening is there's not that meaningful conversation to really understand and get information. And what we've seen is that this open house style does allow for that, does allow to go down. No, there's a piece, there will be a piece where it's on. I'm sorry, sir, this is enough. There's enough from the, this is not public participation at this point. What ends up happening is with an open house style, you can have direct one-on-one conversations and get those details, get those questions answered. And there's a lot of that information that doesn't always get that information to do that. And so that's where we're trying to go with this. And like I said, Commissioner Chaparro, like we have several examples. We've seen local school districts. We've seen the city of El Paso do it this way. We've seen other communities do the open house style format. And so I understand wanting to have those direct, meaningful conversations. I completely agree. It's just we need to have them in a way that people can have those conversations and be able to get the details that they've been asking for.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
If I may.
Yes.
I'm confused at this point because, I'm confused because you said that we're moving forward when I got a message from our county manager that said it's their event. So I'm confused. So whose event is it? Because are we holding it as a county or are they holding it as the representatives from Project Jupiter? I'd like the answer to that because I don't know.
No, I think we've answered that. It is the company and the project that is putting it on.
Well, then I'm requesting a meeting with our constituents, and if we have to sit for hours and listen to our community, then let it be so. We can't stop trying. Again, we cannot stop trying to have a format that is, maybe it's a format the commissioners don't like. Maybe it's a format that some of our community members don't like. We're all going to have to give a little, and we're all going to have decorum and respect, but we cannot stop trying. And just saying that we're going to have one meeting that is a job fair, I don't think that's enough for some of the members of our communities, and it's certainly not enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners and Commissioner Kimball.
Mr. Chair, if I could offer, if perhaps, I'm wondering if we had a town hall meeting like this, if the questions everybody has are submitted beforehand so we can do research on them and have true answers, if that would be a way to help it a little bit. We know they have a lot of questions. Let's open a spot on the website where people can send us questions and monitor it so that we know what the questions are and respond to them, either at a meeting like this, a commission meeting, or at a town hall meeting, as Commissioner Chaparro suggests. It does appear to the community that we're not listening to their questions. And I know that this is a vocal group that comes and wants to talk about Jupiter, but we have people on both sides. So if we get questions from both sides, it'll be a little more balanced. And if they have to be submitted before the town hall, that would hopefully hold down some of the, I don't know, animosity or the feeling that they're not being heard. Potentially, we could do something like that.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Commissioner Kimball, that seems like a good start to move forward so that our subject matter experts can anticipate questions and can do the research and present the data from their point of view, and Project Jupiter can present their point of view or their data, and then it's up to us to balance that and understand that and make the best decision going forward. But just having information from one side is really just unfair. But Commissioner Kimball, thank you for that suggestion. I think it's a fine suggestion. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Chaparro, I do have a question. As you mentioned our subject matter experts, how do we procure such subject matter experts?
I'm glad you asked that question, Chair Sanchez. We have subject matter experts at New Mexico Tech in Socorro, NMSU, UNM, the State Office of Engineer. I was sent a video, and I didn't write the name down, forgive me. I read hundreds and hundreds of pages last night, and the name escapes me. But we have experts in New Mexico. We have water, environmental, air quality, health experts in New Mexico. We're not un pequeñito lugar donde no sabemos nada. We have these experts out here. You have experts from the union. You have experts from economic development sitting in the same room. You have biologists. You have environmental engineers sitting in this room. We have the experts.
But exactly
here.
I think like you say though, how is that an expert or identified, because I will say very clearly that I did view the meeting from Brannigan Library, and some of the facts that were presented by the experts, which are, were not totally true. And so that's one of the things that I look at is this information that's being shared by experts and how we do that. I think that's how we would have to define that. I would have to say then we would have to wait on a procurement process if we were going to be selecting or paying for said experts. And so this just gets, the can keeps getting kicked down the road. And so that's where I'm trying to say how do we address that? Understanding that it becomes a longer lead item if we're gonna do it in a certain way.
Thank you.
You're the one kicking the can.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. We have moved things along at this commission with lightning speed before. And I'm sure it can be done again. It won't be the first time, it won't be the last time. But as I mentioned before, there are experts at the universities. I'd have to think about how to procure those experts. I was writing this last night after reading the packet. I have confidence that our universities have those subject matter experts. And you're going to get different sides of an issue, but it will be for us to ferret out the information and who we trust, who we believe, what is presented. I can't guarantee you that every subject matter expert is going to answer every single question. We can't, that's impossible. But for us to listen, discern, think about the process, think about the effects, think about our union jobs, think about economic development, have a full and complete understanding as best we can. Se puede.
Pero
It can be done. So let's move forward, and if we have to move at lightning speed and have extra meetings,
to what end, other than the connection? I know you say connection, but what is the goal? Is it just the connection, or like, I'm trying to understand what the goal is of.
the goal is so that our constituents understand and have the most information that they can have. We passed, and I say we because I was part of the board when this IRB was passed, and I will take responsibility. I was here. I tried my best to get more information. To what end? More information so that our community is comfortable with our decision. We had blank pages. We didn't have all the answers. It keeps moving. Yes, it's getting better to a certain degree. But as a commissioner, I would like to have more information so that accountability is first and foremost. And I don't have those answers, Chair. I don't. And maybe those subject matter experts can help me better understand. And I don't have your engineering degree. I don't. But I'd like to have someone help me make decisions for my community. Someone that I trust, someone that I can lean on, someone that I can call if I have a question. And those subject matter experts are the people in my mind that I have for this commissioner. I can't speak for the rest of you. But it's someone that I can lean, that I can trust, and not be wondering, okay, so what's la medida secundaria? What is it that they want?
But I think you just said, like, it's to make a decision, but I'm trying to understand what decision you're trying to make here.
Accountability for Project Jupiter for our community. That's the decision I'm trying to make, so that we
It's already-
together, so that the staff's not doing. It's our responsibility, Chair Sanchez, not the staff's. They're doing a great job. But it's our responsibility as commissioners to lead this for everyone.
Understand, and so the IRBs have already been approved with guidelines that they have to contractually meet. And so then that way, that's where I'm saying that, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand is if the decision's already made, the contractual requirements are already there, what decision are we making at that point?
Why is my well tried? I want to be honest about what you're doing to this community.
If I may. What are we afraid of? Why are we afraid of sharing information? I don't have a problem.
I'm just asking where you said you wanted to make a decision,
And holding
Commissioner, and
I don't know enough about bloom cells. I don't know. I mean, I can go to a presentation and hear if I'm selling a pen and I am the subject matter expert on this pen. Well, I'm going to tell you how wonderful this pen is. It has 4 colors. It can write in the dark and I can write upside down. But when you buy it, it's not going to glow in the dark, but maybe 5 seconds. I want to know as much as I can so that we in the future can hold Project Jupiter accountable for all these things. Commissioner, you and I are only going to be here for 2.5 more years. They're going to be here forever. And so I'm going to be here forever, hopefully. And as this commission moves forward, we must put it in a way so that my replacement, your replacement, Commissioner Shaljo's replacement, and eventually yours, Commissioner Kimball, will have the tools to move forward in a positive way for our community. We had a meeting before where I was questioning, and you mentioned, go talk to the staff, they have the answers. Well, the staff doesn't have all the answers. That's why I'm asking. I need more. I need more information. Our community needs more information. We deserve to give them that. We don't have to like it.
no,
It's
I encourage
uncomfortable.
you to go and do the research. I think that's one of the things that I've done, and my responsibility was to do that. And that is, I'm sorry, that is enough. Public. There is no public. I'm not.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
I'm just trying to say. I'm trying to say.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You
if
see?
I may, please, because I need to be able to hear the response from Chair Sanchez. And as I mentioned before, we're not going to agree. We're on different sides. And I was told I invited this. I did, because we have to have a robust conversation. But I'd like to hear from my fellow commissioner. I don't have to agree with it. He doesn't have to agree with me. We're having a respectful conversation in front of you so that you can hear our responses. So if I may, thank you.
So all I'm offering is that we've had opportunities to speak and learn more, whether that's with the Office of the State Engineer to understand what the effect on our community is with water usage. We've had opportunities to speak with the Bloom Energy or Oracle. There's going to be an opportunity to continue to find out more information as the air permit comes out with, or not the air permit, but the permit application and the hearing that will happen with that. There's additional opportunities where that will also come out with further details on the fuel cells. I think, like I said, there's still opportunities along the process where all this is still available. I guess one of the things that when we go and have discussions about, there are, I think you're right, there are subject matter experts across the state, including with the state government. I invite that so that way you understand that, and I think that's one of the things that I had tried to do myself, especially after the allegations that came out that the Office of State Engineer had indicated that there was in the Santa Fe, New Mexican. And so we talked with I reached out to the Office of State Engineer to have that discussion with them to help me understand. Was that real? Was it not? What is water usage? What is the impact of the Supreme Court settlement case? I said, these are things that you're absolutely right, we have to do. But like I said, I think as we do them, we don't necessarily need to always hire somebody to do our due diligence and understand that. Or understand, there's other research that we can do to understand how the microgrid is designed with redundancy. Statements that were made that they're going to run 100% of the 2.4 gigawatts, or the gigawatts of power generation, which is completely false, because that's not how it was designed. And there's data out there that you can find that type of information. But, like I said, those are just things that we can do as commissioners to do our research and do our due diligence. And I think, like I said, those are just things we can Absolutely do. I'm just concerned that, like I said, we have an opportunity with this project, and this is the only time we've ever done this as a IRB or an economic development project, where we've asked a company to come in and provide all this information. We've never done it for any other IRB. We've never done it for any other opportunity. And so this is by far going above and beyond after that.
Show your ass like you're doing now?
I'm sorry, that's enough of the comments. We're gonna be enough. If there's additional outbursts, I will ask that the chambers be cleared.
So, yeah, if I may. If I may, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, please, thank you. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for your comments. I agree, we do. We have a due diligence to ferret out information. But I'll tell you, if I pick up the phone and call the office of the state engineer, they'll probably answer. If you, sir, in the front row call the state office of the engineer, you're not going to get a person on the line. They'll get back to you. But it's our due diligence to inform our community. We can't keep them covered up in the dark. It's just a simple request. Have a meeting. Let's get the experts out here. It's a simple request. It doesn't take rocket science. It doesn't take AI science. It takes a meeting of the mind. It takes la gente hablando con la gente. That's all I'm asking for. It's a simple request. Let's talk. Let's sit down. Let's chat as neighbors, as community. I want to talk to the union workers and find out how your construction site is going. I'd like to talk more in depth with Josh Orozco, who was back there and saying, hey, how is this impacting the tri-border area? That way we all get to hear it, and it's just not the commissioners gathering information, but all of us. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sheldon on this.
So someone came up during public comment, I believe it was Terry, and then we heard it again today from Commissioner Kimball about, and both of those meetings can happen. There's a purpose for both. There are some people that might want the open house forum with a career fair. There might be people that want that desperately need that. And that might be more approachable to some of our residents. And for those individuals, I think that meeting will work. For those individuals that are asking for a more town hall style, that's fine. I think they can both happen. Hold on. Guys, stop. I mean, I love applause, but stop. I think the way that we look at this from here on forward, and, submitting questions ahead of time, and I would like to say that the individuals that are asking for that information, that is something that Vice Chair Gometos did last year. She did a great job. She got every single question that was asked at her community meeting. She forwarded it to the companies. She got the responses, and those responses are online. That is the exact same thing that I think we're hearing from Commissioner Kimball, myself. We're hearing it from some individuals in the community, is that same exact format. There has to be a reference point for individuals to go to. And if we want to do a column for, outside of Project Jupiter, and that way there's a comparison, fine. But, and Chair Sanchez, I'm not saying that anyone here is right or wrong. All I'm saying is that both can be true, inherently true at the same time. And that's okay. So I'm not going to say that, the open house and career fair should not happen. Let it happen. Let us go, let the people hear, let them talk, let them ask, let them engage. And it's all about engagement. And then let's do another one. Let's do one that is more the town hall side. We passed the resolution about communication with Borderplex Digital, asking for members of management with members of the commission to go forward and have these conversations. Let's figure it out. Let's figure out a way forward, because I think after almost 4 hours of these conversations, everyone is tired. Everyone is beat down. And then we're all not thinking clearly right now. So I think we need to think clearly, come up with a path forward, but both can be true. So let's go forward with a plan that includes both of them. I love Commissioner Kimball's thoughts on submitting the questions. I like that because I know it, I can see it, I can visually see, I can look, I can research myself, but send it out to those individuals. So get the individuals from NMSU, UTEP, Tech, wherever you want to, and get them on board. Let's figure this out. Commissioner Kimball, you and I did this a year ago at the Crisis Triage Center. We got everyone together in a room. We answered all the questions. Jamie, you were there, and it worked. We found out the answers. We were able to relay that information to all of our community partners that were there, saying this is what the future of the CTC looks like. This is where we're going. This is where we're headed. I loved it. I feel like we connected, we figured out a path, and we answered those questions. And if we get to that point with this, I'd be infinitely happy. So I'm all for it, and we just need to figure out a path forward because both of them can be true, and I want both of them to be true because I think both are beneficial to the county. So that is my 2 cents for the day. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Kimball.
And I appreciate that, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. I believe if we gather the questions and share them with experts and gather answers from experts, it takes out opinions and it takes out feelings, and we'll get to some real answers. And I think that's what we need because people come in there, everybody's so passionate about this because it's a very passionate item. It's a very passionate issue. And I think if we do it this way, as Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez said, Crisis Triage Center was in crisis. And we came together and said, okay, who can work to make this better? And I represented a hospital. There was another hospital there. We even said, you know what? We can't do it. Can you do it? And it came to a good agreement. It came to a good solution. So I think if we can get the opinions out, the emotions out, the heatedness out, it will really help. And if we, here's the thing, the IRB's already been voted on. It's already done. We can't revoke it. The data center is coming. We can't stop it. Even if we take the IRB away, they will still build it. They have plenty of money to build it. They really do. Yes, it is, but they can still build it. They bought the, I'm sorry, I shouldn't, they can still build it, whether we have the IRB or not. So we need to find a way to get answers to the most concerning questions in opinionated ways, educated ways, and I think the questions and answers, and it could take us 2 months to get the questions together and then say, okay, now we can have a town hall. Or it may be a website that's the town hall website. Post them up there. Every time we get a question, get an answer, post it somewhere so people can go and look at it. And that it will be there in writing. And it will hopefully hold down emotions. It will hold down anger and accusations. I wasn't here. I didn't vote for Project Jupiter. I know that y'all know that. But I'm on this team. I'm on the Board of County Commissioners, and I want to help find solutions, and I want to help serve our community. So I want to find the answers that are going to bring the most peace to our area. So I think we should find a way, and gathering the questions, I think, is fairly simple. Finding the experts will take some more work, but offering a place for people to send their questions, I think, will be very valuable.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimball. I'll say I'm not against the collecting questions or the idea of trying to get the information, 100%. I think my concern goes with Scott and how we address it, because what ends up happening, and I've seen this over and over again. I've seen it when I try to talk to people and people say they don't, I'm full of crap. The thing is that when you try to share information, will it be accepted? Will they be open to hearing it? And then, or not, they'll say, oh, this was a slanted person, or they're not looking at it the right way, or they're doing this. The engineer in me says data is data, and this is what it is. And that's where, like I said, I'm 100% behind having the facts out there and doing that. I think one of the things that I just want to make sure is how we address it, and I do want exactly to achieve the goals you're saying, because if we can do this in a way that is less emotional, fact-based, continuing to hear, or for them, or maybe we're already addressing some of these things, and it's just not well known. You know, there's that piece of it. I will say, I know there's been a just kind of a minor little U-turn because it was brought up during public input, and maybe I'm taking a little liberty here with this topic, but there was a comment made about El Paso Electric's rate case and how Project Jupiter was affecting that. I will say, number one, that based off of what I read on that rate case, that wasn't the fact. But if it is something that is being affected, we as a county have already intervened in that rate case. And so, you know, we can take a look at that as we go forward with this intervention process. I know the city of Las Cruces has also intervened in that case. And so, you know, that's also a requirement of the IRB, was that this project cannot affect ratepayers. So that I can say is that something we will work on, and we've already done and approved. We voted in open session that we were going to intervene in this case. So anyways. Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I'm hearing is that putting forth questions and having our subject matter experts respond to them from on both sides, because that's a fair thing to do, to have PJ subject matter experts explain their side and then have our subject matter experts explain their side. Is that what I'm hearing from the commissioners? And then having maybe the two meetings, because Commissioner Sheldron on this, I thought that was, probably didn't say it as well as you did and explain it as accurately as you did. So I appreciate that, because that's what I was thinking. It just wasn't coming out of my mouth as eloquently as you put it. But having those two meetings, I think that it's an excellent idea. So is that what I'm hearing, commissioners? Okay. Just wanted to make sure I'm understanding.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
And I think Commissioner Chaparro, what you're saying is correct, but I don't think it's two sides. I think it's a fact check. It's data. It's that. I don't want to say it's two sides, because then it sounds like they're biased, and there should be no biases with these conversations. It should be factually, what is the project doing, what technology they're using, everything like that. And then you get, you know, and I like using the university setting. I think that's proper, to say, okay, we're going to deep dive. And we've done it before with HHS. We've used Crimson Research time and time again to do projects in our community when it comes to mental health and it comes to well-being and everything like that. And I think that's what we need to look for. So if we can give county management kind of a task out of this conversation, it's that we need to find those individuals that are like Crimson Research, and it doesn't have to be just at NMSU. We can look at a broad spectrum of universities and places throughout the country that can help us with this and ask them. And part of me would think that, like Crimson Research, they would love to partner with us on this and get that information. And, you know, I also want to say it doesn't have to just be the two meetings. I think that these meetings both types of meetings should happen regularly. Because I think people do want to have those open conversations with people down there, as well as they want to have a place for, you know, a job fair is not a bad idea, guys. It isn't. I understand why we're having issues with the way that this is done. I understand that. I've heard you, and I can resonate with that. Probably not the best PR that they could have thought of, but I think that there is a place for that within the project spectrum. It's part of what we challenged them as a board. We challenged them to do this. We challenged them to put on the trainings. We challenged them to get with community partners to make sure that we have those career pipelines. So in my mind, that is part of that challenge that we gave the project. So I'm not going to gripe on that too much, because we kind of asked them to do it. But I will challenge county management, and if you all can give directions, is we need to kind of go in this direction. We've seen their response from the project, and I think that's fine, but now we're going to have a response, and I think we can go unilaterally with that. And thank you, Commissioner Chapato, for bringing this up today. So thank you.
So,
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Chapato.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews, for allowing me to speak. Hablando se entiende la gente. We're speaking, we're talking about discussing this issue, and I find it very stimulating, and I think it's transparent for our community. So this is a way the board should work. And I'm so grateful for your thoughts, commissioners, as we move forward, because as I mentioned before, I don't have all the answers, but we as a group can move together quickly. So I'm just thinking maybe just getting some sort of system on our webpage to start gathering questions. And then based on those questions that we're gathering, then going to the subject matter experts, because we may have a subject matter experts on, I don't know, nuclear energy, and nobody's asking questions about that. So perhaps putting something, I know that Kent probably can do it very, very quickly, but getting something on our site so that these questions could be added somehow. And Mr. Andrews, maybe you can help me with that, because I'm not sure how to do that. Or Mr. Lopez is nodding his head. Maybe you know, but I think that's a good start, just gathering questions. And it may be hundreds of questions, but at least start to gather them so that we can get to the subject matter experts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't think that'll be a problem. And Stephen and I, Mr. Lopez and I have had some discussions on what that would look like. In fact, he did a heat map recently that we'd like to share with you all, maybe even at the retreat, that between the MOU and the IRB addresses pretty much all of the concerns that have come up, saying that we've looked to move the Project Jupiter because the website was a little tougher to find. We recently did some website movement. Thank you. I can't remember who was it shared that with me. We moved it to a more prominent place. The website can certainly be updated to include a question Q&A section. The procurement side, Lucio, I don't know. That's the one that's the toughest. I'd probably like Chapato, since you were the only just no vote, and then maybe one of the others that was for it. So 1 for, 1 against, and then we could have some different staff. I don't need to be involved. That's fine with me too. So whatever that looks like, Lucio, start thinking and talking to Michael Perez. I think by the time we get this together, it's probably a 2 to 3 week process, 2 weeks to review. So realistically, about a month and a half out, I think is probably more realistic. So at least the planning for a meeting for the website itself, that's easy. Thank you.
I think if you're okay with this, Commissioner Chaparro, what I maybe would ask is, I don't know how quickly you can have like a mock-up of what it would look like. I think it's important that we have a good way to capture the questions and, like you said, make it accessible, easy to see on the website. So before we go live, I don't know whether I don't know if it's something that can be done before the retreat that quickly, or if it's something in the next, we come back in 2 weeks for our meeting on the 23rd, and we have maybe another follow-up presentation that shows what it'll look like for us or for the public, and then we can share where it will be. So then that way we can share with the public where to find that to submit it, so that it's hopefully very prominent, very easy for them to find and be able to submit their questions.
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
And Mr. Chair, I think 2 weeks is reasonable. And we can perhaps include a little more discussion in our retreat. We're having a retreat Thursday and Friday, and we can have a more, I like that word robust. I've been using that today a lot. So to have a more robust conversation regarding this, but 2 weeks to have a follow-up and present to our community, I think is fair. And it's fair for our staff as well, because they're going to be doing a lot of the work, probably in the evenings and the weekends. So thank you in advance to the staff.
And then I don't know if in 2 weeks we might at least have a kind of a skeleton of how we can identify those, whether, as Commissioner Chaparro noted, with New Mexico Tech, NMSU, UNet, wherever that subject matter expert could be and maybe identify those of how we move forward. And maybe, like I said before, that way we might have, like, not necessarily this is for sure how we're gonna do, but at least how we can identify it. So then, and have that as part of the presentation so that then we can present, that'll be part of the presentation as to how we're gonna reach out and who we're gonna reach out to. And hopefully, you know, that will provide a little more clarity on, you know, at least we have approval of the plan before we execute it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That sounds fair.
Just so I can clarify, the website itself in 2 weeks, no problem. We can have that framework together. The going out to bid for experts, so to speak, that's the part per our procurement. I believe that's roughly a 60-day window. We have 30 days and then the 15-day protest, as you all know. So I just want to make sure I understand the website.
Can I throw a caveat out there? And I could be wrong. I don't see Michael here, but I believe because they're universities and they're state organizations, we don't necessarily have to go through a full procurement process, which might expedite things if we need to. But, I mean, like I said, that might be an opportunity to expedite where we
Mr.
go with
Chair?
it. Yes.
I agree, we should do that, because I think if we're sitting on trying to do procurement, that appears to be another stalling tactic.
Yeah.
And I just don't think we need to, well, we've sent out the RFP, we need, so anything we can do to make it happen more simply, more quickly would be great.
Yeah, and like I said, I could be wrong when I say that. I'm not an expert at all on procurement, but I do believe being a state entity or state government does allow us to either sole source or directly kind of, you know, I guess because they have certain rules that everybody has to follow, it may allow us to expedite that process.
And Mr. Chair, they may not charge us for the answers.
They may not, so we
We may
can.
have people standing in line wanting to give us the answers, so there may not even be money involved.
True. And I think also, because I think the other part could also be, also maybe in addition, maybe also getting some of the state offices, like I said, this Office of State Engineer, some of those that might be able to provide some additional background or information with the questions so that, you know, you can get one piece of it, get the additional, and we can provide that out.
Understood, Chair.
Oh, okay, like I said, my thought is by the way, before we go live, I don't know if you can do like the example like in a QC format kind of thing that we can see before we hit publish and it goes live, but you know, having that. But I do, like I said, hopefully in 2 weeks, just have at least that bit of it so we can approve of the plan and then we can go forward and move towards that. And then I think at that point, that'll at least give us some timeline on when, you know, how long we can collect questions, and then try to target a day for the meeting.
We'll try to have some of this together by the retreat, and then obviously 2 weeks out, we'll have the rest figured out. So between the conversations at the retreat, I think we're in a good place. Thank you, Chair, for the feedback. Thank you, Board.
Last comment, Mr. Chair, I promise. I just want to thank our community for holding us accountable. You deserve that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, and with the thoughts on the website, I just want to point out that the web development team did a great job on the ICIP website. Commission, if you haven't been on it, please do. There's a place to submit your comments, your ideas, your thoughts, but it also drives down by every single commission district, House district, Senate district, project number. Staff did a great job on the ICIP website and you guys turned it out so quickly. I'm very proud of you all. So I know that this will be another lift, but I know that if it's as good as what we've done for the ICIP, that it will be beneficial to our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll take, so it's 1:22. We'll come back at 1:30 and with the Crisis Triage Center 2025 report. We're going to get ready to continue on with our agenda. So the next order of business is item number 8, which is the Crisis Triage Center 2025 report. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Jamie Michael from the Director of our Health and Human Services Department.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. We are here today to provide you an update on the Crisis Triage Center. I'm joined by 2 folks from Summit Behavioral Health. They do have just about 20 minutes left for us, time on their agenda for us. And the Market CEO was here earlier, but she did have to leave. So today with me, I have their Assistant Director of Nursing and their Chief Operating Officer for Peak and Summit Behavioral Health. So before they join me, just a quick background. We, the county, contracted with Summit in May of 2024, so 2 years ago. The first 8 months from May to December was startup time for them to hire, for them to get credentialed with credentialed and contracted with all of the managed care organizations, staff training, and everything that it takes to start up a program. And in January of 2025, they began operations. At that point, the county was covering 100% of the operating costs, and as they are able to bring in Medicaid reimbursement, that revenue is offsetting the county's investment. So you can see for the current fiscal year, we have a contract with them for just over $1 million, and we've paid the $888 over the first 9 months of this contract year. This slide gives you information about the billing and the potential revenue that they will be able to bring in, and this slide is going too fast. There we are. So they were eligible to bill Medicaid beginning in 2025 in July. The VA billing was pending when I submitted this presentation, but I was informed, Amy told me that last week that was approved, so they will be able to begin billing the VA. And those are right now the only 2 allowable payers in the system in the country. That's not a Doña County issue. You can see in the calendar year 2025, 64% of the admissions were covered by Medicaid. In the first quarter of 2026, 74% of the admissions were covered by Medicaid. Our business plan estimated that closer to 80%, but the 74 is higher than it was under the previous operator. So I think that's probably where we're going to stand, is about 3/4 of the admissions are going to be covered by Medicaid. The way we generate more of that financial stability is by increasing the number of people that utilize the facility each day. The first year, the full calendar year of 2025, the average day admissions were 2.5 people or admissions per day, and the goal really is to get closer to 6. But you will see, based on the information that Sarah's going to provide today, that they are getting closer to that goal. So I would like to invite Sarah to come up and provide you with some information. She has the calendar year utilization data and the first quarter of 2026. And Sarah, all you do is you can push the down arrow. Okay.
Hi, my name is Sarah Willis. I'm the Assistant Director of Nursing at the Crisis Triage Center. I'm accompanied by the COO/CNO of Peak, Mario Guzman. And I just wanted to take a second to thank you and the Board of Commissioners for your curation of the CTC prior to even my leadership, and all the hands that have gone into CTC, including Jamie. So starting with the calendar year of 2025, we had a total of 957 admissions for the year of 2025. We had a high of 92 admissions in September and a low of 64 admissions in March. And again, it was an average of 2.5 admissions per day. This is a justice system breakdown of the referrals that we got for CTC in 2025. It was a pretty steady referral amount from the justice system, anywhere from the high teens to high 20s. And November was the highest with 29 guest drop-offs from the justice system. And in June, it was 17 guest drop-offs. And the justice system, including LCPD, DAZO, the state police, Mesilla Valley Marshals, the fire department, and light team. Here you can see the arrival sources for 2025 and a breakdown of those, but I'll highlight the top 3. So our highest referral was walk-ins. I believe there's a stigma that we get majority of our referrals from law enforcement. This data shows that actually a lot of our referral sources straight walk-in or family bringing in guests. We had 522 guests walk in. And then we had 301 from the justice system and 70 from mental health referrals, these just being from outpatient referrals and other mental health providers that were involved in that one. For discharge disposition data in 2025, as you can see here, the top 3 were to inpatient, to home with referrals, and to temporary housing. Home with referrals, all of our clients left with a follow-up appointment of some sort. They weren't just discharged back to the street without some type of follow-up care. Just to note that. You will see that there is an increase in inpatient dispositions here, but I believe that this is just a testimony to show how much CTC is needed for the community. Another misconception that we have for CTC is we do have that power to turn guest status from voluntary to involuntary with our provider oversight. And I know that a common rumor right now is that we are switching patients involuntary in order to get those inpatient numbers up. But actually, for 2025, we only had 33 involuntary patients. For 2026 overview and updates, I started with CTC in the end of January. So the beginning of the year was really working with our staff and creating that basis so that we could really grow from there. Just like anything else, it runs on customer service to these guests and making sure that they're getting that service needed. So with that focus, hold on one second. These numbers aren't correct. I'm just going to skip to this one. So the breakdown for referral sources in 2026, we had 132 so far come in for walk-in, and we had 104 come from the justice system and 42 from referrals from mental health associations. And then our fourth that I wanted to point it out is we've had 17 come from medical. In total, just a way of looking at it is 104 people were kept out of the detention center and given a second chance versus them going and being admitted through the detention center. So I think that was a huge win. And then also 17 people redirected from the ERs this year is also a big win for us. So January, I know that this is for Q1, but for like month to date, like current, we've served 456. So we're now at an average of 3 per day, which has grown. And we're at a plus 23 year-to-date admissions. June has been a great month for us, and we're starting to see the pickup of marketing. We also started with a court liaison in May, which has also helped us push the CTC mission throughout the county. Discharge disposition for 2026, starting with our first one, you can see that there is a huge increase from 2025 to 2026 to acute inpatient. I believe that this again just reinforces the need for the community. They don't get into inpatient if they're not meeting that criteria, and just to know that amount of patients that we're getting through CTC are meeting that criteria is very powerful data that we've tracked. 46 have gone to home, counseling services 19, temporary housing 16, just to note a few others. Another thing I want to highlight on this chart is that we've made 0 calls to law enforcement due to patients we weren't able to handle as staff. Our staff is UKIRU trained. If you're not familiar with this, this is a blocking system technique that prevents having to use the use of restraints, and it's a very trauma-informed training. UKIRU means to receive, so our actual month-to-date or year-to-date restraints for 2026 is only 2 restraints that we've had to use actual CPI training for. Moving forward, sorry. Readmissions for 2026, we've had 6 readmissions in January, 11 readmissions in March. In February, we had 4. And in April, we had 10. Again, just reiterating that I believe these readmissions just goes to show our service excellence is working, that these patients are willing to come back to CTC in order to get placed. If you're very familiar with working with mental health, you know that a lot of these clients go back and forth and have highs and lows, and we're being that source for them through these times. Summit contributions to CTC. One of the biggest ones I want to highlight is the staff coverage we've borrowed directly from PEAK. We've borrowed 3 to 4 BHAs per week and 1 to 2 nurses per week. And there's always constant ongoing recruiting for the facility. Right now, we're recruiting CPSWs, RNs, BHAs, and therapists. We simply would not be able to run without the mentorship and guidance that I've had through, not just alone with the PEAK leadership, but with the PEAK staff. There's been times the nursing supervisors at PEAK have taken the floor in order to provide a tech over to CTC, which is a big ask and not easy either. PEAK training is also the one that trains all of CTC staff, so CPR, CPI, and UKIRU training is provided through PEAK. Maintenance overall, we are responsible for the fire and generator drills, and then they're also responsible, or our maintenance director through PEAK is responsible for creating those work orders with the county, and we've been working closely with the maintenance director of the county as well to get those work orders. PEAK has pharmacy coverage that overlooks CTC's pharmacy coverage as well, and they're responsible for verifying and refilling all of the pharmacy on a weekly basis. Infection control is also through PEAK, so there's monthly hand hygiene surveillance and review and regular cleaning scheduling for the facility, again, through PEAK's oversight. Lastly, transportation. We have drop-off to community partners post-DC via vehicle provided through Summit. In 2026, we've started tracking more closely. We've actually transferred 21 to Mesilla Valley Hospital for inpatient services and 53 to PEAK. For outreach efforts, we had an open house on June 4th. We were expecting 40 to 60 people, and we actually ended up having 146 community partners come and tour CTC, which was a great event, very successful. We are pending the wellness fair hosted at CTC in collaboration with Las Cruces Fire Department and 911. We're pending the dates for that. We're also looking at starting a First Responders Fridays. So every Friday for a month, there will be an open house to firefighters, PD, and sheriffs for coffee and donuts. Visits will include in continued education or for MOUD education provided by myself as the ADON. Right now, we are also working on recurrent meetings with several different partners. We have a recurrent meeting already started with La Clinica de Familia, Las Cruces Fire Department, Light Team, Three Crosses, Trans and Queer Block Party, and we're waiting confirmation from directors for monthly meetings for Mesilla Valley, DASO, Las Cruces PD, Community of Hope, NMSU, DACC, Regional 2, and EMS. We're in the process of making those ones set in stone. For current and upcoming collaborative events, we're also working with both NMSU and DACC for their student events and getting into their orientations. And just overall any wellness fairs. We are also working closely with the Las Cruces School District and trying to work with getting into parent-teacher conferences. And we're planned participation also in the Wellness Expo for August 29th this year. One thing I want to highlight is that we are doing frequent daily street marketing, just going out onto the street and marketing, whether it's at a motel, Walmart, Shell, the gas stations. One thing that I've taught my team is that mental health has no specific face, so it could be somebody that looks perfectly normal in the community. So that's why we're just reaching out everywhere we possibly can and not just trying to work with meetings and get community partners on board. We're also just reaching out to the community themselves, excuse me. So the goals for our outreach is to increase the awareness of the Crisis Triage Center. I've been pushing the Crisis Triage Center more specifically the past 2 months, and you'd be surprised how many community partners still haven't heard about the Triage Center. So that's been very enlightening. And then strengthening the relationships with the community. One thing that I'm very proud to say is that CTC has not been short-staffed to a point where there's no nurse on shift. I know there was a conception where we weren't accepting patients or we were deferring because we didn't have a shift on nurse. And since I've been a director since January, we've had that consistent client care. So that's helping strengthen the relationships a lot. Improving referral coordination, the reoccurring meetings that we've had with Las Cruces Fire Department and just the other partners. I always provide feedback of where their referrals ended up going, whether it was inpatient or whether it was outpatient services. I provide that information, and I believe that's strengthening the coordination, and it's also giving them a look of, oh, they're not just going back to the streets like I've been hearing or whatever they hear from other people. It's kind of eliminating those rumors that have been going around. And then also to promote early intervention and community-based support services. There's been several times we've walked up to people and we've handed them a flyer or just talked to them one-on-one, and then they've ended up at our services within the next few hours. So that early intervention has also been really big for CTC's growth. That is what I have to present for 2025 and 2026.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions, comments? Commissioner Kimball?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I did attend the, hi Sarah, thanks for coming. You have a minute? Sorry. I did attend the open house and it was really full of people. I mean, so many people came in, they were really pleased. And I agree with you, Sarah, until recently, a lot of people in the community still didn't know about the Crisis Triage Center. And I can see the difference now as y'all are getting out. And I think it's really helpful. And we've got to make this place successful any way that we can help you keep it going. We can't let it fail again, and we can't let it stay empty like it did for so many years. So we can see that I can see that you're doing a lot of good work there, and I'm hearing good things about it, as well as going to the open house and seeing good things. And the place was clean. It was really, really clean. And sometimes you got a 24-hour place, it's kind of hard to keep it clean.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimball. Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you. Sarah, wow, I went to the open house as well, and it was such a difference between when I went a year and a half ago to June 4th. You have an exceptional team. Everybody was engaged, excited about the Crisis Triage Center. So thank you for your hard work. And I look forward to seeing your team out on the unincorporated parts of the county, because I think it's so important to reach out to places like Chaparral and Hatch. Anthony, we have people that could be guests there. So good for you. Keep doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, I know, Commissioner, please.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for joining us today. This was great. This is exactly what I think we needed to see the growth and see the success and the future continued success. So thank you for this. I love that you're getting out there. I think that's amazing. That's exactly why we wanted a local operator for so long, was because we wanted that tighter community. We wanted to have those conversations, and you're doing exactly that. So thank you so much. I really love to see that, and I hope we can get more people utilizing it, because it is a great resource in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sarah, I know you got to head out here, but just want to say thank you for the presentation. I would ask and you don't have to answer this now, but I think as you continue to work on your outreach efforts, if there are any other suggestions that we can do as a county administration, or anything else we can do to support this, or find other ways to engage people to use the CTC, please let us know. I think you and your team are the ones that are on the front lines serving the people. So you guys, I believe, will have some of the best information and suggestions that might help us. The thing that I really appreciate about the CTC is that with it being 24/7, it is accessible. And if people can know, they're in crisis, yes, they can do 988, and I know there wasn't a lot of transfers, and I know there's a lot more to that whole puzzle there between 988 and transferring, but I think knowing if people do know that it's there for them to use and they have a resource, it means so much. And I just think, like I said, the outreach efforts, I appreciate everything you're doing. But again, if there's any other way we can support it, or any other suggestions you have, so that way we can find ways for additional utilization, I think we're all ears, because I think from the comments, we all support what you're doing and appreciate what the team is doing out there.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I may, last comment here. Jamie, your hard work has not gone unnoticed. You've been working on this since I first became a commissioner, and that's been 6 years.
I feel like I've been working this since I became an employee here.
Thank you. Thank you for making this stream part of the county, and this stream for our constituents. You are an exceptional representative for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just, I want to touch 3 things real quick. You had talked about a recent meeting you had with Three Crosses, the ED there, and then the result of that you shared with me. Do you mind sharing that?
Yes, so recently I started a weekly basis meeting with Three Crosses every single Monday. And what I've found within the last 2 weeks is I've basically put myself as a point of contact for CTC and the charge nurses that are needing to get clients out of the ER. And just this past weekend, they've referred 11 to me, and I accepted all 11 from them. So I was on call all weekend, and I think what prior was happening was the nurses were like, oh, I want a repeat of this lab and that lab, and there was the discouragement to send clients to us. And when I got to the bottom of what was happening in that process, I just made myself the point of contact and took out that component, and the patients were already accepted at CTC. So that was basically our mission over the weekend.
So 11 people didn't have to sit in the emergency department, and it's proven, and we know from research and from people that the emergency department is much more traumatizing. These folks were able to come into a safe place where they were more appropriately cared for, thanks to your work. So I appreciate that. The opioid settlement funds, we also approved some funding for the CTC to hire a justice liaison. And that individual is not only working with the detention center, but will be working closely with Community of Hope and Amador. So Sarah already has meetings set up with them to do more targeted outreach and hopefully transportation to connect people to the emergency department. And then Commissioner Chaparro, we're also able to use some of the state's behavioral health funding and some of our local opioid settlement funds for La Clinica to expand their ACT team into the rural community, which again will then be a natural connection to the CTC, especially for ACT teams on the evenings and weekend hours in the rural communities when they don't have a place and a community member may not be safe where they are. Getting them to the CTC will be of great benefit. So those are some things that are on the horizon, and I hope to come back in 6 months and tell you how successful they are as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Okay, next item is number 9, the county investment portfolio update. So I'll turn it over to our treasurer, no, our deputy treasurer, Eric Rodriguez. But Treasurer Richardson, hi. Sorry, I just wanted to at least acknowledge I see you there, so.
Bring her up here.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, County Treasurer Marisol Richardson. I've always said I don't have to be the smartest person in the room, I just have to associate myself with them. Eric does an excellent job with our portfolio, so naturally he will be providing a presentation on how well we've been doing and provide you some information on some information we've been working with, budget and finance. So with no further ado, Eric. Oh, that's
There you
right.
go. What we're learning in Toastmasters is you have to do the handshake when you hand the podium over, so that's the proper etiquette. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Eric Rodriguez, Chief Deputy Treasurer. I'm here on behalf of the Treasurer's Office to provide to you the investment update for the county and of course for the public. But before I do, I just wanted to acknowledge 2 different things. And the first one is I want to acknowledge our Investment Advisory Board. This board actually approved Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez to be a member of the advisory committee. And so I want to thank him for his service. I also want to acknowledge Ms. Julia Brown, who was our member at large from the community who served 2 years on the board. Her term was over in our last meeting in May. And we recently added a new board member for Ms. Laura Olguin, who's Vice President of Century Bank. The committee is made up of 5 different members. It is the treasurer, the finance director, the county manager, a member from the commission, 2 members from the local community, local banking community, and a member of the community at large. And so the advisory committee the purpose is to serve as an oversight committee to advise the county treasurer on their investment activities and strategies. The second thing I wanted to acknowledge, and this is in reference to the special audit, is I wanted to assure the commission and the public that the county's investment portfolio remains secured, fully accounted for, and managed in full compliance with state statutes, county policy, and our established investment practices. I think it's important to note that the special audit, and any audits for that matter, from those, we have not had any significant or any discrepancies or any compliance issues with the management of our investment portfolio. Every penny is accounted for. I will go further to say that the Office of the County Treasurer did not have any findings that would impede, affect the security, accounting, or the performance of the portfolio. We continue to create, implement, and enforce sound policies and procedures, and under the leadership of our County Treasurer, Marisol Richardson, we continue to enhance and improve our practices, our best practices at the Treasurer's Office. So I think that's something to celebrate from our department. And so with that, I will go ahead and get started, and I believe this Is this the one? No. So actually, before I go, just the period that we're covering here is the third quarter of fiscal year 2026, which spans from June of last year to March 31st of this year. The objectives of the portfolio are always the same: safety, liquidity, and return. Safety of the portfolio, this is just saying we don't invest in anything that it puts the county's tax dollars at risk. I'm looking at you, Bitcoin, and other investments like stocks. We make sure that we maintain liquidity, and that's just ensuring that do we meet our expected expenditures. And finally, our last objective is return. Return is just ensuring that we do get some kind of return on our investment for our buck, so we do prioritize that, but it is our third priority, not our first priority. I won't go through the executive summary, but I'll just recap the summary portfolio of the last 12 months. So our operating cash at the reporting period of March 31st was 1.9 million, and that's just saying that this is how much we're spending. That's how much we had in the bank account and our checking account to spend money. As you can see, the bulk of our cash is sitting in the portfolio balance. That tells you that we are putting every dollar to work as we receive it, ensuring that we get some return from it. The total balance as of this reporting period was 162 million. The lowest within the last 12 months, the lowest balance that we've had in the portfolio was 149 million, the highest going up to 241 million. That's simply because of the property tax collections that cycles that we go through. We collect taxes, we distribute them, so our portfolio balances does fluctuate. The rolling average balance in the last 12 months is 179 million. On the value of the portfolio, the market value as a period of this reporting period was 159 million. That means that if we were to sell every single asset in our holdings, we would get 159 million. We paid 160 million. So yes, we would take a loss of 127,000. That's actually a very small loss or unrealized loss if we were to liquidate everything at that point. And what that tells you is that our investment strategy is investing at par, not investing in anything that is risky. But also is that the way we structure our portfolio is that it doesn't expose us to very much interest rate risk or any risk of value. And so for that number to be so close to the market, the book value to the market value, just tells you that we're being very cautious in how we invest. Now, we do hold everything, we are buy and hold strategies, so we do hold everything to maturity. So because we don't have to sell anything at market value, we won't take these losses, they are unrealized. If we do wait until maturity, we actually have a small gain of about $400,000 or $500,000. And so that is our strategy. We just don't go out there and do arbitrage where we buy low, sell high. We buy it, hold it until it matures. Our performance metric here is our effective rate of return is 3.66%. Portfolio duration, that just tells you the sensitivity to rate increases or decreases in the market and the exposure that the portfolio is exposed to with those changes. That duration is at 1.84 years, and that just tells you that if there is an increase in interest rates, normally the value of the portfolio just plummets because you could get higher rates at the current market than you did when you purchased it back in the day. And so because of the shortness of our duration, we're not exposed to that value risk of it going down. And it's just making sure that we don't expose the county to too much of that risk. Another way to also explain this is if I dumped all our money in a 5-year U.S. Treasury, then interest rates change, then we are having bigger fluctuations in value and exposing the county portfolio to more risk of losses. The benchmarks that we set for ourselves is a U.S. Treasury, the 2-year U.S. Treasury, and we also compare ourselves to the New Mexico Local Government Investment Pool, which is managed by the state treasurer. As you can see, we're pretty on par with the Local Government Investment Pool. The 2-year U.S. Treasury is outpacing us a little bit, but these are not really good comparisons. They're not apple-to-apple comparisons, but it's something that we at least like to benchmark so we know that, you know, if we're significantly below or significantly above those numbers, then there's something to worry about. Our target duration is 1.5 years to 2.5 years. As you can see, we're at 1.84. So we're meeting that metric and staying fairly safe in where we put our money in terms of a maturity schedule. The portfolio balance, this worksheet, right, or this spreadsheet right here, just shows you more where our balances have gone in the last 12 months. And the purpose of this is to show you specifically how the drawdowns in our reserves have been occurring to the portfolio. So if you look at June of last year, 175 million, and this is the best marker right here, because if I look at this, we had property tax revenues coming in, which we're going to disperse. That's not a really good metric. But once we disperse those property taxes, this was what was remaining of the portfolio balance, 175 million. We're drawing down slowly but surely throughout the months. Then we have this spike here in property tax revenues come in. Again, we do a disbursement, so it brings the balance back down. But after those disbursements, what we end up with at the end of March is 160 million. So it's about from the last June to March, we drew it down about $15 million. And so that's just to show you that we are tapping into those reserves and we are drawing down some of that cash that's available for investment, which affects ultimately investment return later on, which I'll cover.
Mr. Chair, if I can ask a question, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
Eric, if you can just go back to the last slide so that I'm understanding this, because you're the numbers expert here. So I'm looking at May 2025, where we had 240 million and change.
Yeah.
And then January, where we had 227 million and change. And so those include property taxes at that time. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So is it property taxes throughout the year or property taxes
Just for that
for the
period.
6 months?
Just for that period. So we collect every month property taxes, but when we bill in November. So you have this huge influx, which is why the December mark right there, you have this huge influx of property tax revenues come in. It's very important to note here that the reason it spikes up is because we collected all that cash, not only for the county, but City of Las Cruces, City of Sunland Park, all the municipalities. These are all property tax revenues for everybody. The reason it drops down is because we disperse those the following month. So we're taking advantage of those cash balances that we have in our books and investing those while they're at the custody of the county. Once we disperse it, then that's where those balances draw down. And that's why I don't want to make the comparison in May to March, because in May or December to March, because we have in our custody somebody else's money that we're investing, let's put it that way. And so that's why I'm comparing, once we disperse those revenues, what we're left with is just our money. And that's why the June balance of 175 is just our money that's left. Maybe a couple of collections from property taxes, but not significant enough to, change the whole picture. And that's why I make those comparisons after we do those disbursements.
Okay, second question. So you said we have custody of other municipalities' monies. How long do we retain that? Is it 30 days?
Less than 30 days.
Less than 30 days.
We do disperse immediately after the period of collection. We do disperse them back out to the entities, typically around the 20th of the following month. And so while that's in our custody, we take advantage of it and we invest it as fast as we can.
All right, so we have a return of less than 30 days wherever the money is.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep. So how do we diversify our investment portfolio? Well, we put it into agencies, CDs, money market accounts. This time last year, if you looked at this graph, it would probably be half of it would be gray, where we were holding a lot of cash. But slowly, as we started seeing a decrease in interest rates by the Fed Reserve, we started putting our money further out on the timetable. So we're investing 5 years, 4 years more heavily. And hence why that blue part of the graph started increasing, because we started loading more into government agencies. By state laws, all these asset classes right here are allowed for us to invest. You notice that we don't have stocks, real estate, we don't have anything else on there that would put taxpayer dollars at risk. We just invest in those asset classes that are allowed by law and are safest. And so that, it's a pretty well-distributed graph, considering that we were once very, very heavy in cash. We still are heavy in cash, but that distribution, it's being dispersed out to different maturity dates and also different types of investments. This next table is very much of the same thing. It just puts it down to you in dollar format and also sets the limits. We mitigate risk of what's called concentration risk and not making sure that we don't invest in just one thing. For example, let's say we invested all the money in municipal bonds or the U.S. Treasury notes. That would create concentration risk. And so we spread that risk out. And on the far right-hand side, you see the limits bar. That is by our policy how much we are allowed to invest in each asset class. And if you look at the percentage of the total, you'll see that we're meeting that limit and not going over it. So this is just a breakdown of and also a compliance marker here to ensure that we're not going outside of our limits of concentration investment. Another way to put it, we're not putting all our eggs in one basket. So. Maturity distribution. Maturity distribution here shows you in a timetable when we will get our money back. So 0 to 1 years, we have most of our cash there because our cash balances are pretty heavy. Luckily for us, interest rates are in a really good position right now, so we're not losing money to investing out 3, 4, 5 years. So we have stayed pretty heavy on cash. And another reason we want to stay heavy on cash is right now, there's a lot of uncertainty on expenditures and accounts payables or things like that we just wanted to make sure that we were fairly healthy on our cash balances. And so we remain healthy on our cash balances. The interest rates that we've had in the last 5 years, 6 years, it really was to our benefit of staying short because we really capitalized on those higher interest rates in the short term. You do see over here at the end of it, you see a little dip and it kind of goes up a little bit here. That's a barbell effect. And what we're doing there is when we started seeing interest rate cuts in 2024, we saw about 3 of them and 2 of them last year in 25. Since we started seeing a rate cut environment, we started trying to lock in those longer term rates, and hence why we loaded up onto 5+ years. I'll talk a little bit about rates in a little bit, but it's just, that changes so much from month to month. And so you looking at the information and the data that we have, we use our best estimates to what potentially could happen and try to capture as much return as we can. So hence why we have that little increase in the 5+ years. But nevertheless, the maturity distribution is a good distribution. You always want to see it high up in the short term and kind of go down the longer it gets. You don't want to have all your money over here at the end of the tail of that. Credit quality, this is just to assure everybody that we don't invest in anything that's risky. I put a Moody's scale there for reference to show that we don't invest in anything lower than high grade. And so we have AAA rated, $40 million of our portfolio is sitting in AAA rated assets. And then it just goes down, nothing lower than A2+. Then we have FDIC insurance. A lot of our local banks, sorry, not local banks, a lot of our brokered CDs are FDIC insurance. Those are increments of $250,000 per bank. We have $14 million worth of brokered CDs. We have collateralized assets, and that's local banks that will hold our money, but because they're holding public money, they have to collateralize that public money by tying up their own money. And we have $9 million of that. Recently, we started accepting letters of credit, and this is to the local bank's benefit in that instead of tying up their money to hold our money, they could just give us what's called a letter of credit, and it's basically a promise to pay. If their bank defaults, then we have this letter of credit to go to the bank and say, we still need to get our money back. And I think this is a benefit to the local community because local banks will not be tying up county or public money. They will be able to have that, for example, that collateralized $9 million, they could use that to then lend out back to the community and put it back locally. The next slide is our earnings trend. This right here just gives you a comparison of what we've earned in 24, 25, and currently in 26. As you can see, in 25 was probably one of our highest earning years. Of course, that was because of interest rates. But in FY25, which would have been the year, at the end of the year of 2024, is when we started seeing rate cuts. And you could see that decrease in revenue in our investments coming in for FY26. We're projecting to go over 5 million, but not too much over. And we definitely, fortunately, not going to get as close as we were to FY25. This is just a breakdown of those numbers just by month. And to your question, Commissioner Chaparro, this shows you in those peak months as we increase, as we get those collections in during property tax season, we invest that money, we capitalize on those balances to invest those, and that's why we get a little bit higher return January, December, February, because we're holding those funds. And February actually just shows it because we don't get the money that's invested in December, January, sometimes until the following month. But that's just a breakdown of our investment returns by month. And then finally, we have our investment compliance report card. This right here, we put it into 3 categories: safety, liquidity, and return. The first one in safety is we try to mitigate different kinds of risks: concentration, maturity, credit risk, interest rate risk. I won't go into detail as to what kind of risks these are, but we have parameters for how to manage those risks. And as I showed you earlier in a graph that showed, we're not putting all our eggs in one basket and we're meeting these limits. That is the mitigating factor that we have for concentration risk, and so we are in compliance to making sure that we're not exposed to that. The next category is liquidity, and liquidity, we just want to make sure that we have money to pay our bills. On our cash flows, we meet all our operating needs for the budgetary cycle, so we know what the budget looks like. We could anticipate those anticipated expenditures. That's static liquidity. And then there's dynamic liquidity, which we want to make sure that we have money for unanticipated budget demands. Because we're so cash heavy, we easily meet that requirement. The final report card measure here is our return. On this one, we have a no in compliance there, and the reason for that, and it's a good reason, is because the metric that we're comparing our benchmark to is a 3-month U.S. Treasury bill, and this is what's on our investment policy. When you compare your portfolio to a 3-month U.S. Treasury bill, it's not a good comparison. It's not a good comparison because we invest in, as you saw earlier, we invest in assets that go out 5 years, 4 years, 3 years. We invest in assets that are a little bit riskier than the U.S. Treasury. And so the U.S. Treasury benchmark, it's not an apples-to-apples comparison. And because of where interest rates are right now, at the time when we did this report, the U.S. Treasury, the 3-month U.S. Treasury, which was much higher than what we could earn ourselves investing in our effective rate of return for the whole portfolio. So we will be proposing to the investment committee a new metric for this, which averages out the returns and will be a better comparison to what we are actually investing in. Nevertheless, it's better for us not to meet this metric. That would just mean that we would not be investing anything and everything would just be in a very short-term investment asset. And that's probably not the best strategy, as that would violate our concentration risk, maturity risk, and all these other risk factors. So moving forward, our strategy is to maintain a laddered structure to spread risk and lock in higher rates. We stay invested in high credit quality instruments to hedge credit risk. We limit exposure to non-government issuers and continue using collateralized deposits and government-backed instruments. We secure long calls and bullets holdings, and then we monitor cash flow projections through communication with the county. This is just ensuring that every time that there's going to be anticipated expenditures or drawdowns, we know about them so that we don't have to sell any of our assets to get cash. We have the cash available. Economic considerations. These are external considerations that we're often monitoring to see how we're going to change the portfolio strategy. As of the reporting date, March 31st, the Fed had signaled a posture towards a more hawkish, that means cautious on interest rate cuts. They are holding back on interest rate cuts during that time, primarily because of the Iran war. Current CPI at that time was 3.2. The Fed target is still 2%. U.S. crude was at 104 and Brent was at $111 per barrel. Projections at that time continued weak job creation, and the private sector hiring remains cautious. S&P and NASDAQ were reaching record highs. The market was unfazed by the war in Iran. AI driving a lot of the market increases in the stock market currently. That was as of March 31st. Since then, things have really changed. So April CPI came out, as a matter, or April came out, CPI came out last month, and that was at 3.8%. WTI and Brent went, WTI went from 104 in March to $87 a barrel. Brent went from 111 to $91 a barrel today. The unemployment rate, which those numbers came out on Friday, the unemployment rate is 4.3%, and jobs added was 172,000. In the last 3 months, they've averaged to 188,000 new jobs being added in the workforce. What does that mean to us as a county? Well, as the Fed looks at these new numbers and they see a strong jobs market, they see people working, wages haven't really increased, but they've remained stable. The price of barrel oil is coming down a little bit, but not that much. It still signals inflation, and the Fed's primary concern is inflation. They want to get to that 2% target. We're going to get CPI numbers tomorrow, and everybody's watching that, because if it's a high CPI number, then that might signal that the Fed is going to increase rates instead of cut rates. A couple months ago, people were anticipating rate cuts later this year, and now we're looking at rate increases. So for us, sitting on all that cash, if we do see those rate increases, that is good for our portfolio, as we will generate more revenue from it. And so that's why we keep an eye on these things to see what should we lock in, do now, do we take advantage of those longer term rates. But, you know, like, we don't necessarily just base it on that. We continue to maintain it, as I mentioned up on top, strategy is a laddered approach. As assets come due, we do invest them. It's where do we invest them, 5 years out, 1 year out, or do we invest it in the short term? And so those are considerations that we are always looking at. As well as budget considerations, budget impacts. We are looking at reserve drawdowns. I've been keeping an eye on the budget meetings that you have been approving, and it looks like now I believe it's the $50 million that we will be drawing down in FY27. So we are considering that as well, and ensuring that we have sufficient cash for those drawdowns. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that is my presentation. I will stand for any questions if you have them.
I'd like to make a disclaimer that all information provided does not replace a personal investment strategy.
Yes,
for those
seek your
listening.
personal financial advisor. Do not trust this guy.
Thank you, appreciate it, sir. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair. Treasurer Richardson, I'd just like to thank you. Government isn't exciting sometimes, but I'm so glad that we can trust you and your office to do this, because you've always been so dependable. And as you mentioned, you didn't have any audit findings, so congratulations, Treasurer Richardson, to you and your staff. I appreciate you tremendously. And if we can get a 20% return on our monies, Eric, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I probably would be working somewhere else. Well, thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, appreciate it, and thank you again for everything. I know, like I said, I think we've going through and seeing the performance and seeing what you've been able to do with our funds. Appreciate that it's in good hands, and that really being able to explain how the investment strategy works, to just show the public that it's not risky investments. It's done with a strategy in mind. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always say, you know, as long as we follow state law, it's like bowling with the rails up. You know, it would be hard to miss. So just following those policies and having those policies and procedures, and so that is very helpful to our cause. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you. All right. Next item is agenda item number 11. It's under minutes, the regular meeting minutes for May 26th. 2026, and the special meeting and work session minutes from June 2nd, 2026. If I can get a motion and a second to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Saldra Hernandez, second by Commissioner Chaparro. Any comments, changes to the meeting minutes? All right. And Brandy, do a roll call on the meeting minutes, please. Oh, are we not? We're having some technical difficulties. Oh,
Commissioner Saldra Hernandez? Yes.
Commissioner Kimball? Yes. Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
I, Chair Sanchez, vote yes. And so with that, it is approved 4-0.
And I'm
you, Commissioner.
back on.
We can do this.
All righty. Awesome. All right, agenda item number 12, which is to approve the use of the New Mexico State Pricing Agreement 30-00000-22-00018 with Flock Group, Inc. for license plate reader cameras and annual subscription services in the amount of $162,000, and delegate signature authority to the county manager for all related documents. If I get a motion and a second to approve? I'll move approval. If I can get a second. All right, I have a second by Commissioner Saldra Hernandez. And we have Under Sheriff Robert Parra coming up. I don't know if there's any full presentation. Do you have a presentation on this or?
Just available for any questions, sir.
All right.
And also have Lieutenant Eric Flores, who oversees that project and is the expert with the data collection of the data.
Perfect. Well, I'll defer to the other commissioners if there's any questions.
I was using my protein bar,
Okay. Okay. Did you have one, Commissioner Kimball? I don't know if I have questions. Okay. I'll start with one real quick. I was kind of, with the latest Safe Communities Agreement and how the data is shared, I know generally speaking, you utilize it with local law enforcement agencies such as Las Cruces PD, the town of Mesilla, and so on. But just trying to ensure that the data that is collected through the flock cameras is not being utilized for federal immigration enforcement.
That is correct, sir. We're well aware of the SB 40, the Safety Act, and rest assured that the data that is collected is not released to any federal agency, more specifically ICE. We have an agreement with Flock, and it is confidential. So we are in compliance. The act is in effect, I believe, July 1 of this year. So we are already in compliance, and we do conduct our audits as well. So it stays within New Mexico.
Okay. Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. I had a member of the public ask rather pointed questions about this that I didn't know how to answer, Under Sheriff. So could you just briefly explain where the cameras are, how they're going to be utilized, how effective they're going to be for the Sheriff's Department, please?
Okay, I'm going to yield the mic to the expert here, Lieutenant Eric Flores.
Good afternoon.
Lieutenant, I didn't recognize you out of your uniform.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
It's
Yeah,
nice to see you this way.
Yes, I work plain clothes mostly these days. So, just to answer your question, as far as the location of the cameras, we don't disclose the locations of the cameras. Kind of defeats the purpose of the cameras if everybody knows where they're at. They are spread out throughout the county in various spots. We are working on getting approximately 20 more cameras put up. They're in permitting right now. And as far as what they're used for, primarily we use the cameras to locate stolen vehicles. That's their main purpose, is to help us locate stolen vehicles. However, we are also able to use the cameras to locate suspects to other criminal activity.
So I have a question for you, Lieutenant. Let's say I'm shopping at the mall and somebody takes an interest in my vehicle. How far will you be able to track me from a camera? Is it from camera to camera? I'm not understanding that. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think the situation you're talking about is if somebody stole your vehicle, how would we track it? Is that what you mean? Sure. Okay. So we can only see the vehicle when it passes by one of the flock cameras. Once it passes by the flock camera, the camera will then take a picture of that camera. If, for instance, your vehicle was a stolen vehicle and you reported it stolen, then we could enter that information into the flock system. And if your vehicle was to pass one of the cameras, then it would send us an alert that that stolen vehicle just passed that camera and any subsequent cameras that it would then pass.
So that camera is a continuous feed and you can
it's a
take
live feed.
shots of whomever is strolling by, a car that's passing. Is it just specific to vehicles, in other words?
Yes, it's only specific to vehicles. It is a live feed, so it's constantly taking pictures of every vehicle that passes through it. But it only gives us whatever vehicles we query. So if we were to want to use the system for a specific vehicle, we would have to request that information, say enter the vehicle description or license plate number, and then the system would let us know if that vehicle passed by one of our systems. One of the safeguards to it not being improperly used is that if we were to, say, search for a particular vehicle, when we do that search, it has to have a case number assigned to the search. And that's part of our audit process. And that's also part of the requirements for the Senate Bill 40. And so that's a safeguard for us not just looking at every single vehicle that passes by a camera. We can only look at vehicles that are related to a specific crime.
And only to a crime, not just for public surveillance, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Sheldrake?
You all asked the questions that I was thinking of as well, so thank you for doing that.
Okay. Is there any public input on this item? Okay. All right, with that, Randy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 12.
Commissioner Sheldrake Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you,
Thank you,
commissioners.
Next item is 13. It's to use the CES contract number 2026-03-R1271-ALL with Smith & Aguirre Construction for the general construction at the Santa Teresa Jetport Maintenance Shop in the amount of $615,692.87. If I get a motion and a second to begin discussion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sheldrake Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Mr. Weaver.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez. Good morning, Commission. Actually, good afternoon at this point. Sorry about that.
I wish.
Yes, I know. So I am here to present this project on behalf of Jody Young and the Jetport. So this is going to be a 3,500 square foot maintenance facility. We're looking to have one section of the offices at approximately 650 square foot. That's going to be the office where the maintenance staff will be housed, and for the future growth of the Jetport maintenance. Currently, we're looking to have a couple vehicles housed in there. One is going to be the current maintenance truck, our streets or runway sweeper. It's essentially what goes out there and kind of cleans up the tarmac for planes to land safely and take off safely. And currently, we have those housed out on the tarmac itself right now, which is taking up some valuable real estate because we actually do rent those out. So this will actually be located to the east of the current Jetport facility, and this will help improve the lifespan and protection of that equipment. We're funding this project through NM Aviation grant that Jody and the Jetport received in the amount of $1 million. And for that, that is my presentation, and I stand for questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? All right. Public input? All right. Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 13.
Commissioner Sheldrake Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Justin.
Thank you, Commission.
Thank you. Next item is 14, to approve award of request for proposal 26-0036 with Trinity Services Group, Inc. for food services for the detention center in the amount not to exceed $1.4 million within the first contract year. The commission is asked to delegate the signature authority to the county manager on all change orders and documents related to the purchase. If I get a motion and a second to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Sheldrake Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Director Baker.
Good afternoon. Unfortunately, our last contract came to the end of its renewal, so we had to go back out to RFP. We issued the RFP in early March. We only had 2 vendors respond, and the current vendor that we have came in $236,000 less than the other party, and we have a longstanding relationship with the current provider and have been more than happy. So we're asking to approve the award to Trinity Services Group, and I'll stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chaparro, did you have a
Thank
question?
you. Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So the trailers are gone, right, Brian?
Huh?
Are the trailers are gone and now you're serving from the kitchen? Or are
Oh,
these
yeah,
trailers
yeah.
still
No,
there?
that's just reference to all the things that they've done for us. We've put them through the ringer back with the kitchen remodel and everything else like that. Because originally they were going to be out in trailers for 3 months, and then it was 6 months, and then it was 9 months. And they trudged through it, and they didn't push back at us at all. And since part of it was funded by them, they actually kind of helped the county out. Even though I kept telling them, you know, you guys are there, so if you're paying for stuff that we're supposed to be paying for, you need to come talk to us. But they're a good company.
And another note, I did have a bit of food the last time I was there. It was tasty, just needed more salt and maybe little bit of comino. But apart from that, it was good food. Thank you.
Salt is always problematic because everybody says cut back on salt. That's tasty.
Commissioner Sandra Hernandez, do you have any questions? All right. Any public input? Just waiting for someone to come running in because they wanted to comment on this. All right, Randy, will you do a roll call on agenda item number 14?
Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez. Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes, that was approved. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
All right, next item, agenda item 15, it's an annexation petition submitted by the City of Sunland Park for approximately 1,784 acres located along the west municipal boundary of the City of Sunland Park and Country Club Road. I believe I'll ask for a motion and a second to begin discussion.
So moved.
Second. Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Turn it over to Ms. Ainsworth.
Thank you. So this annexation is one that they had previously submitted last fall, which they did have approved as well and repealed. And so they are once again requesting, or they're processing an application for the annexation. The only thing that's different from the previous version is that they have removed an area here on the northern part. It still contains all of the donut holes and basically much of the area that they had previously processed for annexation. And so they are now requesting comments from the BOCC. We did provide a draft letter, and it has the same comments that had been provided by the DRC, along with an additional comment that was provided by the County Attorney's Office regarding recommendation of denial of the annexation. And that letter is in your packet. We do have, it's 30 days from when we received their packet to provide comments back. And so we'd like to send them as soon as possible. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Christina. Commissioners? Comments? Sheljo Hernandez.
So Christina, I was just talking to a constituent about this actually today. So on the map, can you kind of explain where the donut hole is again? It's where the, yeah, right?
Yes. Let me see if there's a better map. So areas that are shown largely in color there are the ones that, let me see. Yeah, these areas are the ones that are in the county.
And do we know why they have yet to include those in the annexation?
In large part because they were already developed, and so there are multiple property owners that live there, single-family homeowners who do not want to be included. And so they, in order for them to do the annexation by petition, they would need to have a majority of those property owners joining the petition for annexation.
Okay. And in the letter to the City of Sunland Park, we are stating again that the islands or the donut holes are not preferred by the county, and we would rather them annex the whole.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. The other comment that we have in the letter is that Country Club Road should be dedicated either to the county or Sunland Park, in large part because, for continuity of maintenance of that road and for our ability to then, except for maintenance, roads that, new roads that might be coming off of Country Club.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions?
No.
And just for, I know you had mentioned in here, I know the letter is in the agenda packet that we're recommending to send. I think this is very similar to what we've previously sent.
That's correct.
So I don't know if there's any other comments. Public input. Okay. All right, Brandy, if you'll do a roll call then on agenda item number 15.
Commissioner Shalto Hernandez,
Yes?
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know the next item is item 16 to discuss on the audit findings. I got a note here that regarding the ordinance about issuing bonds, that we do have some time constraints for those that will be presenting at 3:30. If there's no objection to that, if we might be able to just jump to 19, and that way we can have that discussion before everybody else, before they have to leave. So with that, I'll go to agenda 19, and then we'll come back to 16. So agenda item number 19, it's an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of Doña County General Obligations Bond Series 2026 in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $10 million. If I get a motion and a second.
So moved.
Approve. Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro. I'll second the motion. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Dawood.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So we do have Mr. George Williford from Hilltop Securities to present this item on GO bonds.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, it's good to be here. You should have some information.
Yeah, I think we need to skip, sorry, we'd skip ahead to the agenda item 19 for the bonds sale. No, it's not. Oh. Okay.
Thank you. For the record, George Williford with Hilltop Securities. Pardon me, we're the municipal advisor for the county and been working originally on the election, which was passed. And I also might mention that Catherine is with the Muldrow firm, your bond counsel, Catherine McKinney, as well. And so the ordinance that you have before you is actually to authorize the issuance prepared by Muldrow. But we prepared some information regarding the issue. What's planned is out of the $140 million overall authorization, this would be $10 million primarily for planning purposes. As you can see, the dates, first interest payment would occur in March of '27 with first principal maturity in September of that year, and the final maturity in this case, September of 2045. This is a table that shows just really a prospective issuance of not just the 10 million, but it's purely speculative as far as the timing and relative amounts, but we just took the remaining 130 million and split it into 2 annual issues. And you can see the 10 million is structured a little bit to wrap around the existing GO debt service to accommodate and mitigate some of the tax rate impact initially. And then in this case, next 2 issues, which would be for the bulk of the construction, would be structured with level annual payment. In both cases, 20-year repayment of each of those. I might mention the interest rates we've used. We're assuming 4.6%. That's above what current tax exempt rates are. So hopefully things will stay, at least with regard to this 10 million, and in the future conditions such that no dramatic increase. Everything as far as the tax impact or projected levy is based on, as you see footnoted at the bottom, an assumed assessed value of $6.4 billion, which is approximate current. So as value increases over time, the required tax rate would naturally come down as well. We were asked to also, based on that table, show the impact on individual property owners in the county. And you can see that the top section is with respect to this 10 million issuance. And this is really a two-year. It would take 2 years for it to elevate quite to that amount, but it would be a 0.0832 mil increase. And as you'll see at the bottom, the average home value is $288,500 in the county, and that would only impact around $8 a year, 67 cents a month, so very nominal. With respect to when the full issuance has happened and full debt service has kicked in, the overall millage rate would go up to around 1.67 based on that taxable value. I mentioned that 6.4 billion. You can see on the bottom part, on a monthly basis for the average home value, that would be about a $12.80 increase per month. And I think that's in line with what the public was told, that the average, I think Lucille said, would be $14. So everything's in line with expectations. As far as timing for this process, this issuance process, of course, today you're considering the action which would authorize issuance of the bonds. Then we'll prepare information, including a preliminary official statement or offering document to send to rating agency, in this case S&P. And I failed to mention the county has a AA rating with Standard & Poor's, which is very good. So they'll evaluate and assign a rating. We wouldn't expect really any change at this point. The timeline is such that early August we'd receive the ratings, put the preliminary official statement out into the marketplace, and then conduct competitive sale on August the 18th. And that would enable closing by really before mid-September. But that's summary information with respect to the issuance itself, and then you may have some questions of Catherine with regard to the document and the actual action, but I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions on the process or anything else?
No.
All right. Awesome. Catherine, thanks for coming up. I don't think we have any questions for you, but just want to say appreciate you coming down and joining us. All right. If there are no questions, then Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 19.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That item does have an ordinance number. The number is 371-0226.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Lopez, we're on agenda item 16 to approve a resolution establishing procedures for addressing and correcting special audit findings. Okay.
As we kick it off, I wanted to.
Sorry, and actually,
Oh,
let me start with a motion in a second too.
Sorry, good point, sir.
I was just jolted.
Oh, so moved, Mr. Chair.
I'll second the motion, so we have a motion and a second.
So let's talk about the audit a little more. I covered this at a team meeting a few days ago, and perhaps I should have pushed back a little more before. So I'll say it again. I want to apologize to the team that I didn't push back more previously. Of these 42 findings, all but 3 or 4 of them predate the last 2 years. So I don't think it's reflective of all the good work our team is doing, and really just grateful for all the contributions of the team. But saying that, we do take this very seriously. Some of these findings, typically in audit, you see high, medium, and low. They're ranked based off how important they are, how rigorous the process is. We didn't get rankings within this. What continues to bother me a little bit is the process. I don't think the public realizes that we asked for this audit, we invited this audit, we did an RFP for this audit only one company responded. So guess what? We're using that company. That's how we moved forward. That process took the better part of 18 months. With these 42 findings, realistically, there was one event there that really got my attention. There was a lot of process improvement that went in this. Some of these were simply, well, these shouldn't be in the same folder. Maybe we split those up. So some of these were really silly. As you heard earlier today, we've already addressed some of these. Stephen's going to talk a little bit about the process today, but I wanted to talk about how we got here. And moving forward, we hope to bring these to the board one by one, each one of them, so that we can speak to the merits of it, speak to the solutions of it, and speak to how it's never going to happen again. So again, on behalf of the team, I don't know how we went from 1 or 2 audit findings a year to 42 somehow. Maybe it was election season. Maybe it was grandstanding. I don't know. But we have to own this. We have to move forward. Stephen has a great idea on the process there, and I'll turn it over to him from here. Thank you.
Yeah, if you don't mind real quick, I did want to just state one thing, and I think I've mentioned to a couple of people is absolutely this was something that we wanted for the audit team to come in and take a look at this. You know, I think we've tried to be as open as we could. The audit took 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 7, 8. I mean, I think the length of the audit really did allow itself to dig in deep. And that is exactly what we wanted it to do. Understanding what the findings were. I think my only frustration was, and I think whenever we deal with any other type of audit, generally speaking, you have classifications of audit findings. One is a recommendation, meaning, you know, where something isn't as effective as it is, but it's maintaining compliance, but there's an opportunity to improve. The second level, which is actual findings, usually considered minor findings, or, you know, or I think I'm trying to think of how we do it in the financial, but it's generally like a minor finding. And then you have a major finding, which has shown, you know, complete breakdown in a process that absolutely needs to be addressed immediately. And so that's where you have a major. So you generally have 3 types of findings. If someone were to go look through the audit that was presented, because I think it was even noted, I think, you know, we talked with, you know, we heard from the undersheriff a little bit about the audit findings a little bit earlier. But when we look at some of these findings that were there, I don't believe it necessarily, when you do a normal audit, be a actual finding. It would be a recommendation. And so those wouldn't necessarily be reported as a finding. So for what it's worth, like I said, there's 42 items that are being addressed. I know we're looking at every single one of them, have presented a plan from all the departments, from us, the assessor, to the sheriff's department, a plan for correction. And for control. And so, but just wanted to say that we never had that opportunity in the reviews we did to even understand, should this be classified as such? Should it be addressed as such? It was just take it or leave it. Here are all the things that we found. And then it was reported as such. And so I do believe it's not indicative of the work that the team has done over the last couple of, you know, the past year that we've been working on some of these things. So, sorry, I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager, and this is your time. This is the first time, public may not realize, this is the first time the board has had a chance since the audit findings were presented to talk about how we move forward. That's an Open Meetings Act requirement. You could not talk about it until we had a public meeting. So, we have a recommendation for you to consider, but it is only a starting point for discussion. We will take no offense if you wish to make modifications, if you wish to, you know, do some work on it today, table it to the next meeting, because ultimately it was at the beginning in March of 2025, the board's request. This is your audit. The timeline, for those who are not aware, the original audit was supposed to be done by December, so that would have been 8 months worth of work. It got extended by 3 months, so we ended up with 11 months of auditing. So that was a lot of work that went into it by a lot of county staff. by the audit team. And now we are back to you to talk about how do we move forward. So you have a draft resolution for you, just again, as a starting point to consider. But what we have kind of put together as a discussion point to start from is how the process, as we're seeing it from the staff side, could or should move forward. We have currently staff assigned to every one of the findings, and I do appreciate the comments, Mr. Chair, about findings in the audit world having more precise definition than we may have received in this report. But because they are called findings in this report, we're sticking with that terminology in the presentation we're doing right now. So we've got staff assigned to them. The normal process for getting in front of the board is to then go to county management. So you already heard from our Assistant HR Director, Ashley Zuniga, this morning. She's already got one of those findings that has been addressed by the talent and culture side of HR. If you approve a process, then they will be bringing that forward to you for consideration. So if the county manager's office says, yes, we think this is a robust response, we think it meets all of the requirements or all of our commitments that we put forward in the county management response, then it would be brought to the board. We're envisioning right now that that might be a resolution, but it does not necessarily require a resolution, I don't think. But the board might want to vote on, is this enough for this one particular item? And if you feel it is not enough, then the board could direct it to go back to staff for improvement, for whatever you think it needs to have added onto it. If you do think it's enough, then the process set out by the state auditor is it then goes to external review. The county, for those who are not aware, hires an external auditor who is independent of the county every year. And they actually work more than just 1 month a year at the end of the fiscal year. They're actually working a good 4 to 5 months out of the year. Moving forward, that may actually be 12 months out of the year as we clear some of these findings. But they are responsible for taking the information on that finding, reviewing it as an external third-party auditor or independent auditor, and if they are satisfied it has been addressed, they will put that in the annual audit for the county and then also notify the state auditor that this item has been cleared by the independent auditor. So that's kind of the process that is envisioned at this point, and I am happy to take any questions or direction from the board.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Go ahead if you want. Oh, no. I was just, I wasn't so much on the process as much as the opportunity to maybe look, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time to do it, but I think for us to maybe look at the idea of getting an inspector general to help address some of the concerns and investigations in the future. And I know that was something that's come up as part of this audit as a recommendation. And so I don't know if there might be an opportunity to, define a process. I know it's been discussed. I think we've seen originally the city had somebody, then they left, and then there's there's always that loss of continuity there. But I think in previous discussions that you and I had, there was a thought or probably an opportunity that there are firms that can do this work, that can be contracted for that. And so, I'd be curious to know if we might be able to in the future have either move forward on a proposal for that as part of addressing these. So I think I'm okay with the process for now, but I'd love for us to maybe look at that IG proposal or how we move forward with that too in the future.
Mr. Chair, I think this is absolutely the right time to talk about the role an inspector general might play in this and where you would see them being inserted. Is that before it gets to the board so that they are giving you a recommendation? Is it after the board has had a chance to look at it? So that is why we didn't insert it here yet, because the board would need to approve a contract for an inspector general. but then you need to tell us where it fits, where their oversight would be.
Thank you. So Commissioner Sutherland on this side.
Well, okay, so I do have a couple of process questions. One of that being, so now that we have these findings and County Manager Andrews, this kind of goes to you too. So now that we have these findings and we do have our annual audit, does that annual audit and these findings cross over at all? And if so, can you kind of explain how they, I know you kind of just talked about it a little bit, but how does that cross over? What will they be looking for? How are they going to be reporting back? Is that kind of their new guiding light, or are they still doing the generalized audit on their end as well?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez, great question. So let's go a little more in detail about that external auditor requirement. So we had to actually, when we went out to RFP for this coming year's external audit, we had to notify all of the prospective bidders on that we had this special audit going because they needed to program in time to handle this. But it is absolutely the requirement of the state auditor that the external auditor has to look at everything that is scheduled to be addressed between now and the end of next fiscal year. Anything for this fiscal year has to be in the report that will be coming out in next fiscal year and ongoing. 2027 fiscal year items that have a deadline there have to then be addressed in the 28 report and ongoing. So it is very much they have to look at every single item, determine whether it was done on time and whether it met the requirements that were established.
Thank you. Commissioner Chaparro? I don't know if I thought I saw you.
You did, and I'm just thinking of the resolution and the draft of process. And just looking at the draft of process, I think it's not in the right order.
Okay.
And I'll explain why. The Board of County Commissioners has one employee. And that one employee has to move forward with our direction regarding this audit. So in looking at the resolution, and I'll give you an example. Number one, each item should be assigned to a department to be addressed within the timeline identified in the special audit report. It would be my preference to move the county manager over in this draft of process. So, for example, number one would read as follows. Each item shall be assigned to the county manager to be addressed within a specific timeline with specific details and identified in a special audit report. Now that he can assign a department or whomever to help him address the audit, I think is a good idea, because I believe then it puts us in the position, it puts this body in a position to have to go to a staff member, department head, or assistant CM or legal, and that may not be appropriate sometimes. So if we go to our county manager directly, then he assigns, then we can address any issue with our employee and then go back. That's what I'm thinking. Number two, same thing. It says a member of the county manager's office staff will be assigned to each item. I would prefer the county manager shall be assigned to each item, and then he can direct whatever department he needs to address that to ensure that it's addressed appropriately. Number three, when the county manager designee, I just take out designee, and then the county manager prepare it for presentation and action. Number four, upon approval of the BOCC, the county manager will direct staff to notify. I prefer that the county manager just directly notify the external auditor as to our recommendation and to our findings. Number five, the external auditor will review the item to be addressed. And I don't know how to incorporate that inspector general with that. I think legal would have to help with that. I'm not certain of what the legal boundaries are on that.
Yeah.
But that's my recommendation, and that's a way I'm seeing this process, that it comes from BOCC to the county manager to the staff that he feels comfortable addressing whatever item it is with specific details and a specific timeline. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. I don't,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the Inspector General is separate from this.
Okay.
I think the audit is one thing, and the Inspector General needs to be a standing fixture at the county for all things going forward. I mean, if we can wrap it into this for something, that's fine, but I think they need to be considered separately.
yeah. I think the reason that was, I think, suggested, and I think when we heard from some of the constituents that had recommended it, I think the thought would be was, and I think this was, maybe, while they have kind of an independent view, well, it's still, I think it goes back to what Commissioner Chaparro was saying, where I get where, the county manager is kind of the one in charge of pulling this all together. I think what I understood from some of the responses, and maybe I didn't understand it properly, but I think the thought is by having an inspector general kind of be an independent third party looking at what we did before we submit it, it just kind of gives a little bit of oversight to make sure that they gave guidance on whether they met that need. So I agree, in my mind, I think we approve. I guess I could see them,
But
but,
Mr. Chair, I don't want that to be the Inspector General's only role.
oh, yeah, no,
Okay, all right,
100%.
that's all I wanted to
Yeah.
say.
No,
Yeah,
no.
I agree with you. If we could wrap them in here as well, that's okay with me too.
And maybe for now, because we don't have a process yet, we don't have an inspector general or our timeline, we approve it as is, and then when we have that, and maybe we amend this. I don't know, I'm open to how we do it, but I completely agree with you, like, I don't want them, that shouldn't be their only role.
Right.
I think we do need them as a larger, being able to do investigations and such.
Okay, Mr. Chair, so I agree with Commissioner Chaparro about it should be the county manager in these places where she mentioned, not county manager staff. Because we can't go into the staff and say, how are you doing on that? That's not our connection.
Yeah.
So it needs to be the county manager, I think, in those.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a suggestion. Inspector General and Commissioner Kimball and I exchanged emails on that before, and she had that suggestion, and I had to process it for a couple of days. And in lieu of some of the comments and in lieu of some of the optics, I think not only do we do that, we invite it. I would say I don't mind reporting to them just like everyone else. Have the Attorney General report to you, have the auditor report to you. Ernest is looking at me crazy, but I think that's not uncommon other places. We invite it. We invite the transparency. And again, I know that would be one of many duties, but just want to go ahead and put that out there.
Mr. Chair, so you're saying it's okay with you if we have the Inspector General report to us? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, a lot of other places I work, the auditor, the lawyer, there's all kinds of different setups in different governments. So it's not uncommon.
Yeah, I like that.
So,
And we can change this resolution, I agree.
yeah.
So we can change this now to say county manager, and then we can update the resolution when we get to the point to have an inspector general.
Yes.
Which needs to happen soon.
Yes, agree.
Okay. So wait, forgive me, Mr. Chair. So what do we need to do to budget that spot for the inspector? What else do we need to do to make that happen?
Well, I think my thought would be is, I don't know, do we need to approve something before it goes out for an RFP to start getting quotes, or an RFI, or what would be the process to explore that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I believe that you can proceed right now by simply turning to Deputy County Manager Luttrell and saying, please include in the final FY27 budget funds for an Inspector General. And then you'll be able to approve that when it comes before you next month. And in the meantime, the team can go ahead and prepare an RFP. And I think because this may report to the board probably needs to take a look at the RFP and make sure it's covering what you want and need. And so that is probably something that we should have at a board meeting for you to officially look at. While you could look individually, I think because of its importance, it would be better handled actually as an approval item.
Yep, agreed.
And Mr. Chair, I guess is a question for Lucio. Do we put a number limit on that, a dollar limit on that, or do we just leave it open-ended? I mean, do we say it's going to be $20, or is it going to be $120,000?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we could do either or. And so we know this is something that the county needs, and so we could do open-ended, or we could put a limit. And so the limit may limit the amount of respondents we do get. And so if we leave it open-ended, we could have a wider range and then see what we could work into the overall balanced budget.
Thank you.
Chair, let's do it that way.
I agree.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioners, one thing that would be very helpful for us is confirmation. We just mentioned going out to RFP, but that presumes a decision by the board that we want to hire an outside entity, firm, individual to be the Inspector General rather than a staff position. I just want to make sure that we're all understanding that correctly, that that's the direction we want to go.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
since this is on, excuse me, on approvals, I think this is an appropriate motion to make that we hire an outside firm individual, not from within the county, to perform the duties of Inspector General, reporting to the BOCC directly.
So I think we already have our motion on the floor. I don't know if we can amend, do we amend it to add it as part of this or as part of it, or?
Or do we need a separate motion, or, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, it's not,
Mr. Chair,
Jake, I need to amend that.
in my very limited Robert's Rules of Order understanding, I believe it could be made as an amendment to the original motion to where you are actually approving two things. One is you're approving the resolution and you are authorizing hiring of an outside firm to serve as Inspector General.
so
you
we
got
can,
two approvals.
so I think we can do that, or we can just, we can amend the agenda item such that it include, well, outside of the resolution, we want to take action and hire a Inspector General from outside of the from outside of county staff. Did I capture that right? I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair. Maybe somebody from legal can help us with this, and I'll tell you why. Because we're suggesting changes, and unless we see the changes that we're requesting on the resolution in writing before we vote on it, including the Inspector General, we might have to just move this until the next board meeting with the language that is being suggested. Am I correct on that, or?
Well, I think we can ask the staff and direct staff to move forward with an RFP. I don't think we necessarily have to approve the RFP. Or like I said, or they can bring forward the wording of the RFP and then we can approve that at that point. So I don't know that we necessarily need, they just need the direction. We're not saying that this is the specific people we're gonna hire or anything. It's just we're asking them to move forward, to bring that as a proposal to us.
And I understand that part of it, but I was requesting changes within the resolution itself.
Yes.
To direct our employee, the county manager, to be in charge of responding to different items. And I mean, I can go over the wording, but I'm not certain that we're ready to vote on it right now unless Stephen can type real fast. And maybe
I
come
can go back
this
to my
item for
office
a
and
vote.
type it up for final signature, but if I'm understanding correctly, item number 1 is now reworded to read, "The county manager is hereby assigned to address within the timelines identified the items in the special audit report." Line number 2 is struck in its entirety. Line number 3, no?
If I may.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Okay, so, and commissioners chime in. I might need some help here.
Okay.
So number 1, it would read, "The county manager shall be assigned to address within a specific timeline those items addressed in the special audit report, addressing specific details requested. And if needed, and I'm sure it will be, assign a department or a staff member, because he can't be addressing each item on his own. That would take him months. But if we just assigned it to him and then he assigns it to a staff member or department or an assistant county manager that specializes in that area, that's too many words. So if you all can just kind of tie that up, I appreciate it. And then number 2, the county manager shall be assigned to each item to ensure it is addressed appropriately within the given timeline. 3, when the county manager believes an item has been adequately addressed, the county manager shall prepare for presentation and action at an upcoming Board of County Commissioners meeting. Am I going too fast?
You're good.
Wait, Mr. Chair.
That was just striking or designee out of number 3,
Out or
correct?
designate. But in number 3, should we say when the county manager believes an item has been adequately addressed, it should be presented to the Inspector General?
Well, it'll come to the Board of Commissioners before.
Before the Inspector General?
Yeah.
Don't we want the Inspector General to see it and then tell us it's okay?
I mean, if we want to include it now, yeah, that's fine. Sorry. I was thinking audit, the state auditor, or the
No, the
the
Inspector
audit.
General before
Yeah.
it comes to us.
I'm fine with adding it that.
Inspector General could do it before it comes to us.
Yeah, that's fine.
since That's our staff.
Okay, number 4, upon approval by the Board of County Commissioners, the county manager will notify the county's external auditor and the Inspector General. Is that a redundant?
Because we're going to notify the Inspector General before that,
Okay. Right.
in number 3. Before it comes to us.
Okay, thank you.
We don't want it to come to the commission and then we go, okay, Inspector General, is this right?
You're right. We want Inspector General, okay. Then number 5, the external auditor will review the item. That's good.
Okay, so then, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if you don't have any other questions, and if that all sounds good to you, I recommend you table this for 15 minutes, hear other business, and I will run up and retype.
Mr. Chair, I have one other question, though. I know that we're very hopeful that this is not going to happen, but what if the auditor refers any of these to the AG? How does that throw a knot in this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, I believe the items that, and this is just from the interaction I had with the special auditor during the process, I believe the items that were referenced, and I could be wrong in this assessment, that being referred to the Attorney General were related to IPRA and Open Meetings Act. I'm not aware of anything beyond that. So.
I think though, the response to the audit finding is still something we would, if it goes to the Attorney General, that will still be part of our response on how we're correcting it, any of the non-compliances. So I think we continue on. It'll just be how we, I guess, it'll go back to number 5 in terms of how we respond or who we respond to.
But I have, forgive me, Mr. Chair, I have concerns about how we respond to open meetings now. And if the Attorney General comes back and says, this is how you have to respond, then we have to do that. So we would just incorporate that into the work they're doing. What I don't want to happen is us to go and go, okay, we fixed that one. We're all in good and open meetings. And then we get sent to the Attorney General and it's not right.
Yeah, I mean, I think if that's the case, then they'll have, we would.
Take another step.
Yeah, we'd have to take another step. I just feel like at least for now, until we know for sure, but I think at least we would hope at least that would be our initial thing. They look at our initial response, they look at it, and like you said, if they feel it's not adequate, we can work with them on I guess, how it needs to be addressed, but I don't know.
And since the Inspector General is going to be ours, he'll help us. Whoever that is will
Yeah.
help us get it fixed.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
that's the
I'm okay
part
with
to drive
that
that.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just so you're aware, just a little while ago, we did get communication from the Office of the Attorney General asking if the Open Meetings Act training for the board, if August the 12th would work for you all. So we'll follow up later on that. Just wanted to let you know that we did hear back from them on our request for that training.
Okay.
And I think, take that always as a good sign that they're willing to provide us the training because that's their normal process.
Or is it a good sign? I don't know.
They usually don't hit you with the sledgehammer if you're open to the training.
Yeah.
So.
And, yeah, so we'll take it. But I think if there are no other questions, I'll agree with what you're saying. We can move to table this. until the end of the, I guess, we'll table this for now and then come back and revisit this here a little later on. Perfect. So if I've,
Chair Sanchez?
yes.
I apologize. Is that a motion? Do we need a second or?
It's on the second to table.
Second.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, it is a motion. I'll make the motion. Commissioner Chaparro second the motion to table.
To table it. So the changes was not a motion?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
Until we get it in front, then we can read in what the changes are, if that's okay.
Okay.
So we'll do that amendment after, when we bring it
Okay.
back. Sorry about that. All right, so if there's that, we'll take a roll call on the motion to table.
On the table.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Shaldo-Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay, we'll see you back in a little bit. Okay. All right, agenda item number 17, it's an approval resolution reauthorizing the State of New Mexico Department of Transportation State Appropriation ID J3265 and C1253265 to ID number K4134 C1253265 for solar lighting and street signage and traffic calming devices in the amount of $600,000. If I can get a motion and a second.
So moved. Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Saldana-Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Mr. Zambrano.
How's it going, sir? Chair Sanchez, Commissioners, we sent this to get it reauthorized to include traffic calming. It was originally just for street lighting, but it was going to be too much for street lighting, so we wanted to utilize everything. So we added traffic calming, and this is in the Vado area for this. So that's all that was done on that. I'll stand for questions.
Commissioners, questions?
Real quick, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Dan, I was asked what kind of different traffic calming devices will be utilized, and I could think of probably 3 just off the top of my head. So what are your thoughts on that?
What we're going to be looking at is mostly chicanes where the road narrows and stuff. You can see it kind of by Young Park and then Middle School. So we're going to be looking at chicanes right now. We're doing a study in Tortugas on speed humps, or speed tables is what they're calling it now. So we're waiting for that to come back, our study to come back and see if it actually did work and stuff. So those are the 2 that we're looking at right now.
Chicanes, that sounds like some French food. We're hungry.
Yes.
Tell us what a chicane is.
Yeah,
What's a chicane?
Yes, ma'am. If you go down, it narrows the road so that the drivers automatically slow down because they see a narrow in the road, which would be with curbing. It could be with candlesticks.
Oh.
Yes, so it just narrows the road so that you have to slow down passing it.
Like on Melendres.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
And no, that's okay. Mr. Chair, I have another question. I went to an EBID meeting, and I had Doña Soil and Conservation there. And so would it be possible, while you're constructing the chicanes, to leave an area to put in native trees? Because I believe what I heard at that meeting, and I'm sure I'll get an email correcting me, but there were either 11,000 or 1,100 trees available free of charge to be placed as long as there were native trees. And I'm just thinking maybe that would give shade, or would that be going over the money that you're requesting? Or would that be something that we could put in a tree along a neighborhood? Because I know it's utilized in the Pueblos area.
Yes, Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Chaparro. Yes, ma'am, we can look into it because if you drive down again by Young Park, and that's exactly what they have done, was the chicanes kicking out, they had did some natural planting in each of those kickbacks. So we can definitely look into that and see if that's in the budget.
Okay, thank you. And also, just publicly, I'd like to thank you and your team. We had some flooding up in the East Mesa, and your team got there the very next day and addressed the situation for a resident of ours that has a child that needed some extra help. And so they are so appreciative because now the bus can actually go to the front of that house to drop off that child. So thanks, Dan. You all rock. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And our crew had worked all night in that rain to get areas cleared like Sonoma Ranch East, the part that's ours, and also Telbrook. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioners, any other questions?
I'm good.
All right. Randy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 17.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-79.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, agenda night, item number 18, the Assessor's Office Status Report, Annual Property Valuation Maintenance, and Property Valuation Program with related budget considerations. If I get a motion and a second to begin discussion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Kimball. Madam Assessor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Commissioners Kimball, Chaparro, Shaldo Hernandez, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, accompanied by Chief Deputy Assessor Ms. Karen Archuleta, who will actually be doing the presentation for us.
Deputy Assessor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So this is a follow-up presentation to our April 28th meeting. This is a continued discussion, but it actually is some additional information of the Assessor's Office's two types of reappraisal activities and the related budget sources for those activities. So I like what Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez said the last time, where he very simply said, where are we now and where are we going? And so that really was my guiding principle as I created this brief presentation for you. So I hope it helps inform you in some ways and answer some of your questions. So we completed our valuation maintenance. We talked about that at the last meeting. This is an annual project that we have, reappraising properties. It is an account review with a statistical analysis. And then as we look ahead, we want to conduct a comprehensive property valuation program. This is something that is recommended. It's not an exact every number of years, so we look at it as every 4 to 6 years or as necessary. The purpose is really important to note here, where the purpose for the valuation maintenance is to make sure we're updating our values to meet current and correct market values. With the property valuation program, we really are verifying all property characteristics and updating the values according to those characteristics, and then also doing that current market value analysis. This is a comprehensive inspection of all properties. It can be door to door, or it can be by aerial review, or a combination thereof. And I really want to point out that it's important to remember that the valuation maintenance that we do every year is completed concurrently in the years that we're doing that valuation program. So we have to do both at the same time. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in upcoming slides. But both activities, it's very important to know, both activities are comprehensive and they are meant to achieve those current and correct values so that we're being fair and equitable to our property owners across the board. I've listed some annual property valuation maintenance milestones. I won't go over those. We did have a successful PTD evaluation We are waiting on the final written determination from the bureau chief, but we did have a positive review and discussion with our evaluator. And she was very helpful and answered our questions. Right now, we are processing protest petitions. This is the public's opportunity to contest their property values and a few other things, but generally it's the property valuation that we've assigned to their parcel. And this is going to go through October. This is not a quick process. And in addition to that, we're still responding to our daily requests for service. As far as the property valuation program goes, we began considering our options for that program. We did look at the option of conducting an in-house reappraisal, and I have another slide to go over, the next slide, to talk about that a little bit more. There's a lot of considerations there when you're doing an in-house. We also have options for outsourcing some or all aspects of the program that we're also looking at. This is where a request for information comes in. We completed that. It closed in April of this year. We had 2 responses. It's basically a hybrid option where the assessor's office will perform tasks associated with the annual property valuation maintenance, while if we hire the external source, would review and update and correct existing parcels and structures. And that could either, it's still negotiable, but the option is for the aerial photography and site visits as well. We did request, as you saw at the last work session, to redistribute some funds for FY 27-28, moving more funds into the general fund. The general fund should be used for administrative and regular and routine expenses, and we want to limit the 1% expenses to those things where we can show that it's actually reappraisal activities. Right now, we have requested, and finance has moved all the expenses, and we're limiting the 1% fund to the incentive pay, employee training, and the memberships that go along with the reappraisal responsibilities. In preparation for the reappraisal and the annual maintenance, we did upgrade our office computers so that it would be able to keep up with our CAMA system. We're always adding software and different functions, and the CAMA systems are getting smarter and faster. And so we are in line with the redeployment of new equipment according to IT's schedule. So we upgraded our computers. We also are in the process of implementing some software called Change Finder. And what that is a software that will help us easily see parcel changes as far as the property characteristics, meaning the structures, whether they're new structures that we didn't see before or something that's missing, that's been demolished and no longer there. We're also in the process of implementing something called ePIN software, and this is going to make collecting our sales affidavits hopefully easier for the real estate community and for us to gather and collect into one central location and process and have a better record of receiving those documents. So when we were thinking about the in-house reappraisal program, one really important note is that we have to make sure that our day-to-day operations continue with minimal interruption. We want to avoid falling behind on our daily functional work. And so that's something that we need to be mindful of. Right now, we have a staff that we're able to follow the annual valuation maintenance. We can do that But if we interject this reappraisal program, then that's going to be added work. And I've tried to split these up in very general, broad categories for you, preparing for a reappraisal program if we were to do it in-house. Of course, our human capital would be adding staff. I do believe that the reappraisal program would probably take, or preparing for the program would probably take a 1 to 2 year lead up, because we are going to need quite a few additional staff members, possibly some new positions. For example, I think we would need a project manager, dedicated project manager, probably an assistant for that project manager, a technical lead, and someone dedicated to audit and quality assurance control, so that as we gather this data and enter it into the accounts, we can be assured we're doing it accurately and correctly for the money we're spending for it, the time we're taking, and then just to be true to the residents of our county.
If I can interrupt, thank you, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
So you said a project manager, assistant project manager, tech leader.
Audit and quality control?
Audit and call. And that is aside from your appraisers and your appraisers assistants?
Yes, because appraisers and appraisers assistants would strictly do the data collection and go out to the properties, or they would look at either the aerial view, and if they needed to, they would do a site visit to the property to actually do the measurements, do the visual inspection, and collect the data. That would be their responsibility as it is now.
All right, and I'm glad you brought that up. On the aerial views, so then we're having drones go out there, or how are we collecting that data?
No, we have an aerial program that we do, every other year. And so we would want to have that in place so we would have the most current and up-to-date pictures so that we could then use what's called Change Finder, that software I mentioned that we're trying to implement, so that we can readily see any changes, and then we can hone in on those changes, and we can actually do measurements from the aerial picture. We have additional software that's attached to the aerials so that we can actually measure height, measure the dimensions of the property. We can confirm the roof type and so on and so forth.
All right, so going back to your staff, just based on, and this is just an estimate, just based on the number of properties that we have here at the county and having the reappraisal process go forward, are we looking at 10 additional appraisal assistants? Are we looking at 20? Just a ballpark figure.
Chairman, Commissioner, yes, thank you for that question. I actually have a study coming up to show,
got ahead of you.
bless you, to show our appraisal team right now and what we are anticipating, which I think 10 is, that was my ballpark number as well. It could go up 1 or 2, but I think that's a reasonable start.
So we're looking at 14 to 16 people?
Well, we also have to talk about administrative staff, data entry. We're going to need more people to enter all that data as it comes in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
we that might increase another 1 or 2 folks.
Thank you.
Yeah. One thing we have to remember if we're doing the in-house reappraisal and we're going to take the responsibility for hiring staff, our human capital is our most unpredictable asset as well. You'll see in one of the next slides, we calculate about 220 work days a year. We've accounted for holidays and things like that, 2 weeks of vacation, some sick leave for individuals, but also life happens, we know that, and we want to make sure that our employees have the time off that's necessary if they have a personal crisis. There are also people who, if we're hiring people fixed term or temporary, which I'm not sure the fixed term is even going to meet our needs because that's only 3 years. they may not wish to stay with us. They may not be invested in the work. And so we have to be careful. We'll need supervisors for that as well to make sure that we can closely monitor anybody we might bring in. So that's always a consideration. Then there's also the funding costs, the cost for items that we're describing above, and the increased workload of the other county departments who we rely on as our support as we go through these processes. So since we're talking about human capital, human resources is a big partner with us for creating job descriptions and posting and hiring and going through the vetting process. Risk management, we're going to be using vehicles. So the fleet department, purchasing, contracts, legal, we have legal questions and legal supports us. IT to set up the office infrastructure and the computers. If we're doing this alone, we would need the support of our public information office because we really would need to ramp up our public outreach. People are concerned when they see people near their property or on their property and they don't know who they are, and I don't blame them. And so we really need to saturate on the public outreach for the safety and security of our residents and property owners, but also for our employees. And then facilities and parks department, because we do need physical infrastructure to put these people. They need to have desk space and office space. Even if it's a cubicle, we're maxed out in our office. So whether we have space somewhere else, we take up multi-purpose room for quite a while, or we would have to rent other facility if that's an option. So those are all expenses that we need to consider. Our records readiness is we need to make sure that our data is good data and everything's entered so that we can start out with a clean, good slate. You don't want to put good data with bad data. You're going to get a bad result. Process and procedural readiness, we need to make sure that we've got all the processes in place and the people know that what their responsibilities are. Technology readiness is that infrastructure, that office infrastructure, and making sure we have the hardware and the necessary software and licenses that we need. We need to do a lot of project schedules and administrative coordination, not only internally, but also with our partners here at the county. And funding, I have a slide on that as well. When we're talking about actually implementing the program, the preliminary account review, again, that goes with the record readiness, but we also want to make sure that we have all the information that the appraisers need on the account, like for example, a sketch. So they have a starting point when they're doing a review and a site inspection. Then there's the big component, the field inspection and data collection. This is a huge component. So it's not just it's not just being at the property and inspecting it and collecting data, it's also travel time. And so we have 3,800 square miles for the county, and we go everywhere. So if it's in the city, we can probably get away with travel time of maybe, I don't know, these days 30 minutes to get across town is the minimal. But if we have to go up towards Hatch and Garfield and those points and down south and over to Chaparral, we're talking more travel time. When you're doing a field inspection, oftentimes you will encounter public and you'll have public contact. And so that will take time to explain what we're doing or answering questions, which we encourage our appraisers and appraiser assistants to do because we want a well-informed public so that they will support us in our project endeavors. Once the field inspection and data collection is done, the data has to be reviewed for completeness and accuracy, and then it has to be entered into our CAMA system. And then once it's entered into the system, we want to do an audit, data audit and verification one more time to make sure it's good information. Anything that needs to be corrected, we want to correct. We want to make sure we have all the proper documentation so that if someone challenges our valuations during protest season, it is defensible. And then finally, the debrief would be to wrap everything up and get everything filed away and complete and pay all our bills and things like that. All right, here's the staffing capacity comparison that I mentioned earlier. Our International Association of Assessing Offices is a standard for mass appraising. And so they believe that one appraiser can review 3,000 parcels per work year. Per work year, 220 days is what we calculated. This is a full-time person employed continuous for the year under this assumption. Under that staffing capacity model, with us having, and this is just residential properties, this is not all our parcels, we have 76,657 residential parcels. And so one appraiser can review 7,665.7 parcels per work year. And so when you look at our staffing, when we did our annual report, under this assumption, with a staff of 10 full-time appraisers, that includes appraiser assistants, they would be able to review 30,000 parcels. As I said, our actual parcel count is over 76,000. That leaves a deficit of the 46,657 parcels. When we did our annual evaluation maintenance, the reason we were able to touch all these parcels was because we were doing a review of the account, and it was only when we needed to go out and do a site visit that the appraiser or the appraiser assistant went out. So we were able to meet our requirements for the valuation, annual valuation maintenance, but if we're doing a full-blown program, we're going to have a deficiency. So that's where we were talking about the additional appraisers coming in. All right. All right, so our current 1% fund, it's a little lax right now. The fund needs to grow. We're hoping that as the year progresses, we'll see, because we moved some of the money, some of the requests from the 1% fund into the general fund, we're hoping that we'll see that 1% grow so that we will be able to start this appraisal program within the next couple of years. We want to make sure, though, that what we're expending our 1% fund from, that we carefully scrutinize it to make sure we're using it for the intended purposes. We also have our general fund budget. This is consistent with other county departments. Again, we did request that some funds, such as the day-to-day and routine operation items, be moved from the 1% to the general fund. We did request some new positions in the FY 27-28 budget. We are seeking 2 additional residential appraisers, and this is to keep pace with the residential growth that we're having in the county. We do need someone who understands how to appraise tangible assets for our business personal property valuation. So we're looking for someone who can do that, as well as our livestock. We have a lot of livestock in Doña County, and we want to make sure that we're verifying and capturing those as well. And then we requested a GIS mapping supervisor. So based on the analysis we've done and research we've done, We are inclined to seek a vendor to help us do this comprehensive property valuation program. We just don't believe that it is financially feasible and within time constraints to do an in-house program. We think it would take too long. We did put out that request for information. 2 vendors responded to us. They're projecting that they could do the reappraisal in the phases we've identified within 2 years once the program is implemented. It still would take a ramp-up time of maybe close to a year or 6-8 months so that we can get accustomed to working with each other. We still would have to do preliminary work. We would have to make sure our accounts are updated and accurate. We would have to inform our employees in the assessor's office and train them on what's coming. We have a lot of new people on staff, so we need to educate them on what this program really means and what it does. And then we'd have to work with our vendor on the preliminary tasks. Public outreach is an example of that. The vendors that responded to our RFI, they're willing to do the public outreach. That's a huge component for us. They will do the data collection and verification. They have people on staff who are IAA certified. It's their staff. We wouldn't have to assume the risk for hiring anybody, and they will take care of the data entry. The vendor and the county assessor's office would be responsible for auditing. We would audit some different accounts than they would, and we would audit the same accounts so we could make sure that what they're giving us is good information.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner?
thank you. So you're saying they would audit themselves, then you would audit, and then together you would audit?
Yeah, so we would pick accounts, and this is yet to be flushed out. I'm sorry, Chairman, Commissioner. But we would take, I don't know, out of 100, maybe we take 20 accounts. We would look at what their data, what they came up with. We would have our internal folks look at that same property or those parcels, and then we would compare what they came up with and what we believe was good data collection. And if they matched, then we would be more assured that they're working in line with our requirements.
So would you be doing spot checks, in other words?
Yes,
You
yes.
go every month or every 2 months or whenever you would have a regular
Yes.
schedule of checking the information that's incoming so that you're aware and assured that it's correct data?
Absolutely. That is the intent. We would do it in the phases. We would do more immediate reviews so that if we had a miscommunication and they were data collecting one thing and we do it in a different manner, that we could capture that right away so that we wouldn't perpetuate those errors.
Right, and if you happen to catch many indiscrepancies or errors for that matter, what's your plan for that?
Yes, so we have talked about that and we have contingencies for, would we have to terminate the agreement? How many would we accept? What would be the percentage of error rate that we could, well, we understand, human error, that we would accept? And then make those corrections and move on. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. One of the RFI quote estimates for the program, as I described it, was $2.6 million. Another one came in higher at 4.5. And that's the end of the presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them for you.
Mr. Chair?
I know it's late.
So is that 2.6 million for the entire project or per year?
For the project.
The entire project?
The
So if it
estimated-
took 4
now-
years, that's what it would be?
Well, this particular one for the 2.6 is estimating 2 years.
And the
And that's-
4.5?
The 4.5 was 2 to 3 years.
And I'll tell you why I'm asking this, because our county is so large, and it
Mm-hmm.
goes from Hatch to Sunland Park, and you have all these ranchitos and trailitas and little barranquitas and all kinds of little things that can be picked up, you know, a barn or whatever. I'm hoping that whomever you select would understand that about our county.
Chairman, Commissioner, that's certainly part of the conversation we need to have with any, once we do the request for proposal. That's a conversation and maybe something even to put in the proposal to discuss our unique area.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hernandez.
Is there a way we can, when we originally were talking about doing it externally, I thought this dollar amount was much higher. Were we in like the $4 to $5 million range when we originally talked about this?
I think
Or seven, like 7.5?
Or up to 7.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the range that we received was 2.5 to 7.5.
Okay. So with that being said, and just knowing and seeing, can you go back to the slide if you could for the appraisal with the per person that you had that had all that data? That one right there. Thank you. So just knowing that those two proposals came in less than median, as far as it goes with price wise, I think I can definitely see the benefit with that. So my only question would be is if you did the external company to come in and do this project, would you have the staff internally to be able to do these checks?
Chairman, Commissioner, I'm not sure is my honest answer. That's something we have to further develop.
Okay. That was my only question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, maybe not the last question. I say that and I keep asking questions. As I recall from our last meeting, we had 6 vacancies, and that was regarding appraisers and appraisers' assistants off the top of my head. If you brought in this outside company and having to connect with them, I would just assume, I have a little business myself, and in order to communicate, connect with other contract employees that I hire, I need to have someone take care of that while my regular business is going. So I would assume that besides filling the vacancies that you have at this time, you'd have to hire more people to work with this outside company. Do you have a number in mind of how many additional staff you would need to hire to go through that process?
Chairman, Commissioner, so both of the vendors from the request for information assured us that they would be fully staffed and they could take care of all the data collection and the data entry for us. They also are going to supply us with a project manager, a technical lead, an audit person that would then also work with our chief appraiser and our appraiser supervisors in collaboration, and we may need another audit person. We do have a database administrator who's very good at auditing. He does a lot of that quality assurance for us for our data throughout the year for different activities. So we would also loop him in on this process, but it is possible that we might need another audit person. But I also don't believe we would need them the full 3 years. We could do the preparation work maybe without them, where then we could use someone on a fixed-term basis, which is only 36 months under our policy.
I don't know that I have any specific questions. I think you've talked a lot about, I think I still have further questions, I think, on the reappraisal plan. But I think as we're working to approve, whether that's the vendor or through full-time hires, whatever it is, I think we'll get it all sorted out. But I think overall, I'm okay with the direction, or at least, kind of, we're starting to move in that direction. I'm good with, I think where you're at, or at least what you're kind of or challenged with, and trying to juggle and figure out how the best way to attack it, so. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? All right.
Awesome. Thank you for your
If
time.
there's no other questions, then Brandy, if you'll do a roll call.
Commissioner Shelder Hernandez?
Really quickly, just a question before we do that. Are we just approving there is no budget consideration today? Is that correct?
Chairman, oh, sorry, I didn't want to talk over
No,
you.
go ahead, please.
Chairman, Commissioner, there's nothing to approve today. I talked to Property Tax Division. They were not interested in having a resolution for the annual report approved. They were happy with it. They were happy that we came before the board and presented it. So there's not that, and there's no budget information. We're not requesting anything. We're relying on what we gave the Finance Department for FY 27-28.
Okay.
So there's nothing to approve.
Okay. Never mind. So I guess if that's the case, then we take our.
But there is
I do have a resolution
resolution.
here.
I'm confused because there's a resolution and there's also, it says with related budget. So I just want to know what that is.
Chairman, Commissioner, that was from the original agenda item. I had deleted it out of there and put the presentation in there. And when I pulled it off this morning, I saw that it was still there,
Okay. Well,
or
in that
was back
case-
on there.
In that case, I guess we can,
Whatever you want.
we can remove our motions and the second, if we can do that, and as if there's no need for it. Like I said, if the budget if it's going to be part of the fiscal year, the final fiscal year 27 budget, then, we'll take care of it then and move forward with it. And then, the presentation, whatever, I don't know, Madam Assessor.
So Chair Sanchez, Commissioners, Lucio, so I have a question. So like how we are wanting to do this reappraisal, is this what we've already discussed to be able to request that as part of our budget? Or where would that money come from if we do get approved to do this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, County Assessor, and so we would need a formal request on the use of the 1% fund. And so that formal request would have to align with any plan for a comprehensive reappraisal. And if that has to do with an RFP that we need to issue still, then we may need to come to the board during the final budget and say, we have this amount allocated to this RFP for year one. And as the RFP comes in, we get specific amounts, it comes back to the board for a formal approval and contract.
But I think in terms of the budget, though, that would come in July when we approve the final fiscal year 27 budget.
Mr. Chair, that is correct. It could come in July or it could come as a budget adjustment during the year.
Okay. And if you're okay with that, Madam Assessor, then we'll just go ahead and remove the motions and say thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. And thank you, Lucio.
So is there a withdrawal of the motion and second?
Who made the first and the second?
I think I had here that you
Okay,
made the
I
first.
withdraw my motion.
And then I think Madam, or Commissioner Chaparro made the second, I thought.
Yes, I withdraw my second, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'd like to move that we pull item 16 from the table for consideration.
So moved.
All right, and I'll make the second. And with that, we'll back to item 16. I know we've got some revised language here. So if we're okay with it, I'm just going to go ahead and make the motion to amend. I'll read I'll read what I have here. So this is now we'll amend to read the following items. Number one, the county manager is assigned to address the items specified within the timeline identified in the special audit report and to provide specific details as needed. Number two, the county manager may utilize county staff to assist with addressing the findings. Number three, when the county manager has determined an item has been addressed, it shall be forwarded to the Inspector General once hired for review and recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. Number four, the item shall be presented to the Board of County Commissioners by the county manager during a public meeting for review and action. Number five, upon approval by the Board of County Commissioners, the county manager will notify the county's external auditor. And number six, the external auditor will review the item to determine if it has indeed been adequately addressed. If so, it will be noted in the annual external audit with a copy sent to the state auditor. So if I can get a second on that amendment?
Second.
Thank you. All right, so we've got the proposed amendments for the resolution. Is there any comments or any other changes to those or concerns about those amendments? Okay, so I'll do a roll call on the amendments. Brandy, do you need a copy of this so you can?
No, I haven't.
Okay, you have that look of, like you expected me to write all that down?
I think I'll be good.
Okay,
Okay, motion is, we're doing the amendment, correct?
correct. This is a vote on the amendment.
Commissioner Shalja Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Okay, we're back to the resolution as amended. Are there any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, I just have one question, since it is related, just about the internal investigator? Is that what we're calling it? Internal investigator? Inspector General. Wow, that is a big title.
It is.
So just checking on that, what are the next steps that we can see from county management regarding that position? Is it going to be, I don't need to give you my examples, just tell me what the next steps are.
Yeah, a RFP process would be suitable at that point. Typical process, 30 to 45 days, actually 60 if there's any disputing it. So at that point, we would come back to you all and you would lean in and make a decision.
All right, thank you, sir.
And Mr. Chair, if I can add to that, typically, we have a team of staff who evaluate the responses to an RFP. Because this position would report directly to the board at some point as we get to that stage may want to assign a couple of board members to do that evaluation.
I'd agree.
Mr. Chair, we could do the way that we did when we hired the search firm for the last time, is we actually went through those RFPs in open session as a commission and voted.
Yeah.
And that way it's very open and transparent with that.
I'm open to the suggestion, or even if you want it pre-evaluated at all by somebody, I do agree that we can have someone from the board be a part of that assessment, and then we bring it forward to the commission for the decision.
And Mr. Chair, I think because the Inspector General reports to the board, just 2 of the board members would be tasked with that and not include the staff, because that Inspector General would be reporting to the BOCC. And I trust all of you all, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only reason I would mind even having the staff as being part of it is only just to have some additional thoughts or suggestion, but I'm open to how I guess however we want to review the RFPs before it comes to the board in open session, so. But I guess we can do that maybe in another meeting and discuss the, I guess, like as a presentation, how the RFP will go. Okay. All right, I guess with that, we have the amended resolution on before us. I don't see any public input, so Brandy, if you will do a roll call on item 16 as amended.
Commissioner Shalja Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-80.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Stephen.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're on to commission input follow-up. I don't know if any commissioner has anything at this point. Do you want to share I know it's not necessarily commission, but we did get some good news from our friends in Washington, D.C. Scott, if you don't mind sharing.
Yeah, it looks, Stephen and I just received an email shortly ago from our federal lobbyist, Nick Crockett, who many of you met, and it looks like High Mesa Road has $1 million coming its way. So great news all around, and that should help our Go Bond initiatives.
Awesome. All right. Correspondence, Brandy.
I have Caitlin Ashton versus Doña County.
Thank you. All right, we're on to the closed session. So I'll make the motion that we convene in closed session to discuss a limited personnel matter related to the county manager's performance and discussion on mid-year evaluation, to discuss bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations with the Communication Workers of America, Local 7911, pursuant to attorney-client privilege, to discuss threatened or pending litigation related to the outcome of the internal complaint investigation, and to discuss the purchase, acquisition, and disposal of real property and water rights as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Sections 10-15-1, H2, H5, H7, and H8, per NMSA 1978. If I can get a second. Second by Commissioner Chaparro. Brandy, if you do a roll call for us to go into a closed session.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. And with that, we'll go into closed session at 4:25 PM.